Chapter 91. The Mysterious Organization 3. The sound of the helicopter's rotors grew louder, and the snow outside the cave entrance swirled chaotically. The ghostly helicopter hovered directly above. Run? But where to? Yige wasn't a coward. He saw a farewell in the director's eyes. If he ran, the director and the children would face only one fate: death. The snow at the cave entrance finally subsided, and the deafening rotor noise ceased. Sunlight streamed into the cave, and a figure appeared in the opening. The person wore a light blue floral dress, its hem now devoid of stains. The sunlight elongated the already slender figure as she stepped slowly into the cave. Mu-Fei, is that really you? Yige couldn't suppress the surge of emotion. He rushed towards Mu-Fei. No, Yige, come back. That's not the Mu-Fei you know. She'll kill you. The director clutched her head, writhing on the ground in agonizing pain. Hearing this, Yige stopped and turned back. He chose the director over Mu-Fei. Director, what's wrong? Yige, don't go near her. Okay, I won't. What's happening to you? It's an after effect. Some information can't be spoken aloud. Otherwise, it won't be recognized by this timeline. My head was splitting, and I felt like my body was being torn to pieces. Director, you need to rest. Yige had the children help Su-Ying to the back of the cave. He felt it was too dangerous here. Yige didn't press for more information. He felt a chill down his spine and turned to find Mu-Fei standing right behind him. The familiar figure wore a bronze mask that covered her entire face like a mirror without any patterns. The bronze plate wasn't smooth. It was covered in spiral one, a pattern that seemed strangely familiar to Yige, but he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. Mu-Fei, you're alive? Yige was certain this person was Mu-Fei, but he didn't feel the urge to rush forward and embrace her like he had before. In many cases, such unconscious actions could save one's life. Mu-Fei kept her hands behind her back, and God only knew what she was holding. A cold voice echoed, Yige, did you miss me? I dream about Mu-Fei all the time. I'd even sacrifice my life for her, but are you really Mu-Fei? Yige's voice was hoarse. To be honest, anyone would be overwhelmed by such a situation. Take off my mask, and you'll know if I'm Mu-Fei. Hearing this, Yige reached for the mask, but the moment his fingers touched the surface, he abruptly pulled back. Yige finally remembered what the one on the mask resembled. The one on the eyes of a demon. How could Mu-Fei have been to the inner earth? If she hadn't been to the inner earth, how could she have obtained a mask with such a pattern? Yige had made up his mind. You're not Mu-Fei. You're not Mu-Fei at all. Yige took a step back, his eyes filled with caution. Tell me, who are you? Yige, I am Mu-Fei. I'll take the mask off, you will see. She tossed the mask aside. She tilted her head, put her hand to her mouth, and giggled. Her appearance was charming, especially to Yige. You are Mu-Fei. Yes, it's me. Yige, come to my side. They are bad guys. They're going to kill you. This cave is where they're going to bury you. Let's go together. Okay, Mu-Fei. I miss you so much. Yige staggered forward, as if charmed. At that moment, Director Su-Ying, even while struggling with her own condition, couldn't stand by and watch Yige walk like a madman toward the mysterious figure. Su-Ying played her harmonica. The familiar song shocked Yige into sobriety. He realized that the person hadn't removed the mask at all. It was all an illusion. You're not Mu-Fei. Who are you? I am a reincarnator. What's a reincarnator? Do you think you're worthy of knowing? With that, the reincarnator revealed her right hand. In her hand, there was a bronze dagger covered in rust, yet it gave people a chilling feeling. The bronze dagger stabbed toward Yige. Yige quickly sidestepped, crouching to avoid the strike. He grabbed the reincarnator's right wrist with his left hand and swung his right hand towards the reincarnator's face. Yige's true target was the mask. Caught off guard, the mask was knocked off, and Yige finally saw the person's face. He froze in place. Mu-Fei? You really are Mu-Fei. The face was far too familiar to Yige. He had dreamed of seeing this person, but now she stood right in front of him. How could he not be shocked? Along with the shock, Yige was also puzzled. If this person was Mu-Fei, why was she trying to kill him? No, Mu-Fei had just told him to leave, that these people wanted to kill him, and that this cave was his grave. Who was telling the truth? At that moment, Mu Fei stopped. Yige, I don't want to kill you, but if I don't kill you, these people will. Trust me, come with me. I won't hurt you. Yige looked at Mu Fei, then at the unconscious director on the ground. He didn't know who to believe. Mu Fei, let me sort this out. What's going on? Yige, what are you waiting for? It'll be too late if you don't leave. Why? Because these people won't let me leave with you. You can only gain eternal life if you come with me. Isn't that what you've always wanted? Yige stared at Mu Fei. How do you know that? Yige, you still don't trust me. Mu Fei was calm. Her voice became normal, as if she was talking to Yige like a whole human being. Yige, I know that you joined the Star Alliance for the Eternal Life Plan. I also know that you've been to the New Earth World. Didn't we meet there? New Earth World? Are you saying that world is real? Yes. Nonsense, that was just a game space created by Yixingchen. How could it be real? Yige, whether you believe it or not, it is real. Are you saying that when you killed me in the New Earth World, that was real too? Mu Fei didn't answer. She looked down, but then she raised her head with a clear look, her eyes like those when she was a child with Yige. Yige, I was saving you. Saving me? But you just said you were a reincarnator? What is a reincarnator? If I tell you that you and I are the same, would you believe me? And Elena, she is also a reincarnator. No, she is not human. She is a product beyond modern civilization. Then, is she the product of quantum civilization? No, quantum civilization cannot create that kind of creature. She is the product of a civilization beyond quantum civilization. What civilization is that? Yige, come with me, and I'll tell you everything. Can't you tell me now? Is it really such a big secret? Not now, we don't have much time. What do you mean we don't have much time? Yige, enough. I am giving you one last chance. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I don't mind killing you. The Mu Fei standing before him no longer showed gentleness, but was irritable. This confirmed Yige's inner thoughts. The person in front of him was not Mu Fei. Okay, I promise to go with you. Since you are unwilling to disclose matters about civilizations that are after quantum civilization, then let's talk about current affairs. Deal? What matters? Are those beggars at the entrance from your organization? Yes. Yige, I assure you that we have no malice. Then what is the name of your organization? At that moment, Mu Fei realized that Yige was playing her. The rust-covered dagger was gripped again, placed behind her. This was done very secretly. Our organization is called Yige. I suddenly wanted you to hold me. How about you hold me, and I will tell you all the secrets. Okay. Yige stepped forward, embracing Mu Fei. Okay, you can tell me now. You are so stupid. My purpose is to kill you. Mu Fei stabbed the rust-covered dagger hard into Yige's chest. Yige lied on the ground, feigning shock. Didn't you say you were going to take me away? Why did you kill me? Haha, Yige, you are still so curious. Since you are dying, I will not hide anything. That group of beggars are from our Star Chain organization. They are just an outer part of the outer circle. Star Chain? What kind of organization is that? In your timeline, you are called Star Alliance, but the Star Chain is the organization that Yixingchen established in our timeline. How about it? Surprised. Since you are not dead yet, ask anything you want to ask. Yige shook his head. What? Don't you ask me who I am? Zhang Fengyan, don't you think you are very childish? How did you know? Didn't you say it? Just now, I was not sure, but now you just said it yourself? Why are you not dead after being stabbed by the cork sword? No, this is not scientific. This is not scientific. You said that the dagger is the cork sword? Ha ha ha, this is just a piece of raw material. How about it? Having fun? Yige, you already guessed that I was not Mu Fei. So why? Okay, so you were playing me. I will disable you. Yige saw Zhang Fengyan take out a pistol. This gun was originally given to Zhang Fengyan by Lin Feng. He didn't expect that it would become a weapon to end his life. It was really funny. Yige, how about it? It is time for you to say your last words. Yige closed his eyes. How could he dodge the trajectory of bullets? Unless a miracle happened. Chapter 92. Mu Fei? Zhang Fengyan? Who are you? Yige closed his eyes, but after waiting for a long time, the gunshot that signaled the end of his fate did not ring out. Yige opened his eyes. Zhang Fengyan, did your conscience get the better of you? Yige, I still have something to say to you. That is, don't resent me. I am just carrying out the orders of Chairman Yixingchen. Although I don't know why he wants to kill his own son, I have to do it. The chairman promised me that I could go to his timeline through the eye of the devil, and he would open up all the scientific research permissions, and I will become the greatest scientist of that era. Yige was a little speechless, facing his former teacher, but now like a madman, Yige did not show much anger about this. Instead, he was like a sponge, unable to show any emotional changes. Zhang Fengyan, can you believe the words of a person who wants to kill his own son? The chairman will not lie to me. Oh, then shoot. I won't blame you. Yige saw doubt in Zhang Fengyan's eyes, and also noticed Elena behind Zhang Fengyan, who was creeping towards here. Yes, you don't know Yixingchen very well. I have never seen my mother since I was a child, and my father promised that he would raise me, but when I was 5 years old, he left me. A father who even deceives his son and wants to kill his own son. You still believe in foolishly? Don't you think you are very pitiful? Anyway, I just think you are a poor worm. You have been sold by others, but you are still sticking to your loyalty. It is really sad. What Yige said was the truth. Unfortunately, Zhang Fengyan was still immersed in his own illusions. How could Yixingchen open up all scientific research rights? He had a deep understanding of this. Dr. Zhao had also promised him the same thing. But what happened later? Didn't he use him to find out the secrets of the AI body? However, Zhang Fengyan was indeed hit by his sore spot. The hand holding the gun was trembling, and it seemed that his psychological tactics worked. Just when Yige thought he had succeeded, Zhang Fengyan's eyes sharpened. Yige, I'm sorry for my dream. I can only sacrifice you. I'm also forced. I hope you can forgive me. These words sound very scummy, but Yige will never close his eyes again. Hee, come on. Let me see with my own eyes how my former teacher realizes his dream. Shoot. Sky. Yige put Zhang Fengyan's pistol at his forehead. Zhang Fengyan was trembling all over. Ah, why do you all force me? Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. If you let me kill Yige, will you let me go? These words were addressed to Yixingchen, but unfortunately Yixingchen could not hear it. Most of the time, these words are said to Zhang Fengyan himself, and his heart has collapsed. This is exactly the ending that Yige wants. Do it. No, Yige, don't force me. I'm not talking about you. Then you are? When Zhang Fengyan realized the danger, the whole person had already regretted it. He felt the coldness from his neck, and he didn't dare to look back. Yige put down Zhang Fengyan's pistol. Zhang Fengyan, now it's my turn to ask you questions. Zhang Fengyan did not answer, and he was waiting for Yige's question. Did you bring that ghost helicopter here? Zhang Fengyan shook his head. Who brought it? Hee, Yige. It seems that you care about that ghost helicopter. This shows that everything recorded in the information is correct. This is indeed your weakness. It's not impossible to tell me, unless you promise me one condition. I don't like to listen to nonsense. Well, you let me go, and I will tell you everything. Okay. At this time, Zhang Fengyan was no longer a threat. With a wave of his hand, Elena put away the dagger in her hand, and Zhang Fengyan was instantly freed. Hee, there is no ghost helicopter at all. When I first entered M-City and when I left, I used holographic projection technology. The information said that you care about Mu Fei very much, but I didn't expect that you would not lose your mind at all. Okay, I should go. Go. Elena took a step sideways and put the dagger in front of Zhang Fengyan again. Do you think you can still leave? Yige, you lied to me? You are a despicable and shameless villain. If I had known this, I would have shot you to death, so I would have to listen to you so much. Now, I regret it. Yige ignored Zhang Fengyan's anger. Regret? There is no regret medicine in this world at all. However, I will still give you a piece of advice. Don't believe anyone in the Xingming. This is the advice that Yixingchen once gave me, and now I will send it back to you as it is. When you get to the underground and have a chance to meet Yixingchen, return these words to him. He doesn't deserve to be a father. Zhang Fengyan suddenly laughed loudly. What are you laughing at? Elena asked. Little girl, I am laughing at Yige is ridiculous. Okay, my purpose has been achieved, so goodbye. Before the words fell, Zhang Fengyan spread out his left hand, and some powder was sprinkled on Elena. Elena instantly fell into a coma on the ground, just like in room 246 of Times Square. Yige had this kind of powder before, but he used it up to save Elena. Now seeing this kind of powder again, Yige's heart was full of questions. Are you Zhang Fengyan? No, you are definitely not Zhang Fengyan. Haha, is it important who I am? Now that I have obtained the Qinghuanin, I can pass through the eye of the devil. Haha, goodbye, stupid humans. With that, this person drove the Qinghuanin and left. Yige didn't mean to chase after him at all. He picked up Elena and walked towards the depths of the cave. You take care of the director and don't follow me. Yige left the medicine and took Elena deep into the cave. The scene here was like in room 246 of Times Square, and even more like in the Taklamakan base. When Yige led Elena out, Elena's face was flushed. At this time, the director had woken up, and she was staring at Yige meaningfully. Let's go. If we don't leave, we won't be able to get to the inner earth. But Uncle Lin hasn't come yet. Are we not waiting for him? I don't think he will come. Why? No, why? Yige felt that Director Suing was still hiding many secrets from him, but he couldn't get the results he wanted if he kept asking, so he could only follow her. Director, does this cave really lead to the top of the mountain? If there is no error in the memory, it should be. Yige, I know you have many questions, but now is not the time to say these things, so we must reach the inner earth, and I will tell you all the secrets. Director, I believe you. Chapter 93, Reincarnator. Yige, you made me worry to death. If you were really assassinated by that thing, I would definitely feel regret. Yige, don't be so impulsive next time, okay? Okay, I got it. Yige still remembered what Elena said before she fell into a coma. Someone wanted to assassinate him, but when asked who it was, Elena didn't say it, and may have been blocked by something at the time, so she directly fell into a coma. The director also had that expression just now, which made Yige suspect again. Could it be that the director is also from a different time and space? Whether it is the devil's eye or the AI body, it can take people through time and space and transcend the curse of linear increments. When I lead these children out of danger, I will also enter the devil's eye. This was what Yige thought in his heart. The deeper they went, the darker it was around. The searchlight in his hand could only illuminate the ground in front of him, and the deeper parts could only be seen when they got close. The director led the way in front, and Yige broke the road in the back. In this way, the team moved forward in an orderly manner. Although these children were young, they would not feel scared in front of the director's interesting stories. Yige always felt that something was following behind, and he turned his head from time to time. But the surroundings were so dark, just like the environment they had just passed through, and he couldn't see clearly at all. Yige, what's wrong? Elena noticed Yige's abnormality. It's nothing? Forget it, let's go. Yige didn't want Elena to take risks, and there was another more important reason. Yige felt that the reason why the other party didn't dare to show up was because they were afraid of something. Among these people, only Elena was skilled, and if Elena chased out, she would probably fall into the enemy's trap again like last time. Just now, Elena had told Yige about what happened. Those beggars are an organized team, not temporarily formed. Their purpose is to capture Yige. As to why they did it, Elena has not asked it out. The hostage controlled by Elena committed suicide. In fact, that person bit his tongue and committed suicide, just like the suicide warrior in the novel. Therefore, Elena can't be allowed to leave now. However, Yige seemed to have thought of something and whispered his plan in Elena's ear. Yige didn't expect that Elena's face turned red from her ears to her neck. He realized that his behavior was a bit intimate, but when he was about to say sorry, he remembered that he was already married to Elena. In addition, the things the two of them did in the cave just now, they have already accepted Elena in their hearts. Yige put his arms around Elena's waist and said, "Thank you." Elena turned off the flashlight in her hand. "I thought you were going to say you love me, but it turns out you just want to say thank you to me. No one knows what we are doing now. You can be bolder." Yige remembered a sentence in a certain religious classic. As long as you are bolder, you will get what you want. But this is not the time to do these things, he said softly. Thank you. Let me understand a lot. Some words Yige can't say. Still, because of the knot in his heart, this knot is Mu Fei. Okay, you two don't need to be so affectionate. The exit is ahead. Director Su Ying's voice came from a distance, and it sounded like there was a distance, and Yige let go of his hand and pulled Elena forward. In fact, Yige was not fascinated by his brain, but deliberately distanced himself. He wanted to know whether the mysterious thing behind him had followed. Unfortunately, after Yige stopped, there was still no movement behind him. It was as if the mysterious person had guessed his mind. Okay, director. We'll be there soon. Yige didn't rush to act. He and Elena were still crouching, but there was still no sound behind him. Let's go. It seems he has left. With that, the two of them caught up with the director. There was a light ahead, and the bone-piercing coldness spread throughout his body again. It seemed that the exit of the cave was not the inner earth, but the top of the mountain, because Yige felt that the road in the cave was going up. This is the top of Gangfeng, located on the high plateau. At this moment, Gangfeng is handsome and upright, and the sunshine has dyed the white snow into golden color. Everyone who arrives here has luck written on their faces. Let's go. There is the entrance to the inner earth. Yige looked at the people at the foot of Gangfeng, densely packed like ants. Those people were still fighting among themselves, and few people chose to continue climbing up. Perhaps they also knew what the arrival of the disaster day meant, but they chose to release their desires. Hee. Pitiful? Pitiful. Hateful? Hateful. Maybe it is right that I didn't directly enter the eye of the devil. Yige saw all this in his eyes and kept it in his heart. Perhaps destruction brings new life. These dirty lives should end. And how will people think about this dirty civilization that will be unearthed by the world in hundreds of millions of years? Will there still be humans at that time? There should be, because all of this seems to be in Yi Xingqian's layout. Yige put away what he thought in his heart, and he followed the large army into the inner earth. Different from the high cold outside, it is like paradise here. I'm rich. These rubies are mine. Don't rob me. Yours? Grandpa saw it first. It's mine. Bring it. One scene after another of looting was staged. As Cheong said, after thousands of millions of years of reincarnation, human beings have never been able to change their greed. Cheong once said that the creators are really unfair. Why can humans create one civilization after another and stand at the top of carbon-based life, while she and other silicon-based life forms are being pushed down there? They can only hide in the inner earth. Yige now knew why Cheong had so many feelings. Once people lived long enough, they would get used to everything. For these, Yige chose to ignore. What he has to do now is to take this team to a safe place. Perhaps the future human beings will not be like they are now. Perhaps there will be a more prosperous civilization, but the premise is to live. Only living can continue. A group of people continued to go down, resting in a hidden cave. Earth's disaster day finally arrived. This was something that humans had never encountered before, because the Earth stopped rotating, and at that moment, the moon left the Earth's orbit and moved in the entire solar system. No, to be precise, it was as if the moon escaped from the Earth and moved towards the edge of the solar system. No one knew where the moon's destination was. Leaving the gravity of the moon, the seawater stopped the tidal movement, and the ocean currents stopped flowing. The whole world was as dead without life. After a few seconds of silence, the seawater began to flood, attacking the land. The sky-filled seawater took away those humans who had not escaped into the underground world, and their lives were over without any accident. Those who did evil also got the retribution they deserved. Those who are kind also died at the bottom of the sea. Why is that? Yige was not in the mood to discuss these issues, because philosophy is only a question to be discussed after settling down. Just like morality, you can only talk about morality after you have eaten your fill. At the same time, the moon base was also experiencing panic. The Wandering Moon Project is activated. The geomagnetic signal is interrupted. Please all stay where you are, otherwise you will be treated as heretics by the base. The oxygen supply equipment is interrupted. Please prepare for 3 minutes of hypoxia. The oxygen cylinder storage box in the base has been opened. Please retrieve it yourself. At this time, there were 100 million people in the lunar base, but there were less than 10 million oxygen cylinders. This was not the most terrible thing. What was even more terrible was the shortage of food and the freezing temperature. After leaving the Earth, Many facilities in the base could not be used at all. This was what people had thought of before the migration. Chaos soon appeared inside the base. At this time, one well-trained force after another was dispatched, and they began to maintain order inside the base, directly killing those who robbed them. This army had no sympathy at all, and they only obeyed the spirit of the base. At this time, the voice came from the base again. The base signal is being re-enabled. The feeding program will be enabled in 30 seconds. The troublemakers have been brought to justice. Please wait patiently. The base has returned to normal, and a new civilization journey has begun. Congratulations, you will gain a new identity, Lunar Citizen. Lunar Citizen? No, we are from Earth. We are Earth citizens. What about the Allied Defense Force? This is blatant rebellion. We do not accept the identity of Lunar Citizen. Allied Defense Force, please come out and uphold justice. The shouting did not change the status quo at all, but instead they were arrested by those humanoid robot guards. As for the outcome, I think everyone can imagine it. The moon base does not need so much labor force. If you choose to resist, that will be your destination. Along with this voice, a hell-like scene on Earth appeared on the big screen of the entire base. Most of these people were asphyxiated because they were not prepared, and they were all adults, lying in one pit after another. Every time a pit was filled, it was covered with an air cover. After that, the pit was filled with soil, sprinkled with water, and it was a good vegetable field. Seeing this scene, many people thought of the vegetables on their tables, and some even started to vomit. These people who vomited began to be taken away. Now I will send you the Moon Citizen Code. Do you still have any opinions now? All the people expressed their silence, and they finally understood that all of this was a conspiracy. Unfortunately, everyone including the Allied Defense Force was deceived. This was what all the Earth immigrants thought in their hearts, because they saw with their own eyes that the people lying in those pits were wearing the clothes of the Allied Defense Force. The Earth immigrants also understood why people of different ages would choose to migrate to the lunar base, because they were ultimately raw materials for fertilizer. Only those unconscious babies grew up, and those people were the real lunar citizens. But they finally understood too late. Everything was too late. Fortunately, the entire lunar base was restored to stability. In their short life, they may have lived like pigs in a pigsty, but they had thoughts, and this was the most sad thing. The moon continued to fly, and no one knew where it would go. The only thing that knew all this was the spirit of the base, but it has now entered a state of sleep. The surface world was not as lucky as the moon, nor was it as painful as the lunar base immigrants. They faced death head-on. Some of the old, weak, sick, and disabled eventually disappeared into the forces of nature. Those who are alive are praying. The legendary Great Flood is coming. Will Noah's Ark appear? Will even their spiritual sustenance come out to save the world? In the end, no one appeared. The ending of those who did not enter the inner earth was the same. That is, they were buried in the harm of nature. Inside the cave at the top of Gangfeng, everyone was shocked by the external forces. They no longer scrambled for those gems, emeralds, and precious metals, but fled deeper into the inner earth with their heads in their hands. If people die, what is the use of these things no matter how valuable they are? There was no more arguing outside. Yige, Elena, and the director guarded the children. Director, can you tell me those secrets now? Okay, maybe you should know too. However, I don't know where to start, because these things are too huge. You can only experience them yourself. Let's do this. Ask anything you want to know. Director, what is a reincarnator? Yige saw that Su Ying's face was solemn, so he added, Director, if this news makes you fall into a coma again, then let's not talk about it. I think I may come into contact with them in the future. No, but you have to be prepared. Maybe some things will subvert your cognition. Yige nodded heavily. Reincarnators are people who do not belong to this time and space. They come from other parallel time and space, but there is no prototype of him in this time and space, so we can appear in front of you, but we cannot change the trajectory of this time and space, otherwise we will be killed by this time and space. From the Big Bang, the singularity extends many lines, which can be called different time and space. On this line, we can only move along the line. That comes out of the singularity. We cannot go back to the past, but can only move forward along the line. This can be called linear increments. And the reincarnators are people who transcend these linear increments. Yige seemed to understand, and he couldn't help asking, Is Yi Xingqian a reincarnator? The director nodded. Then is my mother Lin Jing? The director nodded again. What about Elena? Okay, Yige, how long will you ask like this? In this cave, except for you, they are all reincarnators. Do you understand now? Yige looked shocked. He really didn't think about this. I always feel that everything I do is under the arrangement of others. Is it because of the reincarnators? Yige, don't be so depressed. At least you have changed a lot. Under your influence, their civilization in the cage world reached the early quantum civilization. Although it was still destroyed in the end, this is a change. Because in other time and space, the cage civilization was destroyed in agricultural civilization and was destroyed by natural disasters. In the new Earth world, the ability of serious immigrants to settle down is also a change. In the current civilized world, you can meet Qiong and keep the people who did not have time to migrate to the moon. This is also a change. Yige, we believe in you. Believe in what I am? We can't say. Do you have any other questions? Yige thought for a while and asked, Director, if the following question makes you uncomfortable, you can refuse to answer. I won't blame you. Okay, I know what you want to ask. Don't worry, I won't be torn apart by time and space again. Hearing this, Yige's eyes were full of anticipation. How much he wanted to know who did that thing. Chapter 94. Who was the killer? Yige, do you want to ask who was the one trying to assassinate you at the cave entrance? Yige's pupils dilated, and his arms trembled nervously. This was what he had wanted to know all along, and it was natural for him to be nervous at this moment. Director, could it be you? Since I'm going to tell you about this, there won't be any issues. Yige held his breath. Director Suing said, that person wasn't Mu Fei because Mu Fei isn't a reincarnator. Like you, if she died in this timeline, she's dead. Yige, you must understand one thing. Even if you break through linear incrementation one day, you won't be able to revive Mu Fei. Death is final. Resurrection is impossible. As she said this, Su Ying's gaze towards Yige softened, filled with the compassion and care of a mother looking at her child. Yige, that's why the Star Alliance's Eternal Life Project is a hoax. Live in the present and cherish the people in front of you. Otherwise, when you truly lose her, you'll regret it. Number 1, Number 2, Number 3. Why did they appear in this timeline? You should know the reason now, right? Then who is he? Someone you know. I can't reveal this person's name right now because it would alter the course of this timeline. Just remember one thing. Never trust anyone. Yige had no choice but to give up on the matter of the killer. He couldn't force it since the director was adamant about not revealing the information. Director, can I ask you a third question? Suing nodded, signaling Yige to speak. Is Yi Xingqian really my father? Yes. Why do you ask? Then why would he arrange for someone to kill me? What's his motive? Even a tiger won't eat its cubs, let alone Yi Xingqian, a scientist with great aspirations. Do you think this is true? Director, you're the person I trust the most. I need to tell you something. I can receive prompts from Number 2, Number 3, and Number 1. They once said, don't trust Yi Xingqian. He will kill you. At first, I thought the same as you, but considering the assassination attempt in the cave, I'm starting to believe that Yi Xingqian wants to kill me. Director Suing fell silent, contemplating these matters. I can't give you an answer. The road is yours to walk. It's never wrong to be cautious. Seeing that the director was very tired, Yige felt sorry for her. Director, please rest well. I don't have any more questions. Don't worry, I will meet Yi Xingqian, and I will ask him about this in person. All right, the path is still yours to tread. I'm a little tired. We're safe now, so let's rest for the night and continue our journey tomorrow. Yige watched the director lead the children to rest, then went with Elena to stand guard at the cave entrance. So you're all reincarnators. I really don't know what your purpose is for coming here. Yige, I'm useless. I can't remember my past life, and I can't help you at all. It's all right. The entire human civilization has been submerged under the sea. What good would it do even if we knew those things? I think the director is right. The road is mine to walk. Maybe I can rewrite the entire history of civilization, or perhaps I can rewrite the destiny of human civilization at a certain critical point. Yige, I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Elena's absolute trust in him touched Yige deeply. Yige, Is that thing following us? I don't know. Maybe it's not after us. Elena, you rest first. If I detect anything unusual, follow the plan I told you. Yige, I'm not tired. Why don't I watch over you while you rest? Why are you being disobedient so soon? I think you need a spanking. As he said this, Yige smacked Elena's butt. Yige, you're so annoying. All right, you rest now. Be good. Elena lay on Yige's lap and fell asleep peacefully. Before long, she was sound asleep. Yige noticed that after their intimacy, Elena seemed more and more like a real person to him. I wonder if Elena might be pregnant? This was a very troublesome thought. If Elena were pregnant, what would she give birth to? With the geomagnetic shift, the entire surface world underwent fundamental changes. The continents and oceans transformed, and except for those that had taken refuge in the underground world, there were no living creatures on the surface. Even marine life was almost extinct due to the changes in seawater pressure. Even more terrifying was that the North and South poles were exchanging positions at an extremely rapid rate. This could not be felt in the underground world. At this time, in the underground world, thanks to the Tree of Genesis, there was still a peaceful scene. The humans who had entered the underground world didn't know where to go or what to do. They could only move forward based on their instincts. They no longer dared to touch those glittering gems. Instead, they slowly discovered that anyone who picked up those gems would be mobbed by the crowd, even leading to large-scale brawls with countless deaths and injuries. The scene was very tragic. Yige sat quietly at the cave entrance, ready to kill anyone who dared to target them. At this time, there were no more humans at the entrance, and it was considered safe here. However, the air here was starting to get cold, and Yige had to increase the size of the torches. Yige looked at the torches in the cave, imagining whether Yu Mao, Yu Yi, and Di Hong would appear. Unfortunately, none of them appeared throughout the night. Perhaps these old friends will appear when I enter that game space again. It's a pity that everything of the surface civilization has been destroyed by natural forces. In the morning, everyone woke up, and Yige stretched his back and went out to find food. As the only adult male in the team, Yige naturally shouldered the responsibility of finding food, but he found no carbohydrate-rich foods like dried fruit within a radius of 1 kilometer. In the distance, there were some rustling sounds. Yige's heart rejoiced, and he chased after them. But when he got closer and saw what was there, he almost threw up everything he had eaten the night before. It turned out that some white mice were gnawing on carrion. Where did the carrion come from? Wasn't it from those greedy people who had been killed by even more greedy people and left by the roadside, only to become food for these animals? The species that had once considered itself at the top of the food chain was now being gnawed on by the very species they had been shouting and killing. This was just a cycle, a karma, not worthy of pity. Yige considered that there were still some biscuits in his backpack, so he turned back. Yige, come and have a biscuit. The weather in this inner earth is too cold. Yes, although it's already dawn, it's still pitch black. This is very unusual. There's nothing to eat around here. Let's pack up and leave quickly, and try to get to the Tree of Genesis as soon as possible. I've hidden some food there. If we're lucky, it'll be best to get there before we run out of food. If we can't make it, we'll have to eat these things. As he said this, Yige tossed over a live white mouse. Elena kicked the poor white mouse away. Yige, aren't you disgusting? Let me tell you, I'd rather starve to death than eat something so disgusting. Then we can't waste time. Let's hurry up and leave. The group headed towards the center of the inner earth. Chapter 95. Meeting Lin Feng again. After a night of rest, the director and the children were much more energetic, singing songs along the way as they headed towards the center of the inner earth. Mount Gangfeng, the sacred mountain on the high plateau, was the center of the surface world, but the center of the inner earth was near the Tree of Genesis, specifically around the Mariana Trench. In the surface world, it would take at least half a year, or even a year to reach such a distance on foot. But in the inner earth, it wouldn't take that long, only about 3 days. Yige's world was shrouded in darkness. If he wasn't mistaken, the entire land was covered by seawater. With no other choice, they had to bite the bullet and walk. The original underground rivers may have become unstable due to the geomagnetic shift, and some places had even dried up, revealing bizarre, potholed beauty like stalactites. However, Yige and the others didn't have time to appreciate it. They had to reach the center of the inner earth as soon as possible because their food supplies were running low. If they didn't reach the storage point at the Tree of Genesis within 3 days, Yige and his group would have no choice but to eat those white mice that looked so disgusting. Fortunately, they encountered no trouble in 2 days of travel. The deeper they went, the more suitable the temperature of the entire inner earth became, and the oxygen content in the air was the same as the surface world. The children were still singing and frolicking as they moved forward. Unfortunately, they had run out of food. If they couldn't find any supplies, they would have to eat the white mice. Director, you said they're all reincarnators. What's their purpose for coming to this timeline? I don't know, but it's not a bad thing after all. We can only take it one step at a time. Yige saw that Director Suing was lying, and he guessed the reason in his heart. Since the director said it wasn't a bad thing, then it wasn't a bad thing. That damn Zhang Fengyan, don't let me catch you. Or I'll definitely tear you into 2 halves. No, for halves. How dare you steal the Qingwan in? Elena complained. That person wasn't Zhang Fengyan. Elena, don't trust our eyes. Many times what you see isn't the truth. Elena, don't look at me with that strange look in your eyes. This is common sense, okay? Let me give you an example. If you were going to steal something, would you cover your face or act openly and honestly? Elena thought for a moment. I understand. Are you saying that he's trying to deceive us? But he appeared as Mu Fei at first, and only later did he become Zhang Fengyan. So that person must be Zhang Fengyan. You're still too naive, Yige. Yes, would a person not know a principle that everyone generally knows? We thought he was Zhang Fengyan, but the truth is, he's not. Because a person's eyes don't lie, and that person's eyes were different from Zhang Fengyan's. I can be certain of that. At Shanghai University, Yige had taken Zhang Fengyan's classes for 2.5 years, and he couldn't have known Zhang Fengyan better. Then why did you act like that? Elena suddenly realized something and quickly covered her mouth. Yige, were you deliberately paralyzing him? Yige didn't say anything and led the team to continue forward. Halt! The group came to a dangerous intersection. Someone had blocked it with stones and wooden stakes, and 2 burly men were standing to the side. Little bastard, didn't you hear me? Grandpa told you to stop. Are you deaf? Why should I stop? This isn't your home. What right do you have to stop me? From today on, we're the ones who make the rules here. If you're smart, hand over the things in your packages, and Grandpa can consider letting you pass. If you're a stubborn ox, see that? That's what'll happen to you. There was a ravine to the side of the road. It had been revealed after the underground river receded, only 2 or 3 days ago. It looked like a mass grave, showing how cruel the people in front of him were. The child didn't want to hand over the biscuits because it was his and the uncle's food for the next few days. It didn't matter if he didn't eat, but the uncle was injured, and if he couldn't replenish carbohydrates in time, he definitely wouldn't survive. No, we can't give it to you. The child's eyes were firm, and he looked at the 2 burly men, then turned back and carried a dilapidated homeless man lying by the side of the road. Come on, uncle. I'll carry you. I don't believe there aren't other roads here. This action completely angered the 2 burly men. What followed was a relatively cruel scene, and Yige and the others could no longer hold back. Stop. Are you even human? Human? I've had enough of being human. What's so good about being human? Every time I open my eyes, I have to work hard, make money, and pay off all kinds of loans. Now it's good. I've worked hard for half my life, and everything is gone. It's better to live so freely now. Ha ha ha, kid. If you have nothing to do, hurry up and pay the toll and get out of here. Want to meddle in other people's business? See over there? Grandpa has already found a tomb for you. Let them go. Yige's eyes were filled with bloodshot. He simply couldn't bear it anymore. These people had finally escaped into the inner earth and avoided the punishment of nature, but they were killed by their own kind. If the result was the same, what was the point of wasting the effort? However, survival was the instinct of all kinds of animals. Soon, the 2 burly men were subdued by Elena. You 2 help me clear the roadblocks. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you're a second late, see that? That's where your graves will be. These 2 didn't seem like the type to suffer immediate losses, and they quickly cleared the roadblocks. Heroine, are you satisfied? Not satisfied. We finished in less than 5 minutes, Heroine. Please give us a way to live. We promise we won't dare to do it again. As he said this, the burly man who had been arrogant and domineering knelt in front of Elena. I say, your watches aren't accurate. Okay, I gave you the opportunity, but you didn't seize it. You can't blame anyone else. You're playing us. I'm going to fight you. Bah, do you think trash like you is worthy? A cold light flashed, and Elena's figure moved with the cold light. The two burly men lost their lives in an instant, falling into the ravine, and were buried with the sins they had committed. Yige didn't say a word throughout the whole process. He knew deeply that these people deserved to die. Yige and the others were about to leave when the little boy grabbed his trouser leg. Big brother, can you save us? Please, save Uncle. But we don't have any food or medicine either. We don't have the ability to save you. Besides, we just killed people, and their accomplices definitely won't let us go. Are you sure you want to follow us? I know you're good people, and Uncle is also a good person. I won't follow you anymore. Please take care of Uncle, okay? Only then did Yige carefully stare at the uncle. This person was very familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. At this time, Director Suing came closer to observe everything. It's Lin Feng, what happened to you? The director recognized the person at a glance. Director, are you saying that this is Uncle Lin Feng? Good heavens, what a coincidence. Elena hurriedly squatted down. Yige vigilantly stared at the surroundings, his eyes like he could eat people. The people nearby no longer watched the excitement and hurriedly followed the main group to continue forward. Little friend, thank you. Welcome to join our team. Big brother, Uncle saved my life, and I've paid him back now. I'm going to follow the main group. Take care on your way. Yige knew that he had angered those people just now, and the news would definitely spread out. There were no walls that wouldn't let the wind through. If the little boy followed him, there might be endless trouble. So he took out the last bit of biscuits from his pocket and gave it to the little boy. All right, you take this. Go to the Tree of Genesis and wait for us. I'll take you away from this dirty world. Tree of Genesis? Yes, a very big tree. You'll see it when you get to the center of the inner earth. Yige bid farewell to the little boy and squatted beside General Lin Feng. Uncle Lin, what's wrong with you? Chapter 96. The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. The sloppy uncle in front of him was General Lin Feng, the commander of the Asian region of the United Allied Defense Force. If you didn't look carefully, this person was like a sloppy beggar on the street. At this time, Lin Feng was still unconscious. After Director Su carefully checked General Lin Feng, she found that General Lin Feng was not in serious condition. Yige looked at Director Su and at the other party's suggestion, he unhesitatingly took out the last of the dry food and fed it to Yige with clean water. Soon, General Lin Feng's body reacted. Uncle Lin, what's wrong with you? Water. It is said that TV series originate from life, and the first sentence a comatose person says after waking up is to ask for water. Yige gave the last wisp of water in the bottle to Lin Feng without thinking. Cough, cough. Uncle Lin, slow down. Yige helped Lin Feng sit on a stone beside him, constantly stroking Lin Feng's chest with his hand. Uncle Lin, are you okay? Lin Feng raised his head. His forehead was firmly occupied by 3 deep wrinkles, and his face was sloppy. Where was the style of the former famous commander? Yige, great. You finally escaped. What about the children? Are they all right? Grandpa Lin, what's wrong with you? We're all fine. Okay, very good. We are finally safe. Lin Feng's eyes were full of fear. Yige couldn't bear to ask more questions. So he and Elena lifted Lin Feng one before and one after and continued to the Tree of Genesis. Strangely, they never encountered roadblocks during the half-day journey. I'm hungry. Me too. One child shouted out, and the other children followed suit. Suing turned over the cloth bag containing food, which was empty, not even a trace of biscuit crumbs. What to do? Suing looked embarrassed. Put me down. I have dry food in my pocket, Lin Feng said at this time. But when he flipped through it from left to right, he couldn't see a single biscuit. His face was very ugly, and he fainted as soon as he got up. Yige hurriedly helped Lin Feng up and sat safely on the stone. I'm fine, just low blood sugar. Strange, I have 2 days of rations in my pocket. Why is there nothing now? Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of something. It's him. He must have stolen all my rations. Who? When you met me, was there a kid? Yes, he was afraid of burdening us, so he asked to leave with others. Before leaving, I gave him half a compressed biscuit, which should be enough to eat for a day. Damn it, Yige. We were all tricked by that kid. The rations on my body must have been stolen by him, so he slipped away before I woke up. Lin Feng coughed excitedly. Yige had to comfort Lin Feng. Uncle Lin, don't worry. Leave the food to Elena and me. Saying that, Yige and Elena looked at each other and left the crowd. Yige, are we going to rob? Hee hee. The reason why people are still people is that they can stick to the moral bottom line at this time. What's the difference between us robbing and those roadblocks? Then where are we going to get food? Don't think about letting me eat those dirty white mice. I really can't eat it. Don't worry, I have a good plan. Not far away, Yige heard the sound of water flowing. I hope he is lucky today and can catch a few cold water fish, so that everyone can have a full stomach. As long as they hold on to the tree of eternal life, everything will be fine. Yige was now glad that he didn't tell the little boy the location of the food. Otherwise, it would have been emptied by now. Soon, Yige brought back some fish, grilled them on the fire. The fragrance was full of flavor. Some hungry people gathered around and were unwilling to move. Elena's sharp dagger shone with brilliance, and these people did not dare to approach and could only look back 3 steps and continue to move forward. Lin Feng's body had a foundation in the first place, and after replenishing energy, he gradually recovered at this time. Yige, let's go quickly. After Lin Feng recovered, he opened the way in front, and Yige and Elena guarded the rear. After walking for about another day, when the few people were so hungry that their chests were pressing against their backs, they arrived at the center of the inner earth. That ancient sacred tree was even more upright, radiating light and illuminating the entire hall. Hundreds of thousands of humans gathered here. This was the last fire of human civilization. After Yige and a few people arrived, there was no place to stay at all. As soon as they arrived, they heard a familiar voice. Come on, stop them. This voice was that of the little boy. Ha ha ha, big brother, we meet again. I heard that you have food hidden here, so hurry up and hand it over. Yige saw that this person was the little boy from that day. The current little boy is not sloppy at all. He is sitting on a throne, which is the seat of Qiong, in the inner earth. Now the little boy is surrounded by everyone. Yige understood a lot. Was it a trick you set up that day? You are very smart. It was indeed a trick I set up. If I didn't, how would I know why your allied defense force led us to the inner earth? Do you know now? Of course, you have buried a lot of resources here. You are thinking that after the Earth's doomsday passes and the entire surface recovers its living environment, you will rule this planet. Is that right? We didn't think that way. But that's what you did. Yige was silent. Hee hee, it seems that I have hit you. Everyone go. Catch them. Force them to hand over the supplies. And then you will follow me to eat spicy food and drink hot food. And each of you will be assigned 10 women. Everyone rushed towards this side like crazy. Elena was agile, but she still couldn't stop these people from attacking desperately. Yige, what to do? Yige said to the little boy, Stop. Let's talk. Talk? What capital do you have to talk to me now? Yes, I have a lot of materials hidden here, and only I know where they are. If you plan to continue to use force, then I will definitely die unyielding. Aren't you afraid of death? Who in this world is not afraid of death? Of course I am afraid of death. My life is cheap, and it is dead when I die, but you are different. I believe that without these supplies, you will not be able to live at all. What do you think? Okay, what are your conditions? We will only take 40% of these supplies, and the rest will be handed over to you. Okay, deal. Yige and others were invited to the conference hall by this little boy. This place was where Qiong used to handle government affairs. Now it has been occupied by these robbers and made dirty and messy. Yige then realized that the person sitting on the throne was not a kid, but a dwarf. Through conversation, Yige learned that the dwarf's name was Manga, and he was the leader of these people. Yige stepped forward and saluted. Leader Manga, since we are all going to cooperate, we should strengthen our understanding. Stop talking nonsense. What do you want to ask? We met a team that was dressed the same as you, brave and mighty, in the surface world. Are they with you? Of course, our Star Beggars Alliance has always been invincible. It's lucky for you to be able to escape. Haha, if you saw our commander. Manga seemed to be frightened by something, and the words behind him were not said, and he sat safely on the throne. No matter how Yige asked, he would no longer speak. Are you annoying? If you keep asking around, do you believe that this commander will kill you with a knife? Yige stopped talking. He also sat quietly on the sofa. There were still many things that he had not figured out. The only thing that was clear was that the Manga in front of him was not the real commander, and the real commander was someone else. And that person is in the discussion hall. Yige swept over the petty bosses sitting opposite, thinking that the commander might be hidden among these people. But these people were sitting respectfully, like welcoming the leader to review. Do you have anything else to do? If not, you should rest first. Tomorrow you will take us to find the batch of supplies. If you know that you lied to me, I will let you know how many strokes there are in regret. Yige and others said goodbye. Before finding the supplies, Manga sent some food, which was left behind by the natives of the inner earth. Yige found a cave and settled the director and the children down. He was guarding the cave with Zero in his arms. Zero was still in a coma, and there was no sign of waking up at all. Yige, take a rest. I'll guard the door for you. Elena, our safety depends on you, so you must rest well now. We have a hard battle tomorrow. But, of course Yige knew what Elena wanted to say. Okay, that thing has never appeared again. You can rest assured, our current enemy is Manga, and we are safe before tomorrow. I will go to sleep after guarding the door for a while. Here, take this silly dog as a pillow. Yige threw Zero to Elena, and he sat at the entrance of the cave, looking at the displaced people. What are you daydreaming about? Lin Feng, after feigning sleep for a while, also came to the entrance of the cave. Uncle Lin, do you think it is right for me to bring everyone to the inner earth? Our human civilization should have been buried in the revenge of nature when that catastrophe came. Maybe that is our final destination. Yige, do you think that no other race's civilizations have been born during the billions of years of the Earth's birth? No, too many civilizations have taken root on this planet, but they all want to escape from here. Only our human beings do not have this idea. This is our real home. They should be grateful to be alive, but now it seems to have gone into deformity, but everything will be straightened out. What's going on with Manga? Uncle Lin, do you know? I found out some news. Do you want to know? Yige nodded. Lin Feng groped for a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Yige. Where did it come from? It was picked out from a pile of dead people. However, I buried it to save it from being eaten by wild animals, which should be regarded as revenge. Fortunately, Manga, the dwarf, doesn't smoke, otherwise, this thing would not be left behind. Uncle Lin, I dare not smoke. You should enjoy it yourself. Looking at this big front door, Yige saw Lin Feng engraving many bars on it. A dignified leader of the United Allied Defense Force, actually mixed up like you. Wouldn't people laugh to death when it's spread out? Hee. You are also the youngest genius architect. Aren't you also like this? We are each other. No one should say anything. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Nothing will happen tonight. Let's go out for a walk. Let's talk as we walk. Lin Feng got up and walked out. Uncle Lin, is it because you have encountered a lot of dangers and don't want the director to worry? I want to say, it is better for you two miserable Mandarin ducks to cultivate and achieve positive results as soon as possible. Do you still want to listen or not? Just worrying about it here. Yige made a face. Lin Feng said, after he left the cave, he was chased by the Star Beggar Alliance. At first, Lin Feng's purpose was to lead the other party away, but later he found that things were not moving in the direction he expected. These people had premeditated it. A small group of people were chasing Lin Feng from behind, and more people formed an encirclement against Lin Feng, forcing Lin Feng into a desperate situation like a pack of wolves driving prey. Lin Feng realized that it was too late to be fooled. These people rushed towards me regardless of personal life and death, wanting to capture me alive. Maybe the sky has eyes. This time Gangfeng actually broke out an avalanche. Therefore, I was able to save my life. When I woke up, I was pulled by a little boy. This little boy was Manga. It's strange to say that after meeting this little boy at that time, the people of the Star Beggar Alliance disappeared. Now I remembered that their purpose had been achieved. That is to gain my trust. Speaking of this, Lin Feng looked at Yige a little guiltily. Yige also understood. So, did you tell Manga about the large number of supplies hidden here? Hey, I thought you were all gone at the time, and I was like that again, being saved by someone, wanting to repay a little. I didn't expect to fall into the trap of these people. Uncle Lin, in fact, I didn't hide many supplies here. Maybe not as much as Manga has. What? No supplies? Then, what shall we do tomorrow? We don't care, but these children really can't die. They are too important. Is it because they are reincarnators? Lin Feng looked at Yige incredulously. How do you know? The director told me everything. Uncle Lin, anyway, we are going to die tomorrow. Tell me, what is the reason why these reincarnators came here? I can't say this. Why? I can't say if I can't say. Okay, Yige, you are also tired. Go back and rest early. Lin Feng left these words and walked away. Yige stared at Lin Feng's back. Hee, you would rather believe a small kid than believe me. Like you still say that you are good friends with my father. Yige shouted loudly, Uncle Lin, is Zhang Fengyan still alive? Lin Feng stretched out his hand and waved his arm. Yige didn't know if he didn't know, or he was not alive. Yige chased after him. Uncle Lin, tell me, is my teacher Zhang Fengyan still alive now? Yige, are you sick? Now the geomagnetic field is shifting, and the moon is out of orbit around the Earth. There is no connection with the Star League moon base at all. How would I know if he is still alive? Uncle Lin, it's not that I'm sick, it's that you. What's wrong with me? You kid, it seems that you will be good if you let Suing spank your ass. Okay, go back and rest. I have important things to deal with. What's the matter? Tell Manga? Yige, what are you thinking about all day long? It's not like you to be so suspicious. Okay, go back and rest. Lin Feng, it's not that I'm sick, but that you have a problem. Yige stared at Lin Feng. Chapter 97. The Mastermind Behind the Scenes, 2. Yige, are you crazy? I'm your Uncle Lin. What problems do I have? Okay, you're tired. Go back and rest quickly. Lin Feng's eyes shifted from sharp to gentle. Yige saw all of this. When Lin Feng tried to get closer, he decisively took a step back. Yige's suspicion of Lin Feng grew even stronger. He even felt that Lin Feng was the mastermind behind the scenes. Yige, what's wrong with you? Leaving aside the friendship between me and your father, don't you trust me after so much revolutionary friendship between us? Of course, I definitely don't believe you now. Why? Because you are the real commander of the Star Beggars Alliance. Uncle Lin, stop pretending. They have told me everything. Manga is just your little brother, and you are the real helmsman. Yige's eyes were full of vigilance, fearing that Lin Feng would launch an attack on him at this time. Obviously, Yige wasn't ready at this moment. Hee, how did you find out? Yige didn't expect Lin Feng to admit it. Yige, you guessed right. It's a pity. Smart people don't live long. Lin Feng whistled. Yige knew something bad was coming. Just as he was about to run, he found that he was surrounded by people from the Star Beggars Alliance. Yige, why are you doing this? Just now, wouldn't everything be fine if I let you go back to rest? Now you have to force me to tear my face. Why are you doing this? Uncle Lin, it turns out that you are really the mastermind behind the scenes. Why are you doing this? Why? Hee, what do you say? Lin Feng came menacingly to Yige. Lin Feng grabbed the clothes on Yige's body, and he couldn't move at all. At this time, Lin Feng glared angrily, with a blue face and fangs. Then I will tell you why. Yige, hand over the Qingyuan in your hand. Uncle Lin, you have been working so hard for that wall-breaking fighter. You can just tell me directly. Why make it so bad? Would you give it to me if I asked you for it? That's for sure. However, that wall-breaking fighter is no longer in my hands. Now, I don't have the opportunity to give it to you even if I want to. At this time, you still dare to play with me. Yige was thrown to the ground by Lin Feng, and then he was surrounded by Lin Feng's men. Hit him. Okay, Yige, to be honest, I really can't bear to hit you with your delicate skin and tender meat, but you always like to play tricks on me, so you can't blame me, right? Tell me, where is that plane? Uncle Lin, it's really not in my hands. Yige coughed. You let them release me first and I'll tell you. Humph, I guess you don't dare to play tricks on me. Yige also knew that he couldn't play any tricks at all at this time. At this moment, he hoped that Elena would not come out, but take the director and the children and leave quickly. Uncle Lin, I really didn't lie to you. After you left that day, your people rushed into the cave. Of course, thanks to the traps you arranged, we blocked for a while, but later those traps were useless. Yige, you kid, stop playing tricks on me. I know you are stalling for time, but do you think your little thoughts are useful in front of so many of us? Indeed, in the face of absolute strength, the plan will be so pale and powerless. Yige said, Uncle Lin, I think the people under your command have reported the situation in the cave to you at that time, so I won't go into details with you here. After your people left, that ghost helicopter appeared, and they pretended to be Mu Fei to assassinate me. If it wasn't for the director's rescue at that time, I would have died at this moment. Later, they threatened me that as long as I handed over the Qinghuanin fighter, they would let us live. So, the fighter is not in my hands at all now. You mean that the ghost helicopter recorded in Yi Xingqian's notebook is the mysterious fuel helicopter from hundreds of years ago? And Mu Fei snatched the Qinghuanin fighter. How is this possible? Yige, I think you're itching for a beating and want to be beaten again. Lin Feng, I'm telling you the truth. Nonsense, Mu Fei is dead. How could she appear? She is not a reincarnator at all. If she dies in this world, she will die. Hee. The whole world is only you fool who believes in the Star Alliance's Eternal Life Project. Ha ha ha. You are a pitiful bug. Yes, I'm a pitiful bug. The woman I love the most is dead, and the best friend of my father is going to kill me. I'm a pitiful bug. Lin Feng, who told you that Mu Fei snatched the Qinghuanin? It was Zhang Fengyan who snatched it. Zhang Fengyan? Lin Feng murmured. Suddenly his eyes sharpened, staring at Yige. You mean Zhang Fengyan of the Star Alliance? Your teacher Zhang Fengyan? Wait a minute. You asked me this question. You asked, is Zhang Fengyan still alive? You started suspecting me from that time? Yes, Uncle Lin. I said if you said you wanted Qinghuanin earlier, I can give it to you earlier. You went around such a big bend but ended up with nothing. What are you trying to figure out? What are you trying to figure out? Yige, since you have already discovered my abnormality, why didn't you expose me at that time? You must know that I was very weak at that time, and you could have killed me completely. Yige underestimated Lin Feng a bit now, and he was still acting at this time, and he was still testing. However, Yige didn't plan to answer Lin Feng any more questions anyway. He was telling the truth, but Lin Feng didn't believe it, so he couldn't help it. So, Zhang Fengyan controlled the second wall-breaking fighter, and Dr. Zhao has entered the Eye of the Devil. Now the Star Alliance lunar base has broken away from the lunar silicon-based base. What does Yi Xingqian want to do? Yige, do you know? Uncle Lin, there is no need for you to test me anymore. I asked you before, will Yi Xingqian kill me? And you said no. Now I don't know what the Star Alliance wants to do. By the way, they revealed a piece of information. What news? That is, Yi Xingqian did not return to the past. He went to a more advanced time and space, where he established an organization called the Star Chain. This is all I know. Okay, now even if you kill me, you won't be able to get that fighter. Damn it. This Zhang Fengyan is too hateful. However, you want to enter the Eye of the Devil, but I have a way. What way? When Qiong led the silicon-based people of the Inner Earth to leave here, they did not use wall-breaking materials either. They entered the Eye of the Devil together as a group of people. That time, I asked her why she took her tribe to die, but she said I didn't understand yet. I will understand when I reach your level. Uncle Lin, this is why I want to follow you to Gangfeng. Okay, now you can tell me what your purpose is. Yige was looking forward to Lin Feng's answer. Chapter 98. The Mastermind Behind the Scenes, 3. Qiong said that I can understand why she did that when I reach her level. Then I know what to do. Yige, you take them away. The further you go, the better. Are you really so kind? Yige, there doesn't seem to be any hatred between us, does there? I didn't assassinate you like Zhang Fengyan did, and I just wanted to get that wall-breaking plane. Lin Feng, are you still hiding something from me? From the beginning, you didn't plan to believe me. Maybe because I am Yi Xingqian's child, and you are not Yi Xingqian's friend at all. The relationship between you should not be so good? Lin Feng looked at Yige in surprise. I don't want to answer this question. Maybe, you have already told me the answer. Okay, I will leave. Good luck. After finishing speaking, Yige walked towards the cave. At this time, Elena had returned to the cave. Yige, you are back. How is it? It's as we guessed. Yige sat at the entrance of the cave, and he greedily breathed in the air. I'm too tired. You guard the entrance of the cave for a while. I'll take a rest. At this moment, Yige trusted the director and Elena the most. Yige came to a clean and flat slate and lay down. He fell asleep in a short while. Yige had a strange dream. That is, when Yige was 5 years old, Yixingchen did not leave him at all, but he was kidnapped. As for the person who kidnapped him, Yige only remembered that the person was wearing a veil and couldn't see his figure. When he was a child, Yige was often bullied, and at that time a girl would always come out to protect him. Here, wipe your nose. You know how to cry when you are bullied. Remember, crying can't solve the problem. If they dare to bully you again, you will hit them. If you can't beat them, you will run. But don't be silly and try to resist, understand? Yige nodded. Mu Fei, you are so kind. Hee, how do you know my name? What's your name? My name is Yige. It turns out that your name is also Yige. Hee, what a coincidence. I have a younger brother whose name is also Yige. Come on, I'll take you to meet him. Yige followed Mu Fei and came to an orphanage. Director, I'll tell you some interesting news. This child's name is also Yige. What a coincidence, don't you think? Mu Fei is good. Go and see if Yige has woken up. Suing dismissed Mu Fei and then looked at Yige, stroking his head with her hand, her eyes full of love. Yige, we meet again. Again? Director, do you know me? Or do you regard me as that Yige in your room? Hee, naughty. Okay, we don't have much time left. Ask whatever you want to ask. Here you can ask me any questions without any scruples, because this is not your time and space. Hearing this, Yige couldn't help but shiver. Is this the real world? Yes, otherwise why would you be cold just now? Are you just wasting time like this? I remember you had a lot of questions at the beginning, hee. These words made Yige surprised again. Since this is the real world, what about the world where he is? Compared to this question, Yige wanted to know the next question more. Director, what number is the Yige in the orphanage now? Well, you are number 4, and he should be number 9. Have I already died? Yes, the mission in your time and space failed due to some factors, so you may really have died. Yige, do you have any other questions? We don't have much time left. Director, I want to ask one last question. Did Mu Fei live in the end? You are really an affectionate kind. Elena is not enough, and you are still thinking about Mu Fei. Yige, people die when they die. Just like the Mu Fei you saw in this time and space, is she still your Mu Fei? So, give up on that eternal life plan, and it's best not to touch the AI body. Otherwise, you will really be in a lot of pain. Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to load yourself with such a heavy burden? Director, I got it. Speaking, Yige turned around and was about to leave. Yige, don't you want to know who killed you? Is this interesting? I'm tired of so many missions. So, I can spoil you a little bit. The one who killed you is actually... The director's voice stopped abruptly, and she seemed to have seen some pictures that shouldn't be seen. Okay, I won't say it. Let him go. I really didn't expect you to be so cruel. Yige bowed to the director. Thank you for raising me. Hee, when did you become so sentimental? The director's expression also returned to the usual calm and breezy. And Yige's body also turned into a faint starlight at this time. In the stone cave, Yige woke up. Was that a dream? If it was too real. It seems that someone is going to kill me today, but who is the one who wants to kill me? Yige was thinking that it would be great if number 1, number 2, or number 3 could give him a little hint at this time. It was a pity that these were all extravagant hopes, and Yige also understood that maybe they were not optimistic about him either, and want to lay out number 5 or even number 9 in advance. Bah, I am myself, your grandfather, I am Yige, and I cannot be replaced by anyone. Damn, don't you like numbers? When I have children, I will name him Yige, so that you all can be my sons. Yige teased himself and felt much better. Elena secretly slipped out according to the plan when Yige was talking with Lin Feng, and at this time she took out the biscuits. They only had so little stored in the tree of life, which was not enough to share at all. Fortunately, Yige revealed the bottom line to Lin Feng yesterday. So Manga did not come to make trouble for Yige and others this morning. However, the people from the Star Beggar Alliance still called Yige and his party early, because Lin Feng was determined to go to the Eye of the Devil. Combining with yesterday's dream, Yige guessed that the person who wanted to kill him was Lin Feng, and he became vigilant from the beginning. The Eye of the Devil, that mysterious spiral pattern, was constantly rotating, as if it was explaining some mystery, but no one could guess it. Yige, did Cheong walk in like this? Yes, if you don't believe it, I'll walk in and show you. Obviously, Lin Feng didn't want to hide it now. Behind him was Mingya, wearing a brand new clothes, which made him look like a gang boss. Hee, of course I believe you. In this world, you are the person I trust the most, without exception. No matter how decorated. These words were so false that they could not be more false. Yige was not a fool and of course knew it. You, go in and try it. As Lin Feng's words fell, a person appeared in the crowd. This person Yige was very familiar with. It was the commander of the United Defense Force who separated from them that night. It seemed that they had found the entrance to the inner earth long ago. In other words, Lin Feng had planned this plan a long time ago. It seemed that he was still too young. General Lin Cheong expressed his position earlier. One person going in is death. By the way, they formed a sphere with 60 people at the beginning. You can try it. Hearing this, that person hesitated. He looked back at Lin Feng. But Lin Feng wanted to kill people with his eyes, so that person had to bite the bullet and rush in. Not surprisingly, the man died. Okay, my mission is completed, believe it or not. Speaking, Yige turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute, you can't leave yet. General Lin, what do you mean? You promised me yesterday that you would let me leave. Hee, can't I regret it now? Lin Feng still hadn't made up his mind to enter the Eye of the Devil, and he took the team back to the Tree of Life. Yige, you better not play tricks. Hee, you are a despicable villain. Whatever you say, but I thought of a good plan again. So you can't leave. Leaving you is still very useful to me. In this way, Yige and others were locked in that cave, actually being monitored. Director, is Lin Feng really your first love? How could he even imprison you? How would I know? The director now wishes she could beat Yige. This kid opens which pot and mentions which pot. Chapter 99. Unmasking the Mastermind, 4. The peace of the night allowed Yige to think through many things. Lin Feng was definitely not as simple as he seemed, and neither were these so-called reincarnators. When Yige entered the cage world, he was called a traveler. Now it seemed that the reincarnators and travelers people spoke of were the same thing. After thinking for a while, Yige gave up, mostly because he was too sleepy. The night passed peacefully. Yige didn't enter that dream again. When Yige woke up, Mingya was waiting for him, but he was holding a rope in his hand. Without having to guess, Yige knew that rope was for him. Sure enough, Yige and Elena were tied up. Perhaps General Lin Feng was thinking of old times, so Director Suing and the children weren't tied up. Soon, Yige and Elena were tied to crosses, and they were pulled to the Eye of the Devil in rickshaws. Yige didn't know what Lin Feng wanted to do, but he was certain it was nothing good. He might even die today. But Yige didn't want to die. He had too many mysteries to solve and hadn't seen his parents yet. Wouldn't it be pathetic to die like this? However, he couldn't do anything right now. The rope was binding him so uncomfortably. Listen up, everyone. The door in front is called the Devil's Gate. That's how it's recorded in our ancient books. Through this door, we can time travel. Do you want to leave this timeline and go to a more beautiful, prosperous, and civilized new timeline? There's endless food, houses that you can't finish living in. You can lie down, lean back, curl up. You can go on a trip that you can just pick up and leave. You don't need to work. All of this can be realized. Tell me loudly, do you want it? It had to be said that Lin Feng's appeal was so strong. He had successfully aroused people's desires. Yige felt like his eardrums were going to be shattered by this earth-shattering want. Good, I know you want it. Not only do you want it, I want it too. But the reason why this Devil's Gate is called Devil's Gate is because if we go in alone, we will definitely be crushed into pieces by the powerful curving force. Do you still want it? Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone wanted to get rich overnight, but it would be unwise to do something knowing you're going to die. These people weren't stupid. They were waiting for Lin Feng to say what he was going to say next. General Lin, it's not that we're afraid of death. Please tell us the second method? Right. Hypocrisy. Everything was so grand, but no one knew what these people were really thinking. Lin Feng saw all of this. Yige met Lin Feng's eyes and felt a hint of ruthlessness. He's finally going to make a move on me. That was what Yige was thinking. Just like those hypocritical people, as long as Yige didn't say it. So what if the other person guessed? he would deny it anyway. This second method lies in Yige. How is that possible? He's just a kid. How could he have a way to get through the eye of the devil? Why isn't it possible? His father is Yige. Yige is the greatest scientist right now. The famous Star Alliance was founded by Yige, and Yige had foreseen today's existence. So he hid two fighters that surpassed technological civilization in the Star Alliance. Those are the wall-breaking fighters. One of them was stolen by Yige's lackey, Dr. Zhao. Now Dr. Zhao has passed through the eye of the devil and entered a more developed technological society, enjoying the benefits of a high-level civilization. Does it piss you off? Passerby A. That's too hateful. Passerby B. Yes, that's not fair. Passerby C. Absolutely not allowed. That was the effect Lin Feng wanted. Shoo. Lin Feng made a gesture to silence everyone, and the entire plaza instantly quieted down. There's another playing. Guess who has it? The whole scene started to get chaotic again. Under Lin Feng's guidance, all the contradictions pointed towards Yige. Yes, you guessed right. That last fighter is on Yige. Do you want to leave here? Do you want to go to a higher level of civilization to live a happier life? Want? The earth-shattering voice crashed down. Then tell me what to do. With his brief words, Lin Feng made Yige the target of public criticism. Yige wanted to resist, but his hands were tied tightly. The more he struggled, the tighter the ropes became. He could only surrender. Uncle Lin, help me. Ha ha ha, what? Do you want to die faster? Uncle Lin, don't joke around. Help me untie it. Untie it? Okay, then hand over the Qingwanin fighter. I don't have it. Let me go first. You'll have it once I let you go? Lin Feng, I think you're getting senile. How many times have I told you? The Qingwanin was stolen by Zhang Fengyan. If you have the guts, go ask him for it. Yige was helpless. No matter what he said, it seemed like Lin Feng wouldn't believe him. Sigh. Yige sighed inwardly. He stole a glance at Elena, hoping that Elena could save him. However, that hope was very slim. Elena had been knocked unconscious by something. Yes, if Elena hadn't been unconscious, she would never have allowed him to suffer this torment. But he couldn't fully accept her. Perhaps if he had met Elena earlier, the result wouldn't have been like this. Suddenly, Yige wondered if number 1, number 2, and number 3 had also thought this way. Hee, living in the present is easy to say, but it's really hard to do. Lin Feng turned to look at Yige. What are you laughing at? Am I laughing? No. Why don't you do it like me and see if you can still laugh? Yige, I'm giving you one more chance. Are you going to hand over the wall-breaking fighter or not? Uncle Lin, I've said it so many times, that fighter isn't with me. Even if you kill me, I can't get it out. Then I'll kill you. Hearing this, Yige closed his eyes. But after waiting for a long time, that final strike didn't come. When Yige opened his eyes, Lin Feng was nowhere to be seen. Just as Yige was wondering where Lin Feng had gone, a commotion came from a distance, and then a figure was thrown in front of Yige. Yige, is this him? Did he steal the wall-breaking fighter? Zhang Fengyan, it's you. Give back my wall-breaking fighter. Chapter 100, Revealing the Abnormality. Yige was suspended high in the air. Uncle Lin, please let me down. I can't see clearly like this. I can't confirm if it's him. The him Yige spoke of was Zhang Fengyan from that day. When he assassinated him that day, Yige didn't examine him carefully. He only suspected that the person might not be Zhang Fengyan, because the wall-breaking fighter was given to him by Zhang Fengyan. If he wanted to take it for himself, he wouldn't have been so redundant as to give the wall-breaking fighter to him in the first place. Lin Feng was helpless. With a wave of his hand, Yige was released. Uncle Lin, why don't you do good to the end and release Elena too? Why should I? What relationship does Elena have with you? Why should I release him? Stop dawdling and quickly see if this person stole your wall-breaking fighter. However, I can tell you the truth. This person isn't Zhang Fengyan. Yige pretended to step forward to observe, and then exclaimed, Uncle Lin, don't fool me. This person is Zhang Fengyan. The furious Yige stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Fengyan. Bah, you think a thief like you can be a scientist? Don't say it's me. Even a dog, even Lin Feng looks down on you. Yige took the opportunity to curse Lin Feng as well. After all, the current Lin Feng made Yige feel like he wasn't even as good as a dog. Yige, watch your mouth. How can you insinuate General Lin like that? Did I? I didn't. Manga came over and gave Yige a chance. Yige took the opportunity to grab the wall-breaking fighter from Zhang Fengyan's button and came in front of Lin Feng. Uncle Lin, it's this Zhang Fengyan who stole my wall-breaking fighter. I can swear to God that if he doesn't hand over the Qingwanin, you should beat him to death. A shameless person like this is not worth pitying even if he's beaten to death. Okay, then what are you still standing here for? Why don't you go back? Go back? Uncle Lin, why don't you be a human being? You want to hang me back up after you're done using me? Humph, even if you get the wall-breaking fighter, you won't be able to use it. I'm saying the ugly words up front. All right, let's wait and see. Yige was hung up hard amidst Lin Feng's loud laughter. Yige cursed loudly. Perhaps he had cursed enough, so he stopped. He didn't say much more. Yige, save some energy. Let's take the opportunity to escape. Elena, you're awake? Yes, keep your voice down. Yige, director just contacted me. She said she would find a way to get us out. You calm down first and save some energy. Yige became honest. At this time, Lin Feng was torturing Zhang Fengyan. Although that person looked very much like Zhang Fengyan, as Lin Feng said, this person was indeed not Zhang Fengyan. Yige had known this long ago. You're very brave, huh? Playing the praying mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You're still too green. Where's the wall-breaking fighter? Hand it over quickly. You're stubborn, huh? Then let you taste the appetizer of the United Defense Forces treatment of enemies. Lin Feng waved his hand, and those beggar-looking people stepped forward and dragged Zhang Fengyan towards a large jar. Soon, there came a pig-slaughtering-like roar. In the end, that person couldn't hold on. Hand it over. I'll hand it over. Stop torturing me. I've had enough. You're not human at all. This person handed over the model he had prepared to Lin Feng, and he also revealed his true face at this time. Lane? Yige saw clearly that the person who wanted to assassinate him and steal the Qingwanin wall-breaking fighter was actually Lane. How was that possible? Yige had recommended Lane to Qiong, which allowed this kid to go from a low-level sleeper to the most dazzling high-ranking official of the Inner Earth clan. But now it was this kid who came to assassinate him. Lin Feng also recognized this Earthling, your Lane? Didn't you Earthlings all evacuate through the eye of the devil? Why are you still here? Lane had no strength to speak, and he drooped his head, panting heavily. Lane, I'm asking you, why didn't you leave with Qiong from the Inner Earth? Lane recovered some strength. Bah, why should I tell you? Okay, you have backbone. I like Earth Silicon people with backbone the most. It's really rare. Lin Feng ordered again to drag Lane away. Before he had gone far, Lane started howling again. Wrong, I was wrong. I admit my mistake. This time Lane became respectful. Yige heard Lane recounting the reasons from afar, and he finally understood why Lane had to go to such lengths to steal his wall-breaking fighter. It turned out that although Qiong appointed Lane as the Minister of Finance, she didn't train him as a direct descendant at all. When the Inner Earth clan was about to leave, Qiong arranged for Lane to be on the outermost periphery. Under this circumstance, Lane had no chance of surviving. So, Lane slipped away while the main group wasn't paying attention. He followed Yige and came to the Taklamakan human base and survived by using his years of experience as a sleeper. Everything that happened after was done by Lane. Yige couldn't wait to kill Lane at this moment. Unfortunately, Lin Feng beat him to it. All right, you can go die. Lin Feng even threw the Qingwanin pendant onto Lane's body. This wall-breaking fighter was just a replica. A figure like Lin Feng wasn't so easy to deceive, and Yige had had physical contact with Lane just now. The Qingwanin wall-breaking fighter was now on Yige's body. It was impossible for Lin Feng to not suspect this with his IQ. Lin Feng walked straight towards Yige. Kid, you're not honest. You're not as simple as you look on the surface. Are you going to take it out yourself, or am I going to force you? Lin Feng's words were already very clear. Yige wanted to continue pretending, but Lin Feng didn't give him that opportunity. Yige, think carefully before giving me an answer. Otherwise, you know the consequences. That's Elena, right? I even presided over your wedding, so you're a smart person and should know what to do. Lin Feng, you bastard. You want to use Elena to threaten me? Okay, you win. Lin Feng stretched out his hand. Since that's the case, then hand it over obediently. I can, but you have to promise me one condition. Otherwise, it's impossible for me to hand over the wall-breaking fighter. Yige's attitude was also tough. All right, I promise you. Yige and Elena were untied. Elena stopped pretending to be asleep. She pulled out her dagger and held it in front of Yige. Let's see who dares to hurt Yige. What a loving couple. However, I won't hurt Yige, as long as he gives me what I need. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of Elena. Instead, he gradually approached Yige. Elena also knew that it was impossible to end the battle with Lin Feng in a short time, and once she was entangled by Lin Feng, then Yige would be in danger. She communicated with Yige with her eyes. Yige nodded to Elena. Take the time to save the director. Don't worry about me. I'll find a way to escape. Chapter 101. Unveiling the Anomaly, 2. Yige, what will you do when I'm gone? Don't worry. Lin Feng won't do anything to me before he gets what he wants. Elena still felt uneasy, but if she couldn't find the dean and the children right now, even if she took Yige away, it wouldn't work. Knowing Yige's personality, he would definitely come back. With that thought, Elena left alone. Uncle Lin, what are you doing? You already got the wall breaker. Why did you give it back to Ryan? Yige, don't play dumb with me. I don't have time for your nonsense. If you're smart, hand over that wall breaker right now. Uncle Lin, don't accuse me. I haven't even seen the wall breaker. At this point, Yige got emotional. Instead of trying to escape, he directly confronted Lin Feng. Uncle Lin, are you trying to frame me? Everyone just saw your commander get the wall breaker and kill the guy who stole my fighter jet. Now you're asking me for it? That's ridiculous. If you ask me, that's the clever part of your commander's plan. What's it called? Shifting the blame. Uncle Lin, let's be honest. You're trying to hog the wall breaker for yourself, aren't you? Do you even care about giving your brothers a chance to survive? Yige had finally seen through human nature. These people talked about brotherhood, but deep down, weren't they all just trying to survive? If they didn't have that thought, they would have perished during the cataclysm. It seemed Yige had guessed right. Yige could clearly sense that the once solid ranks were starting to whisper amongst themselves. These rumors, as always, began to grow in the telling. Yige, you're asking for death. Uncle Lin, are you trying to send your brothers to their deaths? The scene became even more chaotic, which was exactly what Yige wanted. Just as Yige was about to turn and run, Lin Feng grabbed him tightly. Kid, I told you, my patience is limited. If you don't hand over the wall breaker, I'll have no choice. Don't blame me. Once Lin Feng had Yige pinned, he quickly stabilized the situation. You damn mongrels, fooled by the words of a child. Then Lin Feng yelled at Mingya. What are you good for? I'll give you 1 minute to calm these people down, or I'll be the first to throw you into the devil's eye. It was the first time Yige had seen Lin Feng like this, a hideous, murderous demon. Was this really the Lin Feng he knew? What had happened to him? Before Yige could think further, his arm was almost twisted into a pretzel. Pain. A sharp, piercing pain shot through Yige's body. He could clearly feel the pain. Then he lost all sensation from the neurons in his left arm. Are you going to hand over the wall breaker or not? Okay, I'll get it. Hearing that, a look of relief washed over Lin Feng. Why? No one knew. Lin Feng restored Yige's arm. Good, now give it to me. Yige was about to speak, but saw Lin Feng's brow furrow. Now is the time to hand over the wall breaker, since Lin Feng couldn't control it anyway. Ryan was a good example of that. Yige knew the wall breaker's secret. Once someone obtained the highest control authority, it couldn't be released unless they died. That's what Yige had done in the cave. But the wall breaker had a bug. After releasing authority, the recipient had only one chance to control it. That's the only reason Ryan hadn't entered the Devil's Eye. Ryan couldn't pilot the wall breaker into the Earth's core. Even though the core was vast, the opening at Gangfeng was small. Ryan didn't know how to properly use the wall breaker, so he wasted his only chance. Ryan wasted his chance, and his life along with it. Yige's thinking was the same as it had been in the cave, so he generously handed the wall breaker over to Lin Feng. Uncle Lin, if you want it, just take it. Why make such a scene? Humph, you're not that kind. Come on, cancel its authorization. Uncle Lin, you're accusing me. I gave the highest authority to Ryan. I think you can release it by putting the real wall breaker on Ryan's finger. Which finger? How would I know? You can try them one by one. Lin Feng turned and walked towards Ryan's body. He didn't want to hear any more of Yige's nonsense, and he was glad he hadn't burned Ryan's body and fed it to the dogs. Uncle Lin, I've already told you the method, so can I ask you another favor? Spit it out. Can you let me and the dean go? Lin Feng stopped walking. He turned to look at Yige. Yige looked back at Lin Feng. He saw a trace of surprise on Lin Feng's face, followed by reluctance, and finally, struggle. But, fortunately, Yige got his wish. All right, after I've tried it, I'll let you leave with Suing and the children. Lin Feng turned to Mingya. Tell the brothers to stop harassing Elena and quickly release her. I'm going to lead you to do something big. Mingya disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yige was stunned. The old fox had been holding back. When Lin Feng tried the ninth finger, Yige quietly released control of the Qinghuan In, giving Lin Feng one chance to pilot it. The enormous Qinghuan fighter jet appeared beside the square. Fortunately, it was spacious enough that it didn't crush anyone. Uncle Lin, I'm leaving now. Yige turned and left. Elena whispered, Yige, did you really hand over the Qinghuanin? How are you going to revive Mu Fei? Yige gestured for Elena to be quiet, then whispered, This isn't the place to talk. Let's get out of here. Lin Feng has really gone mad. Yige didn't understand Lin Feng's actions. Though restricting his freedom, he didn't want to kill him. To find out Lin Feng's purpose, he could only take it one step at a time. Soon, Yige and the others escaped the central area of the Earth's core, then circled back to the Devil's Eye. Yige, what are you doing? Elena, I'm going to take back the Qinghuan. You protect the dean and the children. Elena didn't ask why. Instead, Dean Suing whispered, Yige, don't do anything foolish. You handed over the control authority. How can you possibly take back that aircraft that surpasses current civilization with those hands? Yige looked at the dean, the person closest to him, and didn't hide anything. Dean, the highest control authority of this aircraft can't be released once it's bound, but I can authorize people to use it. Each authorization gives only one chance to pilot it. So, there's no way Lin Feng can get control unless… Yige, unless what? Suing seemed uneasy and anxiously asked, Yige, don't do anything foolish. Dean, don't worry. Unless I die, the highest control authority of that fighter jet can't be cancelled. Yige focused on observing what lay ahead. As expected, Lin Feng led his Star Beggar Alliance to the Devil's Eye. It was clear to everyone he intended to use the Devil's Eye to reach another time. The wallbreaker was parked in the distance, and Lin Feng wanted to give one last pep talk. Yige was too far away to take back control. He could only try to move closer. Yige, I'll go with you. No. Elena, your mission is to take care of the children and the dean. I don't trust you to go alone. Elena insisted on going with Yige. He almost agreed, but the dean interrupted him. Yige, why don't I go with you? Dean? Yige, don't worry. With me there, Lin Feng won't dare do anything to you. Without waiting for Yige to agree, Dean Suing started crawling forward. Yige had no choice but to follow. Before leaving, he reminded Elena to take good care of the children. They quickly reached a large rock, an excellent hiding place. It was just the right distance from the wall breaker and perfectly blocked their view. Just as Yige was about to regain control of the wall breaker, he felt a chill down his back. A dagger was pressed against his back. It would pierce his heart, killing him instantly. Yige couldn't believe it, but it was true. The person he loved, respected, and trusted the most had stabbed him. The dagger was plunged into his heart. Why? The dean pushed Yige from behind the rock. Lin Feng was also shocked. You're crazy. Why did you kill him? Without this, we'll never gain control of the wall breaker. Now, you can get the highest control authority of this aircraft. Suing, you're insane. Have you forgotten why we're doing this? Aren't we doing all this to protect this kid? But you want to kill him. What's the point of all this? Lin Feng, since when have you been so sentimental? Hurry up and go. Yige lost consciousness and lay quietly on the ground, a dagger in his back. How ironic. In the distance, Elena went mad. No. Yige. No, you can't die. I'm going to kill you all. I'm going to kill everyone in this world. You're all evil. You all deserve to die. Elena ran straight to Yige and held him tightly, crying uncontrollably. Linfeng and the dean boarded the wallbreaker and left the Earth's core. They entered the Devil's Eye, just like Yi Xingqian had vanished. No one knew where they went. The empty Earth's core was left with only the old, weak, disabled, and some members of the Star Beggar Alliance who maintained order to prevent looting and killing. No one dared approach the Devil's Eye anymore. Because Elena had gone mad. She had completely lost her mind, killing anyone she saw. Time passed. Elena, still holding Yige, ran towards the Devil's Eye. Yige, let's go. Let's leave this filthy society. They're too cruel. Stealing is one thing, but why kill? The light faded. Elena was desperate, so desperate that no words could describe the feeling. She held Yige and walked into the Devil's Eye. Human flesh and blood couldn't withstand the powerful centrifugal force of the time-space distortion. Entering would only result in being torn to shreds. Since Yige was dead, Elena couldn't live alone. Perhaps there was still love in the world, but it would never belong to her. Strangely, after Elena entered the Devil's Eye, the Earth's magnetic field completely stopped moving. The Earth's surface was engulfed by an endless ocean. What was once east became west. Ocean currents resumed their movements. Years passed, and the world recovered its vitality. But it no longer belonged to the humans of the past. Those humans were now forced to live in the Earth's core, fortunate that this land was like the surface, with faint light and comfortable air. The only good thing was the lack of so many surface disasters. Elena held Yige tightly. After a while, an expression of disbelief appeared on Elena's face. She clearly felt Yige twitch in her arms. Is this a delusion? If it is, I really hope it's real. But Yige remained motionless. The enormous crushing force started tearing apart the massive objects that had mistakenly entered the Devil's Eye. There was no shelter left. Elena held Yige tightly. Yige, I'll never appear again. You're my only husband. Since fate likes to play with me, then I'll end it with this joke. At this time, Yige moved again. Then, the clothes on Yige's body tore. No, don't. Elena cried. If this continued, Yige would really be torn to pieces. As expected, but also unexpectedly. The jade pendant and the dagger on Yige's body protected him, one in front and the other in back. Then they transformed into a capsule hull. If Yu Mao or Yu Yi were there, they would recognize it. It was a unique product of quantum civilization. The capsule sphere sucked Elena into the inner chamber and disappeared into the distance. When the capsule sphere reappeared, Elena had fainted. They lay on the grass. Under the blazing sun, vultures circled, unsure if the two were dead. They cautiously approached, but still couldn't be sure. One vulture, driven by hunger, swooped down. Before it reached Yige and Elena, it slammed on the brakes. For the first time in its bird life, it had seen a zombie. But it was too late. It crashed into the grass and lay motionless, becoming lunch for its companions. Cough, cough. With a violent cough, Yige finally woke up. Chapter 102, Age of Crisis, 1. Elena, are you all right? Yige gently called out to Elena, the woman who loved him most in his life. Elena gradually woke up, and the moment she opened her eyes, she jumped up excitedly. After confirming she wasn't dreaming, she picked Yige up and hugged him. Great, Yige, you didn't die. Elena didn't care about anything else. Yige's bare body was enveloped by Elena's warmth. This time he still instinctively refused. Elena, I'm sorry. Yige, I'm willing. Why are you like this? I don't care if you have someone else in your heart. A man should have a broad mind. This made Yige a little embarrassed. In the distance, the ground shook, as if a large animal were migrating, which gave Yige a chance to escape Elena's embrace. Yige was a normal man. First, he made a skirt from the soft cattails on the ground, then fashioned shoes for himself. Bare-chested under the sun, he looked quite masculine. Sure, come with me. Yige pulled Elena towards a large tree on the other side. Then, Yige saw what was approaching them. A group of wild men riding mammoths. Yige's heart sank. Elena, look at that. Mammoths. Yige. These things have been extinct for 10,000 years. Could it be that we? Yige didn't answer. He knew that by using the Devil's Eye, they had really gone back in time, at least to 10,000 years ago. If Yige remembered correctly, Mammoths lived from 3 million to 10,000 years ago. Of course, that was just a guess from the people in Yige's time. How could anyone know for sure? Perhaps it was just another pseudo-proposition, like time itself. The natives riding the mammoths chattered. From their mouth shapes, Yige guessed some of what they were saying. They were looking for him. There were traces of their activity on the grass. In general, anyone who wasn't an idiot could find them by following the flattened plants. Yige had once read in an ancient book that ancient humans had smaller brains, so they were less intelligent than modern humans. That was obviously nonsense, because Yige saw that those people were rushing towards them. By the time Yige wanted to leave, it was too late. Yige looked up and saw that they were surrounded by ancient humans. Yige and Elena exchanged glances, instinctively looking for a chance to escape. To their surprise, the wild men didn't tie them up. Instead, they spoke in a language Yige couldn't understand and knelt down. Yige knew he was safe for the moment, so he didn't try to run. Yige wanted to communicate with the wild men, but he couldn't. Yige, try using this. Will this work? Yige looked at the item Elena handed to him. His jade pendant? Does it have a simultaneous translation function? Yige was clearly overestimating his jade pendant, because when Yige spoke, the ancient people still couldn't understand. But Yige could clearly feel that the ancient people had become even more humble. They pressed their hands together, treating Yige like a god. Yige, don't you think this jade pendant is a little mysterious? Mysterious? I've had this since I was a kid. What's mysterious about it? Oh, I remember. This thing was put in a prison space. That's where I got it. But these ancient people seem to worship your jade pendant. Huh. Hearing that, Yige was curious. Were these ancient people really as Elena said? Yige raised the jade pendant. In the sunlight, it gleamed gold. The wild men prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces filled with reverence, bowing to the jade pendant. Yige felt it wasn't right to let the wild men keep kneeling, so he put away his jade pendant and gestured for them to stand. But they didn't understand. So Yige knelt on the ground and then stood up. The wild men understood. They brought 2 mammoths. Unlike their mammoths, the seats on these were carved from ivory, with huge leaves providing shade. Though primitive, they were much nobler. Yige and Elena were brought before a huge mountain. There was a spacious platform on the mountain, surrounded by a wooden fence. Inside the fence were scattered mud and wood huts. When the people saw Yige and Elena returning on mammoths, they shouted and prayed. Yige's heart tightened. Did they know he was coming? It felt the same as when he had entered the prison space. Soon, someone who looked like a shaman from a historical drama walked up to Yige. He respectfully bowed and mumbled something. Yige couldn't understand anything they were saying. However, it didn't affect their treatment. The wizard led Yige to a cave. The cave was huge and filled with mammoths. Yige and Elena were assigned to live there. Elena, you guessed wrong this time, didn't you? This is where livestock live, Sai. Hee, having a place to live is good enough. I don't want to live in those mud houses. They might collapse when it rains. All right, when in Rome. Yige wandered through the mammoths when he suddenly ran towards the stone wall of the cave. The walls had writing on them, ancient hieroglyphs. Yige was majoring in computer architecture, but thanks to Dean Su-ing, he also had a deep understanding of ancient hieroglyphs. Yige suddenly remembered that he had been assassinated by Su-ing. Elena, come here, I have a question for you. Thinking Yige had made a new discovery, Elena ran excitedly to his side. Yige, did you find some treasure? Yige's red, swollen eyes startled Elena. Yige, what's wrong? Nothing. Yige composed himself and asked, Elena, was it Dean Su-ing who assassinated me? When Dean Su-ing stabbed Yige, he couldn't accept it and instinctively chose to forget. Then, he entered the devil's eye with Elena and gradually regained consciousness. Yes. From the bottom of her heart, Elena didn't want to lie to Yige. Okay, I understand. One day I'll find her and ask her why. Okay, Yige, aren't we alive now? Look forward. Maybe. Never mind. As long as you're happy, I'll support whatever you do. Yige nodded. He knew he was at least 10,000 years away from that world. Thinking too much was useless. Yige looked carefully at the writing on the wall. From here, Yige learned a lot. The land where he was called Shijo and was on the western edge of the world. On this land was a sacred mountain called Kunlun. an enormous mountain range inhabited by gods. These gods could fly in big birds, making a huge roar when they flew. One of these gods came down from the sacred mountain and told the people living on this land that a divine envoy would come in the near future, and he would lead everyone into the sacred mountain and live peaceful lives. The other content was just bragging about that god. Yige was too lazy to translate it all, but at the end of the murals was the message Yige wanted. It was about the jade pendant he held. "So, I'm the divine envoy." Yige scoffed. Then, he suddenly remembered a question and quickly read the flattery again. Why is he everywhere? Yige finally knew who the god was. It was his deadbeat dad, Yige. Soon, the wild men brought some fruit and water, as well as a lot of bloody, raw meat. Don't you have cooked food here?" Of course, the wild men couldn't understand, so Yige wrote his meaning on the ground. When they saw it, they also drew on the ground. From the exchange, Yige learned a lot, most importantly that they did have fire, but they could only find it when it rained. Then they could have a delicious meal. It wasn't that they didn't like cooked food, but that they didn't know how to preserve fire. Yige and Elena simply ate some fruit to replenish their strength, then asked why they were assigned to live in this cave. Only strong, mighty, and noble creatures could live in the cave. Soon, Yige mastered the pronunciation of these words and could speak the ancient language. But why do these elephants live in the cave too? Are they noble too? The servant laughed loudly. These elephants have nowhere else to live. They asked the gods and were allowed into the cave. At first, Yige thought these people had seen the gods, but later he realized it wasn't like that. Their so-called permission from the gods was like the Fujianese asking Mazu. Yige could imagine this scene. "God, we want to put these elephants in the cave. If you don't say anything, we'll take it as your consent." Yige told the story to Elena. Elena looked at the wild men, then at the elephants and laughed. In the evening, the platform at the entrance of the cave was full of people, men and women. Led by the wizard, they sprinkled water with leaves on Yige and Elena. They danced and sang, giving their best wishes to Yige and Elena. The night sky was bright. The night was as bright as day. The high wizard shouted that this was good luck that the divine envoy had brought them. Everyone danced and sang until late at night. As the moonlight wind rose, they crawled into their mud tents and rested. But Yige couldn't sleep. He looked up at the moon and thought of his friends in the Star Alliance. I wonder how Zhang Fengyan is doing now? Yige didn't know that the lunar base was drifting in the endless universe like an abandoned child. No one knew where they were going. Although there were nearly 100 million humans in the Star Alliance base, their numbers were rapidly declining because they had become fuel for the base. Yige didn't know that the Star Alliance base was now controlled by humanoid AI robots. Zhang Fengyan, I hope you're still alive when I see you again. Yige was just deceiving himself. The wind blew, bringing a hint of cold. Elena held Yige's arm tighter. Yige felt heat in his chest. He instinctively thought Elena's hand was up to no good again. As he tried to take her hand away, he found it was the jade pendant he had with him. The jade pendant was hot, as if something were calling him. Yige moved Elena's hand aside and got up. He took the jade pendant and went to the cave entrance to see where it was calling him, but as soon as he reached the entrance, the pendant lost its signal. Yige had no choice but to return to the cave. He found the high wizard walking towards him. Divine Envoy, is something troubling you? Yige was now familiar with this title. Just like being called Traveler in the prison world and the New Earth world, it was just a name. Was he really a god? That was ridiculous. Yige knew there were no gods in this world. If there were, perhaps they were just civilizations that transcended this dimension. Like the Trisolaran civilization. Were they gods? No, like us, they were ants in the face of higher civilizations. Yige shook his head. I can't sleep. Maybe I'm not used to it. The High Wizard saw that Yige was always looking at the moon. Is the Divine Envoy's friend on the moon? Hee, would you believe me if I said yes? The High Wizard nodded reverently. If I told you that in my world, the moon would leave us, would you believe me? The High Wizard's pupils widened. He knelt on the ground. Divine Envoy, did you really give us back the moon? We are grateful for your greatness. What do you mean? Yige pulled up the High Wizard. Before the Divine Envoy arrived, we hadn't seen the moon for 1,000 years. 1,000 years? How long have you been alive? Yige couldn't believe his ears. Thanks to the blessings of the gods, I have lived for 1,500 years. I saw the moon when I was a child, then the moon seemed to disappear and never came out again. Now that the divine envoy has come, the gods have returned the moon to us. Yige was a little incredulous. He didn't say anything. He needed to sort things out first. What if the High Wizard was a liar? Yige now completely remembered the saying, "Don't trust anyone." If he had really listened to those words, he might not have been assassinated by the dean. He didn't die, which was fortunate. You should rest. I'm also a little tired. Yige turned and returned to the cave. Tomorrow, he would definitely go out and see what this Shijo was really like. Chapter 103, Age of Crisis, 2. The next day, the sun shone on the high mountains, but the cave where Yige was remained dark. The wild men woke up and began to work. Their work was to pick wild fruits and hunt, unlike the distant eastern countries that engaged in agriculture. Elena was already awake after a night's rest, but Yige was still fast asleep. A foxtail waved at Yige's nostrils, like a silky, enjoyable ear cleaning. Achoo! Yige sneezed and finally woke up. Elena giggled beside him. Yige was in a good mood too. Let's go exploring today. Yay! Yige, I love you. Elena kissed Yige on the cheek and ran out excitedly. After experiencing life and death, Yige still had Mufei in his heart, but he had gradually accepted Elena. After this wormhole incident, Yige still hadn't returned to that moment, perhaps related to this. Yige borrowed 2 mammoths from the High Wizard, and he and Elena headed for the distant grasslands. The weather was nice today. The sun shone over Shijo, at least as far as Yige could see. From the murals, he knew this was where the sun set, so it was called Shijo. In Yige's impression, or in the impression from the classic of mountains and seas that he had read in a previous life, the far west was a desert, the Africa of our memory. But the Shijo before him was not like that. Before Yige was a vast green plain, at the end of which were towering mountains. Yige knew that might be the sacred mountain in the murals. Although it was visible, it was very far away. It would probably take hundreds of mammoths running day and night to reach it. In the distance was a dense forest, full of life. Just as Yige was about to become poetic and write a song, the jade pendant on his body called out again. Elena, let's go to that forest? Elena always supported any decision Yige made. Only someone as lucky as Yige would have such a good woman. Soon, the two came to the depths of the forest. A large river ran through the forest. The water was clear and not too deep. The mammoths happily played in the water. At that moment, rapid footsteps came from behind them. Yige looked around but saw nothing unusual. But when Yige looked back again, the sounds came again. Elena! Yige called out. Elena also sensed that something was wrong. Pretending to play with Yige, she focused her attention on the forest behind Yige. There! Elena drew her dagger and ran quickly towards the depths of the forest. Yige rode the mammoth closely behind her. Soon, Yige caught up with them and saw their faces. These people were different from the people Yige had met when he first arrived. Their skin was much darker, and their bodies were all black except for their teeth. In this dense forest, you couldn't tell whether they were people or shadows. These people didn't seem to want to be enemies with Yige. They tried to dodge Elena's attacks without retaliating. Elena, they don't seem to have any bad intentions. Hearing that, Elena stopped attacking. She hadn't gotten any advantage in fighting them, so she protected Yige. Seeing Elena stop attacking, the black-clothed people approached Elena and Yige, led by their leader. Elena pulled out her dagger. She would not allow Yige to be harmed in any way. The wild men got closer. If you dare come any closer, ask the dagger in my hand whether it agrees. These people couldn't understand Elena's language, but they could sense her emotions. The leader raised his hand, and the men quickly retreated behind him. The leader walked forward alone and stood beside Yige. Who are you? Why did you enter the forest? Would you believe me if I said we came to play? Yige saw surprise on the leader's face and his white teeth. You can understand our language? Would you believe me if I said I just learned it? The leader obviously didn't believe him. Their language was the oldest and most noble on this land. How could anyone learn it in a day? It was hieroglyphs from the sacred mountain. However, the facts were before him, and he had to believe it. You can call me Blackfeather. May I know your name? From Blackfeather's tone, Yige clearly felt hostility and vigilance. It seemed he was right to come to this forest. The secret that the jade pendant was leading to might be with Blackfeather. I am called Yige, and this is my friend. You can call her Elena. We are travelers, and we're simply interested in this forest. Blackfeather didn't seem to believe Yige's explanation. No, you are a member of the High Wizard's tribe. You lied to me. As Blackfeather spoke, the dark-skinned tribe members raised their spears at Yige. The spears were made of bronze, tied to branches with hemp rope. It was high-end weaponry. Perhaps only the wealthy members could wield these spears. Most people held wooden sticks, stones, or even animal bones. But whatever they held, their goal was the same. They didn't welcome Yige. Yige knew this very well. He wasn't stupid. It was clear to anyone. Blackfeather, we did come from the High Wizard side, but we don't have bad intentions. We only arrived in Shizhou yesterday. I can swear that to the sun. Yige guessed that humans in this era had a natural worship for the elements. So he made up a vow to the sun, and the effect was too great. Blackfeather first knelt to the sun, then stood up and looked at Yige. Yige couldn't see hostility in Blackfeather's eyes. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard Blackfeather speaking. Blackfeather said that they were a tribe protected by the sun god, and had lived in this forest for generations. The color of their skin was the best proof. It was their tribe's unique mark. They rarely left this forest, but now they had to. Yesterday, Blackfeather and his people saw a shooting star. They thought it was a blessing from the sun god, and all the tribe members prayed sincerely. But the shooting star had actually landed. Blackfeather said it was an ominous sign, because that night, an evil moon appeared in the sky. Yige was shocked. These people called the moon an evil moon? Then were they going to be eager to destroy him? After all, Yige guessed that the shooting star and disaster Blackfeather spoke of referred to him. Chapter 104, Age of Crisis, 3. As expected, Blackfeather had guessed everything. Yige saw a trace of ruthlessness in Blackfeather's eyes. He exchanged a glance with Elena, and they prepared to run. In fact, Blackfeather was conflicted. If Yige was the disaster star, how could he dare to swear by the sun god? Was he not afraid of being destroyed by the sun god? Blackfeather's tribesmen thought so too. Yige, are you the disaster star? Blackfeather, the shooting star you mentioned yesterday was probably my aircraft, and I only arrived in this land yesterday. From the High Wizard, I learned that the moon rose when I arrived. I don't know what your tribe has against the moon, so I can't answer your question. But you should have the answer now. Yes, we have the answer. How about this? Give me some time and we'll discuss it. Under Yige's gaze, Blackfeather and his tribesmen went deeper into the dense forest, where there was no sunlight. Blackfeather and his tribesmen completely disappeared into the darkness. Yige didn't wait long. Soon, Blackfeather and the others returned to Yige. We've discussed it. You shouldn't be the disaster star, but the divine envoy they talk about. We are willing to believe you. Believe me? This time it was Yige's turn to be confused. Yes, believe you. There are many tribes living on the vast land of Shizhou. They either worship the sun, the moon, the mountains, the lakes, the seas, or various plants and animals. But these people all have one common belief, the gods of Kunlun Mountain. Because the gods we worship all come from Kunlun Mountain. The High Wizard calls me Divine Envoy. Yige thought that since his identity had been guessed, he might as well admit it openly. Anyway, it was just a name, not the real Divine Envoy. But if Blackfeather had excessive demands, such as performing divine magic, Yige would definitely run. Now can you tell us the purpose of coming to this forest? It seemed Blackfeather didn't believe he was just here for fun. Yige didn't want to reveal anything about the jade pendant. He just didn't make a habit of showing off his wealth to strangers. We just arrived in Shizhou and planned to go to that mountain, but we stumbled into this forest. Blackfeather, can you do us a favor and send us back to the High Wizard's tribe? I think the High Wizard must be anxiously waiting for us now. So you really didn't come for the shrine? Shrine? What's that? Yige suddenly became interested, and Blackfeather didn't seem to be hiding anything. He stared at Yige for a while, nodding his head continuously, and began to explain. From Blackfeather's words, Yige learned that there was a shrine in this forest. This shrine enshrined a female deity, and their tribe's mission was to guard the shrine for generations. 1,000 years ago, there was another tribe in the forest, the Shadow Tribe. They were very fast and only moved at night. They worshipped the moon, which was in direct conflict with the Black Feather Tribe's beliefs. Yige, familiar with scientific and technological civilization, knew that the moon also shone with sunlight, but in this almost primitive society, they didn't think so. Therefore, the Shadow Tribe and the Black Feather Tribe were natural enemies. The Shadow Tribe's goal was to destroy the shrine because they wanted to covet the treasure below the shrine. 1,000 years ago, the Shadow Tribe and the Black Feather Tribe began a long war. Of course, the final result was that the Feather Tribe won. Since then, the Shadow Tribe has disappeared from this forest, along with the moon they worshipped. Now, Yige's arrival meant the Shadow Tribe had reappeared, because Yige had brought the moon back. This sounded far-fetched, but Yige knew that was how it was in this world. Here, technology was not developed, and some unexplained natural phenomena were often thought to be the work of gods. Yige listened to the whole story. Black Feather, are you telling me this story because you want me to fight the Shadow Tribe? Yige, I think you misunderstood. My idea is simple, to take you to the shrine. Why? Because you are the divine envoy. Yige didn't keep up with Black Feather's pace. Black Feather took a few steps, turned around, and stopped when he saw Yige didn't follow. Black Feather, do you hate the High Wizard's tribe? Yes, but that doesn't affect me taking you to the shrine. Why? Would you believe me if I said it was love at first sight? Yige was speechless. Did primitive societies also believe in love at first sight? Yige, taking you to the shrine is between you and me attacking the High Wizard's tribe is between me and that tribe. What? Yige stopped his mammoth. He was shocked. Black Feather, are you using me? Black Feather spread his hands, indicating he didn't understand why Yige was asking that. Black Feather, I respect you as a hero. If you want to control me and stop me from returning to the High Wizard's tribe, I think you miscalculated. I, Yige, am not so easily controlled and used. Then, Elena pulled out her dagger. Black Feather laughed. Yige, my divine envoy, I have already made it clear that taking you to the shrine and attacking the High Wizard's tribe are not the same thing. Well, I understand now. If I don't make things clear, I don't think you will come with me. Yige didn't answer. He was waiting for Black Feather to explain. Black Feather explained. Yige, I suddenly found that you look like someone, like the deity in the shrine. That's why I want to take you to the shrine. Of course, the more important reason is that the Shadow Tribe has returned. After 1,000 years of fighting, our lineage has been weakened and can no longer protect the shrine. I want you to take away the treasure in the shrine. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Yige pondered for a while. I can promise you, but you must also promise me one thing. Okay. Aren't you going to ask what it is? Is there a need? It's nothing more than something related to the High Wizard's tribe. Black Feather, you are very smart. Yes, you can attack the High Wizard's tribe, but you must not harm women and children. How about that? Yige, you may have just arrived in Shizhou and don't understand the customs here. In Shizhou, we never kill children in tribal warfare, but women are property, the foundation of a strong tribe. We won't harm them either. So, I promise you that. Yige's heart was relieved. He didn't have much affection for the High Wizard's tribe. Preserving the lives of the children and women was a kind of protection. As for the feud between the Black Feather tribe and them, Yige didn't want to get involved. All right, I'll go to the shrine with you. At this time, the jade pendant in Yige's arms heated up again. Yige was sure that the mysterious power must be in the shrine. Chapter 105, Age of Crisis, 4. The shrine in Shizhou was different from the shrines in our impression. Its surroundings were similar to a terrace structure with a spacious platform on top. On the platform was a stone house, which should be the shrine that Black Feather mentioned. This should be a pyramid, right? Elena was also impressed by the magnificent building in front of her. Yige was also very curious. The construction technology of the High Wizard's tribe, who lived on the grasslands, was so incomplete. But the Black Feather tribe's pyramid was so majestic, as if it wasn't from this era. Yes, this is a pyramid. It looks more like the ruins of the Mayan civilization we saw in South America. Yige, didn't you say that Shizhou is present-day Africa? How did it become South America again? This world is really chaotic. I don't know. Yige and Elena looked at each other, then stopped talking. They rode on the mammoths and headed for the gathering place of the Sun Tribe. Blackfeather's tribe wasn't far from the shrine. Soon, the group arrived. Having probably received the message in advance, an elder of the Blackfeather tribe was standing there to greet Yige. From this person's dress, Yige guessed that this person might be the priest of the Blackfeather tribe. Unlike the High Wizard, this priest wasn't easygoing, and his expression was very serious. Blackfeather stepped forward and said something to the priest, and they both looked in Yige's direction. Soon, Blackfeather signaled that Yige could enter the tribe. Yige, let me introduce you. This is our prayer god priest. Prayer god, this is Yige. He is a divine envoy. Prayer god wasn't as excited as the High Wizard. Instead, his eyes were full of vigilance. Yige didn't know the reason. Divine envoy? So you came from Kunlun Void? Prayer god, Yige didn't come from Kunlun Void. He came from the shooting star yesterday. Shooting star? So you brought the evil moon? Prayer god took a step back and told the tribesmen to surround Yige and the others. Capture him. He is the one who brought the evil moon again, bringing us to the brink of war. Yige and Elena were surrounded, and the mammoths were restlessly moving about. The whole scene was chaotic. Then Blackfeather ran out and stood between the tribesmen and Yige. Prayer god priest, what are you doing? Blackfeather, get out of the way. I want to capture Yige. Only in this way will we have a chance to defeat the Shadow Tribe. Prayer god, I am the tribe leader here. Do you not even listen to me? Are you trying to rebel? Or have you been colluding with the Shadow Tribe for a long time? These words carried a lot of weight. Prayer god priest knelt on the ground, expressing his loyalty to Blackfeather. Yige saw a trace of ruthlessness in his eyes. It seemed this guy didn't intend to let him go. He needed to be careful later. All right, prayer god. I said that Yige, the divine envoy, is not an enemy, but our friend. Blackfeather walked toward him, and Yige saw remorse in Blackfeather's eyes and gave him an affirmative look. Yige, don't worry. As long as I am the tribe leader, no one here can hurt you. Okay, I believe you. Although Yige said that, he was already on alert. This was not a place to stay for long. Blackfeather invited Yige to sit down in the village, but Yige refused. Blackfeather, I said I came to the forest to explore, so we should take advantage of the good weather to walk around and learn more about the environment here. Seeing that Yige's attitude was so firm, Blackfeather had to give up. But prayer god blocked Yige's path again. Blackfeather, we can't let them go like this. They must give us an explanation today. Prayer god, are my words useless? Or do you want to become the tribe leader? Blackfeather's patience had reached its limit. This prayer god had repeatedly offended him by using his identity as a priest, and now he dared to openly challenge him. As he was about to attack prayer god became even more arrogant. Blackfeather, although you are the tribe leader, I have communicated with the sun god today, and he wants to punish Yige. Prayer god, you are going too far. How did the sun god know Yige would come to the tribe? Yige thought that the Blackfeather in front of him was a simple-minded guy. It was obvious that prayer god was setting a trap for him, but he was still stupidly walking into it. Since the matter was caused by him, he couldn't ignore it. But now was not the time to act, so Yige chose to remain silent for the time being. Yige quietly observed. From prayer god's eyes, Yige saw joy at his success. Prayer god raised his arms and shouted, "The great sun god is omnipotent. He had foreseen this day, so Yige must be punished." Blackfeather understood that prayer god was talking nonsense, but the tribesmen were sincerely kneeling. He couldn't shake the foundation of his rule. After all, his position as tribe leader was appointed by the sun god. This was similar to the divine right of kings. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, prayer god began to sing and dance around Yige. He uttered obscure but high-sounding spells, and his whole body trembled as if he was possessed by a god. His acting skills were definitely comparable to those of East King Yangshuoqing. Prayer god came to Yige. Tell me, how did you bring the evil moon? How did you bring these misfortunes? Yige spoke in the same way as prayer god priest. The great sun god knows everything. He must know why the moon came. Doesn't he, prayer god priest? Prayer god frowned. He didn't expect Yige to know his tricks, and instead turned the tables on him. Of course I know the reason, but I want to give you a chance. I hope you cherish it. But remember, if you have any lies, I will know immediately. At this moment, Prayer God was the sun god. There was nothing wrong with saying that. Prayer God had used this trick many times before, and it had always worked. This time, Prayer God thought it would be no exception. Oh, I don't need this chance. Since you are the sun god, then tell everyone how the evil moon came. Prayer God priest was embarrassed. If he knew, would he still be pretending to be a ghost? Now he was in a difficult situation, and his hatred for Yige became even stronger. Prayer God had been a swindler for many years. His whole body shook, and he lay on the ground. The tribesmen gathered around Prayer God, and when he stopped moving completely, they lifted him up. What just happened? Priest, you just communicated with the sun god. What did the sun god say? The great sun god said that Yige brought the evil moon. He must stay in the tribe, otherwise it will bring endless disasters to the tribe. The person speaking was Prayer God's follower, named Suifeng. It was a good name, but this person was not very good. From the moment Suifeng opened his mouth, Yige knew what this guy was going to say. Prayer God pretended to be enlightened. He didn't pay attention to Yige, but went straight to Blackfeather. Tribe leader, what do you think of the sun god's meaning? Prayer God priest, I said that Yige is a friend of our sun tribe. He has his freedom, and no one can interfere. But the sun god. Prayer God priest deliberately looked embarrassed and hesitated. All right, I agree to stay in the tribe. Until you find out the truth. Yige, you don't have to do this. I, Blackfeather, am still the one who makes the decisions in this tribe. Yige was grateful to Blackfeather, but he had to stay because the people of the High Wizard tribe had been captured by the Sun tribe and were being escorted to the entrance of the village. Now, he had no choice but to stay. Chapter 106, Age of Crisis, 5. At this time, the tribesmen sent out by the Sun tribe returned, elated and dancing in a victorious manner. Following behind the Sun tribe were the Wizard tribe. Their expressions were generally numb, their eyes hollow, as if waiting for the arrival of the final moment. No, it shouldn't be the final moment, but more like they were used to it. That was Yige's feeling. Balu, you did a good job. Looking at the crowd behind him, Black Wind felt this was a fruitful harvest. Their tribe would definitely grow stronger. Prayer God was silent. He gave Suifeng a look, and the latter immediately understood what to do. Blackfeather tribe leader, is this Yige also from the Wizard tribe? There was nothing wrong with these words, because Black Wind and the others knew that Yige came from the Wizard tribe. But these words were not the same for the Wizard tribe. Yige saw Suifeng grinning at him and instantly felt bad. As expected, what Suifeng said next made the people of the entire Wizard tribe look at him as if they wanted to skin him alive. Blackfeather tribe leader, you are so wise. If you hadn't become friends with Yige early, we wouldn't have achieved such a great victory. Ha ha ha, yes. Tribe leader is wise and powerful. Prayer God praised Blackfeather for the first time, but his eyes were filled with schadenfreude. The scene was chaotic. Seeing Yige embarrassed, Prayer God priest couldn't have been happier. Enough. Balu, hurry up and take them down. Leave the women behind and send the children back. Remember, don't treat these children as spoils of war in the future, understand? Although Balu didn't understand Blackfeather's meaning, he followed Blackfeather's instructions and took these people down. Prayer God priest snorted and left. Yige, I'm sorry you had to see that. Blackfeather, thank you. Yige thanked Blackfeather. Yige, you don't have to thank me for letting those children go. This is our rule of the jungle, a law set by the gods of Kunlun Void, and everyone must abide by it. Blackfeather welcomed Yige into his big tent. Yige looked around and said, Blackfeather, your sun tribe is very talented in construction. It's so much better than the Wizard tribe. Hee, you make me a little embarrassed. In this big tent, Blackfeather let down his guard. In his words, the Blackfeather here was the real Blackfeather. By the way, we'll enter the shrine this afternoon. Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from outside, like the sound of a house collapsing. It's okay, Yige. You just praised our architectural talent. These houses are like people. They can't stand praise. A house has collapsed again. When Yige followed Blackfeather to the collapse point, Prayer God was already there. This is the disaster brought by the evil moon. These words were a bit far-fetched, but when they came from Prayer God priest, they were so convincing. Not because he had a good eloquence, but because he sometimes represented the sun god. Yige stepped forward and saw that it was clearly because the beams weren't fixed properly that caused the whole house to collapse. Why was he being blamed for everything? Yige didn't know where he had offended prayer god priest. Why was he always targeting him? Seeing Yige being bullied, Elena was furious. She pulled out her dagger and wanted to kill prayer god priest. Prayer god priest seemed to have been prepared. The strong man behind him blocked him. Elena, stop! Yige shouted at her. Blackfeather, don't you have mortise and tenon joints or iron nails? You just tie these thick woods with ropes, and they can't bear much pressure at all. Blackfeather was thinking about what Yige said, but prayer god priest answered. Yige, stop shirking responsibility. We have never heard of mortise and tenon joints, and we don't know what iron nails are. What are these things? Stop confusing people here. Prayer god, I have a way to make these houses stronger. I wonder if you are willing to bet with me. What do you want to bet? If the house I build can bear the weight of 10 men, then you must not stop me from entering the shrine. Shrine? You actually want to enter the shrine? Impossible. Yige didn't expect prayer god to refuse directly. Yes, only priests and tribe leaders can enter the shrine. Other people who enter without permission will offend the gods and bring ominous omens. He really came to harm our tribe? Yes, we must not let his scheme succeed. Blackfeather stood out, and the whole tribe immediately quieted down. According to me, if Yige can bring us stronger houses, then that is the greatest blessing to our sun tribe. Yige is the divine envoy of the wizard tribe, but he should be the divine envoy of the entire grassland. Yige looked at Blackfeather with gratitude. Yes, he was a divine envoy, and his status was higher than those priests and high wizards. They could enter the shrine, so why couldn't he? Thinking of this, Yige couldn't help but admire Blackfeather's ability. One sentence made him invincible. What was the evil moon he brought? What was the disaster he brought? Damn it, he was the messenger of God. Would God bring disaster to his people and believers? For the first time, Yige felt that his father Yixingchen had done something right. At this time, prayer god didn't dare to refute. If he refuted the divine envoy, then what was his priest? Yige, can you really reinforce the house to withstand the weight of 10 men? Of course. What if you can't? What do you say? If you boast, I will judge you on behalf of the sun god and punish your sins. Do you agree? It works. Yige directed the strong men of the sun tribe to punch holes in the wooden stakes, which confused the entire sun tribe, especially prayer god, who became even more proud. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Even good wood cannot be strengthened, but you are chiseling so many holes in it, like it was eaten by insects. How can it be strengthened? Come on, set up a pot. I want to punish this divine envoy who only talks big on behalf of the sun god. However, Yige ignored prayer god and chiseled the wood according to his own ideas. Soon, these woods took shape. After that, Yige directed these strong men to put the triangular beams on the wooden house. Under Yige's repair, the original house was finally restored to its original appearance. Prayer god turned around the house, his eyes full of disdain. Is that it? Of course. You can personally choose 10 strong men to climb to the roof. Prayer god waved his hand, and Suifeng led 10 strong men to climb onto the roof. It seemed everything had been prepared. The thing that disappointed prayer god finally came. The 10 strong men climbed to the roof, and the house was extremely strong. If it had been before, not to mention 10 people, even 2 people couldn't bear the load of the house. How is this possible? I said I am a divine envoy. This is divine skill. The great sun god entrusted me to pass this technology to you. And those craftsmen I just selected will be the craftsmen chosen by the sun god. They will be blessed by the sun god forever. This convinced the people of the Blackfeather tribe. Yes, they sincerely worshipped the sun god, so the sun god would give them divine skill. Divine envoy, what else did the sun god say? Balu also believed that Yige was a divine envoy. These words represented most of the sun tribe. Yige glanced at Blackfeather and immediately understood. The sun god said that the Blackfeather tribe leader is very satisfied. Tribe leader, tribe leader, tribe leader. Hearing this, the sun tribe knelt down and shouted the name of Blackfeather tribe leader. At this moment, Blackfeather's rule was strengthened invisibly. Yige saw that prayer god also knelt down. He wished he could eat him, but he was helpless. It was very enjoyable. Okay, can I go to the shrine now? Okay, since you have decided, I will fully support you. However, you need to be fully prepared. The dangers in the shrine are no joke. Blackfeather patted Yige on the shoulder. He knew that Yige was a person with a sense of propriety and wouldn't take risks easily. Thank you, Blackfeather. No, I should thank you, my divine envoy brother. These words could only be heard by Yige and Blackfeather. Soon, Yige and Blackfeather came to the entrance of the shrine. Blackfeather, are you sure you don't want to go in with me? Chapter 107, Age of Crisis, Information from Mother. Blackfeather shook his head. He couldn't enter yet because the descendants of the sun god could only enter the shrine when the sun was at its zenith, which was what we called the summer solstice. This custom had existed for tens of thousands of years, and Blackfeather said that he couldn't break it now. Yige understood Blackfeather's situation. He took a deep breath and entered the shrine. The moment Yige stepped into the shrine, he felt a warmth in his chest. It was the heat from the jade pendant. Yige was sure that he had come to the shrine because of this power. As he went further, Yige felt another mysterious force surrounding him. He looked around. The stone walls of the entire pyramid were covered with ancient patterns, which looked more like hieroglyphs telling their own story. Yige carefully observed these characters, as if they were deliberately left letters. Although they were all hieroglyphs, they were very different from the characters in the caves of the High Wizard's tribe. Fortunately, Yige seemed to be able to understand these characters naturally. Elena stayed close by Yige's side. The sense of security in Yige's heart rose sharply. Yige read the content on the pictures from the beginning. It was about the origin of the Sun Tribe. From the entire map, Yige saw that the Sun Tribe and the Shadow Tribe were originally guardians of the shrine. But later, the two tribes had conflicts, and these conflicts had been brewing for tens of thousands of years. Later, the Shadow Tribe and the Sun Tribe had a major war, and the Shadow Tribe disappeared. The whole story was very long. The general summary was like this, but Yige read something different. From what he learned from Blackfeather, the war between the Shadow Tribe and the Sun Tribe only broke out 1,000 years ago, but the paintings at this moment showed it happened 10,000 years ago. This was very interesting. If Blackfeather wasn't lying, then this painting wasn't left over from ancient times. Even something like the 2A Bay 2 couldn't completely predict future events so completely. Just as Yige was wondering, a dark shadow flashed from the darkness. Who's there? Elena rushed out. Yige stayed where he was. Without Elena by his side, Yige's vigilance clearly increased. Soon, a cold light stabbed over. Yige flashed, dodging the attack. When Yige came to his senses, he realized that the person attacking him was wearing a black robe. The person's face was covered with a black cloth, and between their eyebrows was a pair of eyes flickering with a ghostly light. The graceful figure revealed the person's gender. Just looking at them, this person was definitely better than the fairies described by Yige. Who are you? Who are you? Faced with the same question, Yige had to introduce himself. I am the divine envoy Yige. I entered the shrine today at the request of Blackfeather tribe leader to investigate the abnormality of the shrine. You are Blackfeather's delegate? Ha ha ha, the Sun Tribe has really fallen. They have actually colluded with those lackeys of Kunlun Void and let you enter the shrine. In that case, I can only kill you. Wait, who are you exactly? Does it matter who I am? What matters is that you must die today. Yige was helpless. This dark shadow was very skilled. Another cold light stabbed over, and this time Yige had nowhere to hide. At this time, Elena rushed over. Stop it, otherwise I'll kill him. Before Elena could speak again, the hostage in her hand said first, Sister, save me. At this time, the black-clothed person finally stopped. She looked at Elena coldly. I order you to release my brother, otherwise. Otherwise what? Otherwise you will kill my husband? There was no pity in Elena's eyes. All she cared about was Yige. She couldn't allow anything to harm Yige's life. If Elena hadn't realized this trap early, Yige didn't know what would have happened. The black-clothed person was momentarily speechless at Elena's words. She obviously didn't expect Elena to respond so directly. The ghostly light in her eyes flickered, as if she was thinking about the next step. Elena gripped the dagger in her hand, preparing to deal with any possible emergencies. At this time, The black-clothed woman rushed towards Yige, completely ignoring the life of her brother. Elena knocked the man down with one blow and rushed towards Yige at lightning speed. The black-clothed person didn't seem to expect Elena to be so agile. She quickly retreated, dodging this blow. However, this didn't make her give up the attack, but instead stimulated her fighting spirit even more. The two began a fierce contest in the shrine. Their figures crisscrossed, and the light of the knives flashed. Their movements were so fast that people couldn't see them clearly. They could only hear the crisp sound of weapons clashing. The black-clothed person obviously didn't want to give Elena any chance to breathe. Her attacks became more and more fierce. However, Elena was not to be trifled with. She not only dodged every attack from the black-clothed person, but also retaliated at critical moments. Yige, who was on the side, was stunned. Although he had some skills, he was nothing compared to these two. He knew that he would only be a burden to Elena here, so he quietly retreated to the side. However, the black-clothed person was more familiar with the terrain of the shrine, and she soon gained the upper hand. Yige tied up the unconscious man. "Stop it. He will really die if you don't stop." "Is that so?" The black-clothed person gave up fighting with Elena. She came to Yige's side and rescued her brother. "You wait for me." The black-clothed person didn't make things difficult for Yige and disappeared into the shrine with the man. "Yige, are you all right?" "I'm fine. That woman is really too powerful." I'm useless." "What does this have to do with you?" "If I guessed correctly, they should be the shadow tribe that Blackfeather talked about. As guardians of the shrine, if they only had mediocre skills, how would they protect the shrine?" Yige comforted Elena. After that, Yige was attracted by the patterns on the wall of the shrine again. When Yige approached the wall, the jade pendant on his chest heated up again. The feeling was very strange, like suddenly seeing a compass in the endless forest in the sky. The pattern on the wall was actually Yige's childhood story. This was tens of thousands of years ago. How could he appear here? And who was the woman holding him? Yige had guessed the answer. He stroked the woman in the wall painting, and his eyes became moist. "Elena, come here." Elena came over. "Look, is this Linjing?" Linjing was Yige's mother. Although Yige had defaulted in his heart at this moment, he still wanted to know the exact answer. Yige, although Aunt Linjing created me, all my memories about Linjing have been erased. So, Yige, I'm sorry I can't help you." "Oh." A sense of inexplicable loss spread throughout his body. "Okay, Yige, look, there are so many pictures behind. You will definitely find the answer. Yige, I believe in you." Yige wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and continued to read the words on the wall. The story that followed completely subverted Yige's understanding of the world. Chapter 108, Age of Crisis, 7. The pattern on the wall recorded a story from 10,000 years ago. This shrine was not a simple pyramid, but a mysterious channel connecting different time and space and dimensions. Such pyramids stood on the entire continent of Shijo, countless, like the stars in the night sky. After that came the story of the Sun Tribe and the Shadow Tribe. Yige looked at Elena in surprise. "Elena, look." Elena came over, and she couldn't believe it either. "Yige, is this true?" "Maybe." Yige was a little disappointed. The picture showed that Elena was the child of the woman holding Yige. So was Elena his younger sister or older sister? Then, Yige couldn't imagine it. He wanted to slap himself a few times. He thought of marrying Elena, and the various things he had done with Elena. A sense of shame welled up in his heart. "Yige, don't be like this. Maybe this isn't true?" Yige's eyes suddenly lit up. "Don't believe anyone." These words were like a clear spring, nourishing Yige's withered heart. Elena was not a human, and he was a human. How could the two of them be siblings? As expected, the pictures on the wall explained everything. Yige's worries were unnecessary. The pictures that followed were more bloody, describing a tragic war. Reading this, Yige realized that the Sun Tribe and the Shadow Tribe were both guardians of the shrine. A tragic war broke out on the continent of Shijo 10,000 years ago. The Shadow Tribe and the Sun Tribe also joined the war to protect the shrine. The result was that the shrine was guarded, but cracks appeared in the Shadow Tribe and the Sun Tribe. As for what the reason was, it was not reflected in the pictures at all. Since then, the Sun Tribe and the Shadow Tribe had been in constant conflict. This conflict was just minor. Until 1,000 years ago, the Shadow Tribe and the Sun Tribe had a long war. The Shadow Tribe suffered heavy losses and disappeared from the entire forest. No one knew where they went. Yige seemed to have guessed where the Shadow Tribe had gone. That was this shrine. As for why the moon disappeared, it was because after that war, the so-called gods on Kunlun Void blocked the moon. As for what the reason was, it was not mentioned in the murals. Reading this, Yige felt that someone was deliberately revealing the information to him. But who were these people? Most likely it was the Shadow Tribe. At least Yige thought so. After that, a pattern appeared, and Yige also held his breath. That pattern was the Devil's Eye. It turned out that the moon had not disappeared, but because of that war, a large number of shrines were lost, causing an imbalance in the channels. Time and space began to be distorted. The moon was hidden by those with ulterior motives. After that, the little girl appeared again. Judging from the size of the graphics, the little girl should have grown up, and Yige was even more certain that this was Elena. Elena, are you from the Shadow Tribe? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. The Shadow Tribe may not be human, and this is the answer. This sudden news filled Yige's brain and was difficult to digest for a while. Yige was silent. It turned out that he really had a close relationship with the shrine, and his appearance broke the original channel imbalance of the shrine and stabilized the distorted time and space. Next, his arrival in Shizhou must have been known by the gods of Kunlun Void. Yige had a hunch that he had found out why Prayer God Priest was targeting him. That was that Prayer God Priest was an internal agent of Kunlun Void planted in the Sun Tribe. If this was the case, then why didn't Blackfeather enter the shrine with him? That was because he wanted to let him figure out the whole story. In other words, he knew that the Shadow Tribe existed. What should we do now? Elena asked. We need to find more clues. Yige decided to continue exploring the shrine. Or we can find that woman from the Shadow Tribe. She may know more. But the two black-clothed people seemed to have disappeared, and there was no trace of them. Yige and Elena continued to move forward along the passage of the shrine. Finally, in the deepest part of the first floor, they found a mysterious stone door. A man and a woman, each with the sun and moon on their heads, were inlaid with gemstones on the stone door. This should be the sun god and the moon god, right? But are there really gods in this world? God? There shouldn't be such creatures in this world, or it's just a term for some powerful life forms. Just like you being called the divine envoy. Yige looked up and saw that the person speaking was the black-clothed woman. Are you from the Shadow Tribe? You already know, so why ask? Oh, did you draw those stone paintings at the beginning? These words made the black-clothed woman's eyes stop. Her delicate face was full of shock. Even through the veil, Yige could see it from her eyes. Can you read those words? Who are you exactly? Let me introduce myself. I am Yige, a computer underlying architect. Of course, in your Shizhou, they like to call me the Divine Envoy. But you are not the Divine Envoy, are you? Isn't this just a false name? Just like what you said just now. Yes, I have confirmed it with Blackfeather. He said that you are someone who can be trusted and asked me to take you into the shrine. With that, the black-clothed woman took off her veil. The woman's eyes had stars in them, deep, bright, looking at you and feeling that there were no secrets. Long eyelashes, a straight nose, and cherry-like small lips outlined a clear face. A black dress revealed a slender figure. If beauty could be described, she was more like a flowing painting, vividly presenting all your words for beauty in front of you. My name is Yige, the current leader of the Shadow Tribe. Hello, Traveler. Traveler? You? How do you know this title? It was Yige's turn to be shocked this time. He looked at Elena, but Elena couldn't give him the answer. Yige had to focus his eyes on Yige again. I said I saw it in the shrine. Would you believe it? Yige was now looking forward to entering the shrine. He vaguely felt that there was some inevitable connection between this world and the world he simulated in the computer. Believe it? Yige took a deep breath. He was very excited now and could only constantly adjust his emotions. Behind that stone door is the passage to the shrine. I think you should have a way to open it, right? But I can't push it at all. Yige pushed the stone door and went back. Chapter 109, Age of Crisis, the Shrine. The stone door led to a passage to the shrine, but Yige couldn't open it. His efforts made Yige smile. Traveler, If this stone door could be opened with strength, do you think we could protect this last shrine? This is the last shrine? Yige nodded. To open this shrine, there must be a special way to activate it and also a key. But we don't have a key now. Even if Black Feather asked me to bring you into the shrine, I wouldn't be able to do it. Key? Yige felt the jade pendant on his chest, which was already hot, and took it out. Is this the key you're talking about? Yes, this is the key to open the stone door. You really are the person our Sun Tribe and Shadow Tribe have been waiting for. Great, we can open the shrine now. With that, Yige put her hands together, closed her eyes, and chanted some ancient and obscure spells. These were all fooling people. Why did Yige feel this way? Because the stone door didn't move at all. Yige, is it done? What done? Don't you have the key? Why don't you open the stone door? Oh. Yige seemed to realize something. Are you waiting for me to chant spells? Hee traveler. You are so funny. I was just comforting the ancestors of our Shadow Tribe. Our mission is finally completed. That's all. Yige was rendered speechless by Yige. So he put his jade pendant on the groove of the stone door. It fit perfectly. Yige turned the jade pendant, and the stone door was quickly opened. You can reach the shrine by entering from here, Yige said, and took the lead in walking into the passage. Yige and Elena exchanged glances and followed closely behind Yige, stepping into this mysterious world. The passage was dark and narrow, only able to accommodate one person. The walls were inlaid with glowing gemstones, bringing a glimmer of light to the darkness. They moved forward along the passage. With each section they walked, the passage became wider, and more gemstones lit up. They didn't know how long they walked until they finally reached the end of the passage. A huge stone chamber appeared in front of them, and a towering stone tablet stood in the center of the chamber. The stone tablet was engraved with ancient characters and patterns, as if telling a long-sealed history. This is the core area of the shrine. This stone tablet records the secrets of the shrine and the origins of the Sun Tribe and Shadow Tribe. Yige explained. Yige and Elena stepped forward and carefully observed the characters and patterns on the stone tablet. They found that these characters and patterns were very similar to those they had seen in the shrine before, but it made Yige even more confused. It seemed like the characters he transmitted to the prison and New Earth worlds. Yige, have you heard of the prison? Seeing Yige shake her head, Yige asked, then what about the New Earth world? Yige had never heard of these stories. Okay, let's keep going. Yige felt that the only way to solve the mysteries in his heart was to reach the shrine and explore what secrets were hidden in the shrine. But it would be very boring if they didn't talk along the way. Yige continued to ask, are you guarding here because of Kunlun Void? Yige said, the ethnic groups on Kunlun Void are very powerful. We are no match for them. We don't know what their purpose in occupying the shrine is. If I'm not wrong, they want to use the shrine's channels to leave here. Leave here? Is it not good here? I really don't understand why they want to leave their homeland. Yige didn't know if he was mocking others or mocking himself. What if staying here means leaving their homeland? Are you saying that those people on Kunlun Void are aliens? Aliens? What is that? People who come from outer space. Like you? To be precise, I should be human. Yige really didn't know how to answer this question. He had no choice but to ask some meaningless questions. What are you guarding the shrine for? I don't know. My mission is to guard the shrine and not let anyone in. Of course, we are also waiting for someone. And this is a secret that only each generation of patriarchs knows and takes on the responsibility of guarding. Yige explained. So, you have also been looking for someone who can open the shrine? Elena added. Yes, we have been waiting for someone who can understand the secrets of the shrine to appear. Only when this person appears can we hand over the responsibility of guarding to him. Yige looked at Yige, and now, that person has finally appeared. Fortunately, the shrine appeared at the top of the pyramid, which allowed Yige to escape. On the highest platform, a 3-room thatched cottage similar to a land temple stood. This is the shrine? Yige shook her head. Would you believe me if I said that I am the first of so many generations of Shadow Tribe leaders to see the shrine? Are you being humorous? You are making things difficult for people. Yige didn't want to continue this topic. The meaning was simple, that is, Yige didn't know if this was the shrine. Yige had no choice but to enter the thatched cottage. Elena wanted to follow, but Yige pulled her back. Let him go by himself. Some secrets may only be known by him. Sister Yige, why is that? If too many people know certain secrets, will it cause time and space to be chaotic? Are you saying that our entry into this thatched cottage will change the development of the entire situation? Then I'm not going. Inside the thatched cottage, there were no idols like the three purities or the great Buddha hall in the current temples, but it was like a bedroom with a desk and a bed. From the dust piled on the desk, it could be judged that no one had been here for too long. There was a box on the desk. This box was engraved with patterns and characters. Now it could be determined that this item was related to him, because the meaning of the pattern on the box was, Yige, you have finally arrived. Was this another message left by Yige? Yige remembered that when he first arrived in the Shizhou world, he was mistaken by the High Wizard for the divine envoy on Kunlun Void, because his appearance was very similar to those people. At first, Yige thought it was Yige. Now it seemed that this matter was almost certain. Yige stepped forward and opened the box, but the things inside shocked Yige. Chapter 110, Age of Crisis, the Parchment. Inside the box was a current A4 piece of paper with the words printed in imitation song typeface in size 3 font. This was tens of thousands of years away from Yige's era. How could there be such a thing? Yige couldn't care so much. He eagerly read the words on it. The general content was as follows. Yige, I'm glad you were able to reach the shrine, which means you have broken through the shackles set by Yige for you. What I want to tell you may cause your resentment. After all, Yige is your father. But there are some things I have to say. Yige is crazy. He wants to destroy this star system, so you must not let him succeed. You may have encountered number 1, number 2, and number 3. You must be careful. Their purpose is to kill you. Only by killing you can they reach the end. However, you may also kill them. These are all pranks made by Yige. Of course, you were able to come here, which means that some changes have occurred. This is also a good thing. I am not a good mother. Due to the restrictions of the rules, I cannot tell you many things, but you must be careful of Kunlun Void. By the way, you must make good use of the Sun Tribe and the Shadow Tribe. Unite the humans of Shizhou to rebuild the shrine, so that you can go to the time and space where Yige is located. Those people you met in the Earth world, they are already in Yige's starry sky, and they are not doing well. You must forgive everything they did before going to the Devil's Eye, because it was my intention. I believe in you, because you are the best son. Finally, you have chosen Elena, so don't be obsessed with Mu Fei. People are dead when they are dead. You can never revive her. This is the rule of time and space. You are old, and you may not listen to me. But remember, never trust anyone. The signature on the letter was Lin Jing. Yige closed the paper. He was now completely about to collapse. What was wrong with this world? Why did it always feel like there was a pair of eyes observing him? No, more like there was a pair of hands manipulating him. Yige shook his head. He could accept and do the other content. But Mu Fei was his life. From the beginning of reviving Mu Fei to joining the Star Alliance's eternal life plan to now, this belief had been supporting him. But now his mother actually told him to give up this idea. He couldn't accept it. No, this is absolutely impossible. Soon, Yige calmed down, because the road was under his feet, and his feet were on his legs. He could walk however he wanted. Even if that person was his mother, what about it? No one can stop me from reviving Mu Fei. Yige suddenly found that there was something at the bottom of the box, so he quickly turned the box over. A parchment paper fell out of the box and hit the table. The splash dust was like spray. Cough, cough. Yige reached out and dusted off the dust in front of him. He bent down and picked up the map. There were too many surprises for Yige today. This was actually a map of Shizhou. There was a red dot on the map, which was marked Kunlun Summit. At the top of the map were written the words, the map of mountains and seas of Shizhou. This is really the far west recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Then will there be the Queen Mother of the West here? Yige quickly ruled out this idea. After all, the Queen Mother of the West was a figure in mythology. How could she appear here? But thinking about it, so many unexplained events have been unearthed in Sangsingdui, so why wouldn't the Queen Mother of the West exist? What's more, the map of mountains and seas of Shizhou was the classic of mountains and seas. All of this showed that Yige had come to an extremely ancient civilization world. Yige's heart began to beat faster, and his breathing became rapid. The secrets of this world would soon be revealed. He put away the parchment. What he had to do now was to talk to Blackfeather and Yige to see how to restore the shrine. Only in this way could he have a chance to defeat those so-called gods in Kunlun Void. Soon, Yige understood. This world was like the prison world and the new Earth world. It was just that those two worlds were Yige's game world. They were more like Yige's novice training. But this was a real world. Yige also had a question. Was all of this really set by his father? If so, what should he do when he faced Yixingchen again? Forget it. I won't think about these unfounded words. With that, Yige walked out of the thatched cottage. Yige, what did you find? Yige, are you okay? Yige and Elena spoke at the same time. What moved Yige was that Elena was always concerned about him. But the more Elena was like this, the more anxious Yige was in his heart. The cause of this matter was still because of Mu Fei. However, Yige didn't want Elena to be too sad, so he stroked Yige's hair to comfort her, and then briefly talked about what happened in the thatched cottage. Yige, are you saying that we should make peace with the Sun Tribe? That's impossible. Yige denied Yige's idea. The hatred between you is just to confuse those people on Kunlun Void. Why can't you unite? In addition, we must unite all the tribes on Shizhou. Only in this way can we restore the shrine on this vast land of Shizhou. Isn't this also your mission? Yige didn't rush to express her position. Okay, let's not talk about this matter yet. I'll discuss it with the elders of the tribe and give you a reply. How about that? Okay, I said that this matter is not urgent. Then Yige took out the parchment, pointed to the location of Kunlun Summit, and asked, Yige, is this the Kunlun Void you mentioned? This is where the mountains and rivers meet. That's right, this should be Kunlun Summit. And this is Kunlun Void. Yige frowned when he saw Yige pointing to a place similar to an eye. What is this place called? I don't know. This place is very mysterious. We have never been to that place, but some people have seen swarms of iron birds appear there, and daytime flying stars are too numerous to count. That must be where the gods live. Yige understood in his heart. The place Yige was pointing to was definitely not where any gods lived. Those iron birds and daytime flying stars were more like products of technological civilization, and may even have entered the wall-breaking civilization, or even broke through the wall-breaking civilization and entered the quantum civilization. Only when he got there would he know. But Yige always felt that the eye was a bit familiar. A name was about to come out, Atlantis. Okay, Yige. I think I should go out, otherwise Blackfeather will be worried. Okay, I'll send you out. Otherwise, my brother doesn't know how he will take revenge on you. You are so thin, but you subdued my brother. This makes him very embarrassed. So the three walked towards the entrance of the cave. Chapter 111. The Crisis Era, 10. The moment the three of them stepped out of the temple, Yige's younger brother hurried to greet them. He was quite the handsome fellow, a testament to the Shadow Clan's unique genes. Yusheng, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Yige snapped. Sister, why are you siding with an outsider? Yusheng retorted, clearly displeased. Yusheng, are you refusing to listen to your sister? Yige has already been recognized by the temple. He is the temple's successor. Are you still trying to embarrass him? Yige's words sent a shockwave through the Shadow Clan. So, you have no reason to feel ashamed. The one who defeated you wasn't some weak, frail scholar, but the temple's successor. Yusheng fell silent, his expression softening. Instead of shame, a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. He had exchanged blows with the temple's successor, even in defeat. Who else in the entire Western continent could claim such a feat? Scratching his head, Yusheng stepped aside. All right, Yige, you may leave now. Remember to tell Blackfeather that I won't let go of our feud so easily. Yige and Elena bid farewell to Yige and quickly made their way to the cave entrance. Blackfeather was already waiting for them. Yige, you didn't disappoint me. The temple's unrest has indeed stopped. It seems you've gained the temple's recognition. Yige nodded in response. Blackfeather, wouldn't you like to become the overlord of the entire Western continent, rather than just the chieftain of the Sun God clan? Of course, it's every man's dream, isn't it? All right, then I'll help you achieve it. Help me? But our clan is currently too weak. How do you plan to help me? You'll find out soon enough. Noticing someone running towards them, Yige and Blackfeather stopped talking. When the person drew closer, they recognized the hefty figure of Balu. Chieftain. Balu's frantic state suggested something serious had happened. What's wrong? Blackfeather asked. Chieftain, something terrible. Elder Priest Chi-shun and many clansmen have been poisoned. What? What did you say? Blackfeather's expression turned panicked. Poisoning was no small matter. The previous chieftain had died from poisoning. Yige, what are we going to do? Before Blackfeather could finish speaking, Balu interrupted, a sinister glint in his eyes. Yige sensed a hint of unease from Balu's hostile gaze. This incident might be aimed at him. As expected, the thought had barely crossed Yige's mind when he heard Balu say, Chieftain, he's the one who brought disaster upon our clan. Why do you still trust him? Balu, watch your words. Divine Envoy Yige has already gained the temple's recognition. Only you and I know about this. If a third person finds out, I won't spare you. But Yige is a divine envoy. How could he have been recognized by the temple? The temple and those Kunlun Void Fellows are mortal enemies. Balu. Blackfeather's tone was sharp. Balu had no choice but to follow behind Blackfeather, keeping his silence. The four of them walked in silence, anxiously heading towards the clan. Nearly 2/3 of the Sun God clan were showing symptoms of poisoning. Elder Priest Chi-shun was the most severely affected, lying weakly in his tent, close to death. Yige, what do you have to say for yourself now? Balu demanded. Hearing this, Yige suddenly found Balu a little amusing, or rather, adorably foolish. He had been with Blackfeather the entire time. How could he have poisoned the clan? Even a mammoth could figure out that he wasn't responsible. Yet Balu stubbornly believed that he was the culprit. Balu, you think I did it. What's your evidence? What evidence is needed? Elder Priest Chi-shun offended you, and you used the evil moon to poison the clan. What more evidence do you need? Anyone with eyes can see that it was you. Yige finally understood why Balu hadn't been poisoned. Some words needed to be spoken by Balu, because Balu was Blackfeather's most loyal guard captain, and his words often represented Blackfeather's own thoughts. Enough, Balu. Blackfeather immediately reprimanded him. Quickly gather those who haven't been poisoned and set up defenses, in case we're attacked. But if you don't want your wives and daughters to be kidnapped and treated as property, you'd better hurry. This wasn't just a threat from Blackfeather. It was a shrewd observation based on his experience as chieftain. After his father's death, the clan had been invaded by outsiders. If he hadn't rushed back, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yige, come with me. Soon, the three of them arrived at Blackfeather's tent. Yige, what do you think is going on here? There's a traitor in the clan. Yige stated firmly. A traitor? Blackfeather asked. Blackfeather, what do you think? Yige turned to Blackfeather. Blackfeather fell silent. He had been pondering the Sun God clan situation for the past 1,000 years, and he should have thought of this long ago. What's their purpose? Blackfeather asked. To destroy the last remaining temple. Yige replied. That's impossible. Balu said that Elder Priest Chi-shun has also been poisoned. That doesn't make sense, Blackfeather argued. Do you trust me? Yige asked. Of course, I wouldn't have taken you to the temple if I didn't trust you, Blackfeather said. Good. I'll go treat the poison clansmen first, and you can wait for a good show, Yige said with a knowing smile. Yige then whispered his plan to Blackfeather. Haha, we'll do it your way. It'll be exciting to watch Chi-shun incriminate himself, Blackfeather exclaimed with enthusiasm. All right, let's split up. Inside the tent, Yige and Blackfeather staged a heated argument, their faces flushed with anger. Elena pulled Yige out of the tent. Fine, Blackfeather. If I can't cure the clansmen in 3 days, then you can kill me. If I cure them, then you'll kneel down and apologize to me. Yige declared loudly. Himph, you bringer of misfortune. I'll let you live for 3 more days. If you don't hand over the antidote, I'll boil you alive to avenge the dead clansman and Elder Priest Chi-shun. Blackfeather retorted angrily. Yige rode off on his mammoth, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. When these words reached Chi-shun's ears, he spat out the fruit juice he had just put in his mouth, his face contorted. What do you mean, about to die? Humph, even if you die, Blackfeather, I won't die. The gods have promised me that I'll enter Kunlun Void. Then I'll be a god. Who cares about this broken place? Haha, I'll add some more ingredients to the mix. Sui Feng leaned close to Qishan. Pour this into the well water again. This is a divine medicine from Kunlun Void. Don't worry, they'll recover in 5 days. Qishan instructed. Master, don't worry. Even if my wife and children don't recover in 5 days, I won't blame you. I just hope you can say good things about me to the gods. And take me to Kunlun Void. To become a member of the divine race, even if it's just a dog, would be my greatest honor. Sui Feng said, wiping away tears. Consider it done. Qishan replied with a smile. With that, Sui Feng walked out of the priest's tent, sobbing. Chapter 112, The Crisis Era, 11. As the moon set on the 3rd day, a figure appeared in the distance. The 2 mammoths raised their trunks and trumpeted loudly. They were finally back at the Sun God clan's village. Yige and Elena sat on the mammoths, their expressions suggesting they had found a solution to the poisoning. However, their good mood quickly vanished when they reached the village, because the guard on duty was Balu. Haha, everyone, come and see who it is. It's our divine envoy Yige. It's been 3 days. I thought you wouldn't dare to come back, but it turns out you have the nerve to return, Balu sneered. Yige ignored Balu, mainly out of respect for Blackfeather. But Elena wouldn't allow Yige to be bullied like this. Shut your stinking mouth. It reeks of fish. Where have you been sneaking off to eat again? Elena retorted sharply. Balu may have been strong, but he wasn't good with words. Is this the method you found? What's the use of this pile of grass? Are you planning to feed it to our livestock? Balu scoffed, seeing the fodder behind the mammoths. He was furious. His clansmen were suffering from the poison, and Yige had the gall to go out and play for 3 days, then come back with a pile of grass. It was as if he didn't value their lives at all. Balu, get out of the way. I need to go in and brew medicine for the villagers. Can you take responsibility if the illness gets worse? Yige said sternly. Yige, who do you think you're scaring? I only know that if you can't find the antidote, you'll be executed by the chieftain. Balu retorted. Elena could no longer contain her anger. In a flash, Elena's dagger was at Balu's throat. Yige rode his mammoth past Balu. Even your chieftain wouldn't dare to talk to me like that. At that moment, Blackfeather heard the commotion and rushed over, knowing that Balu was causing trouble again. Balu, be careful with your words. Blackfeather reprimanded him. Balu, apologize to Yige right now. Blackfeather commanded. Balu was a stubborn man. Chieftain, I didn't do anything wrong. Yige was trying to fool us with this grass. I won't apologize to someone like that, even if I die. Balu, are you not listening to me? Chieftain, I will follow you. Balu's temper flared. He said, and hardened his neck towards Elena's dagger. The cold light flashed, then silence. The surroundings fell silent. When Balu opened his eyes, he wasn't dead. At the critical moment, Yige had let him go. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Haha, I'd rather die than surrender to you. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I'll curse you to death. Balu sneered. Elena was infuriated. I could kill you if you want, but Yige doesn't want you to die. If you can't control your mouth, I don't mind making sure it loses its tongue forever. The cold light flashed again, but Balu didn't move, appearing ready to die. Elena, stop. Yige commanded again. Yige then turned to Balu. All right, since you want to die, I can grant you that wish. Of course, you can die in a more noble way. I don't know if these herbs are poisonous. So, you can be the guinea pig. Blackfeather wanted to plead with Yige. All right, I agree, Balu said without hesitation. Since Balu had said so, Blackfeather was still worried. But when he saw Yige give him a reassuring look, he stopped talking. However, another problem soon arose. The entire village had no preserved fire. Balu, I have another mission for you. I don't know if you dare to accept it, Yige said. I, Balu, am not the kind of person who is afraid of death. Balu declared proudly. Good. Then you will accompany Chieftain Blackfeather to the great shaman tribe to retrieve fire from the cave there, Yige said. This? Balu hesitated. He was indeed not afraid of death, but he had just led a team to attack the shaman tribe while the men were away. Now he was going to the shaman tribe to retrieve fire, which was like walking into a lion's den, especially with Chieftain Blackfeather. That's impossible, Balu exclaimed. Are you afraid? Yige asked. There's no need for you to use such tricks on me. I won't take the chieftain to his death. Yige, this is your conspiracy, isn't it? It hasn't rained for so many days. How could there be fire? Besides, we of the Sun God clan don't know how to store fire. The shaman tribe is even less likely to know how to store it, Balu said, convinced that he had seen through everything. Yige smiled in response, finding Balu simple-minded. He suddenly felt sorry for Blackfeather. Blackfeather met Yige's gaze. Yige, we will return the women of the shaman tribe. However, can you help us explain that it was all a misunderstanding? Blackfeather asked. Yige shrugged helplessly. I'll try my best, he said. Blackfeather and Balu left with Yige's letter. Yige and Elena temporarily stored the herbs in Blackfeather's tent and went to summon the clansmen who hadn't been poisoned to start digging large pits. Divine Envoy, why are you asking us to dig pits? Are you going to bury our clansmen alive? Asked a tribesman. Yige often thought that even single-celled organisms had the instinct to seek good and avoid harm, let alone complex humans. It seemed that in a time when medical conditions were underdeveloped, humans had no choice but to do things against their will in order to survive. This was the most primitive isolation system, wasn't it? Yige shook his head. These pits will definitely be useful later. Dig more of them, Yige said. Saying this, Yige called a few more people. Take those who have been poisoned and put them in a ventilated room. Isolate them with wood, and don't let other uninfected persons approach. Okay. These people agreed with great pleasure. This was mainly due to Blackfeather's orders, and another more important factor was that Yige's old opponent, Elder Priest Qishun, was also poisoned. Regardless of whether Qishun was pretending or actually poisoned, Yige just wanted to use this method to put Qishun under house arrest, because he always babbled like a mad dog when nothing was wrong. At this moment, Qishun, who was hiding in the room eating fruit, sensed some movement outside. After seeing everything through the crack in the door, he could no longer pretend. What are you doing? I am a priest. Aren't you afraid that the sun god will punish you? Qishun protested loudly. Haha, afraid. Of course I'm afraid. But even the sun god can't do anything to this divine envoy. If you don't believe me, call the sun god down and I'll negotiate with him myself. Yige retorted. Priest Qishun was thinking of performing his divine trick. Hee, it's late at night now. Could it be that the sun god can also show up at night? Priest Qishun was completely defeated. Yige, I want to see the chieftain. I want to expose you. You brought this plague of misfortune. Qishun yelled. Chapter 113, Crisis Era, The Fire. Blackfeather is on his way to the shaman tribe. He'll bring back the fire soon. As for that kid asking you to poison others, Blackfeather already knows about it. So, you two can have a good chat, Yige said before waving his hand. The Sun Clan warriors threw the trussed-up Sui Feng into the room. As for what happened between them, that was no longer Yige's concern. He should use this method against the wicked. Then, Yige left. He and Elena had experienced constant dangers in the past few days, so it was a good opportunity to rest for a while. In the shaman tribe, Blackfeather and Balu were discovered as soon as they approached. This was the advantage of preserving fire, which was as clear as day in the dark night. Stop, who are you? Someone shouted. Blackfeather and Balu looked at each other, and Balu stood in front of Blackfeather. He looked warily at the sentry posts. After discovering that there was nothing unusual, he shouted loudly, "We are from the Sun Clan. We are here at your shaman tribe to fetch fire to save lives." These words were like a heavy stone falling into an abyss. Yes, their wives and maids were all taken away by the Sun Clan, and their life and death were unknown. They didn't know which tribe they had been sold to and became slaves of others. Now the Sun Clan was actually clamoring at the door again. Great shaman, let us go out and kill them. Avenge our women. Yes, this is our dignity. No man can tolerate this. Faced with the crowd's indignation, the great shaman finally made a decision. Then groups of men returned to their rooms, grabbed their weapons, and were ready to fight Blackfeather and them. The sound of commotion was transmitted in the tribe. Balu wanted to pull Blackfeather back, but Blackfeather didn't move in a hurry. Soon, the abducted women of the shaman tribe were brought to the gate of the tribe. When the shaman tribe men rushed out and saw this scene, they didn't know what to do. They looked at you, and I looked at you, and finally locked their eyes on the great shaman. How did you come back? Who let you come back? Great Shaman, it was the divine envoy who let us come back. He is now in the Sun God clan, and he ordered the chieftain of the Sun God to let us come back, the women said. The shaman tribe was even more confused. Under the command of the great shaman, these women were taken back to the tribe. At this time, Black Feather appeared in front of the great shaman. Great Shaman, I am the chieftain of the Sun God. We are here today to discuss important matters. What is there to talk about between us? However, if you dare to make things difficult for the divine envoy, our shaman tribe will not let you go. The great shaman warned him. So, has your shaman tribe become a pawn of the gods in Kunlun Void? If so, there is nothing to talk about between us, Black Feather said with disappointment. Himph, our shaman tribe is a race on the western continent. How could we be those people's lackeys? That's good. We are here to get fire. Fire? That's impossible. Without the divine envoy's permission, we cannot give you the fire. It's a precious thing. Oh, I almost forgot. This is a letter from the divine envoy. Take a look, Black Feather said. Black Feather was obviously doing it on purpose. Of course, his purpose in doing so was to subdue the shaman tribe. This was only the first step. Later, with Yige's cooperation, he wanted to lead the people of the western continent to Kunlun Void to see what was so different about the gods there. After the great shaman read the letter, he asked people to bring the fire out. Balu took the fire, and he looked excited like a child all the way. Ha ha ha, this is fire. Our Sun God clan will be prosperous from now on. This is all thanks to your wise leadership, chieftain. No, this is Yige's credit. Balu, you must be respectful to Yige in the future. This person is not simple. He will lead our western continent on the true path of development. Are you saying that we can also enter a civilized society? Or a society that is more advanced than those gods? I can't explain it specifically, but I have a feeling. I know my feeling won't be wrong, Black Feather said. The two chatted all the way. When Black Feather and Balu appeared in the tribe with torches, all the tribesmen gathered around. They shouted, sang, and danced with joy. Inside the isolation area, Priest Chi Shin also had a look of disbelief. He really knows how to create fire? This is a technology that only the gods in Kunlun Void can master. I once saw them display their miracles with my own eyes. With just a swipe, fire appeared and smoke came out of their mouths. It was very magical, but I didn't expect Yige to succeed as well. No, I must pass this news back, which can be regarded as a great achievement. Sui Feng also flattered him by the side. Priest, now is a good time for us to escape. Why don't we escape? Himph, escape? Can I escape? Let's go. We must pass this news back, Chishan said. Yige also heard the shouts in the tribe, so he stretched himself and walked out of the tent. Black Feather pulled Yige excitedly. Fire! It's really fire! Yige, did you see it? I saw it, of course I saw it, Yige said. He thought to himself that it was just a fire. Why get so excited? If he invented electricity for you, wouldn't you go to heaven? Black Feather, now that the fire has been retrieved, let's start detoxifying everyone, Yige said. Black Feather nodded in agreement. Come on, bring Chi-Shin over here. Today I will let you see, who is saving the tribe. Is it the ethereal sun god? Or is it we flesh and blood who save ourselves? Black Feather shouted. This sentence would definitely be listed as heresy in the past. Even if Black Feather was the chieftain, it would be impossible for him to disrespect the sun god. Now that Black Feather had retrieved the fire, no one dared to question him anymore. In the minds of these tribesmen, only gods could create fire, and whoever had fire was blessed by gods. But now it was nakedly displayed in front of them. This shock was like an atomic bomb explosion. Chieftain, something is bad. Priest Chi-Shun has run away. Someone exclaimed. Ran away? Black Feather knew that something bad had happened. It must have been because they were too excited just now, and Chi-Shun had taken the opportunity to escape. Did you see it? That priest Chi-Shun, who claims to be the spokesperson of the sun god, has run away. Why did he run away? It's because he is a liar. All his previous claims were his own words, not the sun god's. Do you understand? Black Feather shouted. Chieftain, isn't he afraid that the sun god will punish him? That's a good question. Let divine envoy Yige answer it, Black Feather said. Although Black Feather was more progressive in thought, he didn't know how to answer this question. So he kicked this question to Yige again. Chapter 114, Crisis Era, Miracles. In this era, there were too many natural phenomena that defied explanation. For millennia, people had grown accustomed to attributing these events to the gods, as it seemed to be the only way to make sense of them. In essence, it was a form of spiritual solace. However, Blackfeather had passed the question on to Yige. Yige understood his intention, to change his people's perception of the gods from one of reverence or fear deep down. Of course, it wasn't about completely eradicating their sense of awe. Having lived through Earth's disaster day, Yige understood this point very well. Without reverence for nature and the environment, even the most advanced civilization would crumble. But how could he explain this to them in a way they would understand? Yige looked at the pile of bonfire and suddenly had an idea. "Everyone, do you see this fire?" he asked. The crowd was puzzled, not knowing what Yige was getting at. "Yes, we see it," they replied. "Good. This fire was brought back by Chieftain Blackfeather from the shaman tribe, not given by the sun god, correct?" Yige prompted. "Correct." "Excellent. Then let me ask you another question. Does the sun god exist on our western continent?" This question once again caused the crowd to fall silent. The concept that they had been taught since childhood was that the sun god created everything, including their birth, aging, illness, and death, which were all related to the sun god. But now, Yige was saying that there was no sun god in the world. How could they accept this? "Divine Envoy, are you saying that there are no gods in this world?" Balu asked. Yige nodded. "Yes, there are no gods in this world. They are just a virtual image or spiritual sustenance that people have created for themselves. True development still depends on us. Of course, you may not understand what I am saying right now, but I hope everyone can remember my words today and use your future lives to slowly verify them." "That's nonsense. How could there be no gods in this world? If there are no gods, then what about those people in Kunlun Void? They can perform miracles." Balu's worldview had been shattered, and he couldn't accept this explanation. Yige glanced at him. "Balu, I ask you, have you ever seen a god?" "This?" Balu shook his head. He had indeed never seen the so-called gods. He had only heard about them from priest Chi Shun. "Since you have never seen a god, how do you know that there are gods in Kunlun Void?" Yige pressed. Balu wanted to retort, but didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only look to Blackfeather for guidance. "Chieftain, what do you think?" Blackfeather's purpose was simple. The affairs of their tribe should be decided by everyone, not by the so-called gods. That was why he and Yige had staged this scene. "I believe Yige. After all, he is the one who brought fire to everyone. But Yige is a person, a living person like us, not the lofty gods," Blackfeather said. Yige raised the torch high. "All right, then let me give you some knowledge today. The people in Kunlun Void are also people, not gods. They have simply mastered certain technologies before us. Take this fire, for example. I believe that the people in Kunlun Void didn't know how to preserve and use fire a long time ago, but they slowly figured it out through their daily lives. Just like us now, we have fire thanks to everyone's efforts. But they can perform miracles." Balu was still unconvinced. "Balu, I ask you, what are miracles?" Yige asked. "It's when they swipe their hands and fire appears." Balu gestured. "That's just because they have mastered the method of making fire. If I give you a flint, you can also create miracles." Yige explained with a smile. "Also, they have grasped certain patterns, such as the poisoning we encountered this time. They have simply grasped certain patterns and then prescribed the right medicine. These are not miracles." "Then can you show us a miracle?" "If you can show us a miracle, we will believe you." Balu still wanted to see the so-called miracle. Yige nodded. "All right, then I'll let you see what a miracle is." With that, Yige asked someone to prepare a pottery pot and some herbs. Yige put the herbs into these bottles and cans, piled firewood under the pots, and threw the fire on the firewood. Soon, pot after pot of medicinal soup was brewed. Yige asked people to pour the medicinal soup into small jars and said to Balu, "Aren't you afraid of death? Do you dare to drink these potions?" This was what Balu had promised him. Yige was not a kind person, and he didn't know if these potions were poisonous, but seeing how strong Balu was, he figured it would be fine. Although Balu was brave, He hesitated because it would be too embarrassing to be poisoned to death by drinking the potion. Balu, others say you are brave and trustworthy. Today, it seems that you are just an empty shell. Blackfeather, why don't you try it? Yige taunted. Okay, I will. Blackfeather agreed. As the chieftain of the Sun Clan, Blackfeather had the responsibility and obligation to save his people, and this was also the best time for him to establish his prestige. Blackfeather, aren't you afraid of death? Yige asked. I am afraid, but if I don't drink this medicine, then more tribesmen will die, Blackfeather replied. As soon as Blackfeather finished speaking, someone was carried the body of a tribesman to the ditch outside the village. Blackfeather was stimulated by this scene. He picked up the bowl and was about to drink it when Balu stopped him. Chieftain, let me do it, Balu exclaimed. Move away. Balu couldn't stop him, picked up the bowl and drank the soup down. The medicinal soup went down and a warm current spread throughout his body. Haha, I'm not dead, I'm still alive. This grass is really effective, Balu exclaimed. Blackfeather then asked people to distribute these pottery pots to those who had been poisoned. Seeing that the chieftain and Balu were fine after drinking it, these people relaxed their hearts. After drinking the herbs, the tribesmen's complexions also improved a lot. About half an hour later, someone shouted loudly, It's not hot anymore. It's really not hot anymore. This is a miracle. Yige configured these herbs according to the Xiao Chai Hu Tang. But Yige was not a doctor after all. He could only follow the gourd and draw. The ladle, as for the dosage, he couldn't control that much. Note: Xiao Chai Hu Tang, Xiao Chai Hu Tang, is a classic traditional Chinese medicine formula. The effect of this grass medicine was very magical, and it had completely conquered the entire Sun God clan. They looked at Yige with gratitude and respected their chieftain even more. Now they finally understood that it was not the Sun God they believed in who could save them, but themselves. The totem was the strong, and from today onwards, their belief would be in themselves. Blackfeather looked at the tribesmen, and the effect he wanted was finally achieved. He nodded to Yige to express his gratitude. Balu knelt in front of Yige. I was wrong, Balu admitted. Yige stepped forward and helped Balu up, then whispered in Balu's ear, Balu, I still need you to do something for me. Will you do it? Balu nodded. Don't worry, I dare to do it even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire. Okay, then you do this? Yige quietly explained the matter. Balu's expression changed after hearing it. Divine Envoy Yige, I can't do it, Balu stuttered. If you can't do it, your tribesmen will continue to be poisoned. It's up to you, Yige said. With that, Yige and Blackfeather exchanged glances and walked towards Blackfeather's tent, leaving Balu looking a little distracted. Chapter 115, Crisis Era, The Giant Birds. Inside the tent, Yige looked worried. Yige, what's wrong? What did you ask Balu to do that scared him like that? I asked him to burn the corpses. When people die, they should return to the earth in peace. I was just about to arrange for people to find wood to make coffins. No, this won't do. This goes against the ancestral rules. This is a disaster. This kind of highly contagious poisoning is called a plague on our side, and it's very contagious. If these corpses aren't burned, it won't be long before not only our Sun tribe, but the entire West Continent's tribes will be slaughtered, with a survival rate of less than 1 in 10. Is it that serious? Blackfeather paced back and forth in the tent. Yige didn't disturb him, but sat with Elena on the animal skin on the ground. Yige thought, tomorrow, I'll have to organize the Sun Tribe's craftsmen and teach them how to make furniture. If we keep sitting on the ground all day like this, even if we don't have rheumatism and inflammation now, we'll get them eventually. However, Yige didn't have to wait too long before seeing Blackfeather make a decision. Balu heard this and walked into the tent. Seeing Blackfeather's expression, he knew that this matter had to be done. So, Balu turned to leave. Stop, where are you going? I'm going to burn those corpses. You good brother. Blackfeather stepped forward and patted Balu on the shoulder. In fact, Balu was just loyal. He didn't understand Blackfeather's difficulties, or maybe he did. But sometimes taking the blame meant being willing to take the blame. Balu's IQ was online today. Taking advantage of the darkness before dawn, Balu threw a fire onto the corpses, and the pine oil caused a raging fire to erupt. At this time, The tribesmen were sleeping soundly, tormented by this damned plague for 2 or 3 days, and everyone's face was full of fatigue. By the time they discovered it, it was too late. Then Balu pointed to the sky. It must be those giant birds who did it. A roar sounded, and Yige looked up, unable to help but swear. This primitive society actually has aircraft. How is that possible? Blackfeather also walked out of the tent. Those are giant birds from Kunlun ruins. Maybe they noticed us burning the corpses. After all, fire is their patent. Dogs at gods, they're all selfish bastards. Blackfeather said softly. Yige also nodded. He looked up and saw that the aircraft had flown around once and didn't come back, so he didn't take it to heart. On the other side, the prayer priest was still shuttling through the forest, and the thick smoke had also attracted their attention. Damn it! They actually revealed the news of the fire in advance, attracting the attention of the people in Kunlun ruins. What value is there in our news then? The prayer priest slammed his fist on a big tree, then felt pain and cursed. Suifeng whispered beside him, "Priest, what was that just flew over?" "Those are giant birds from Kunlun ruins. We should be careful not to be caught by such big birds and taken back to feed the little birds. The gods in Kunlun ruins raise many of these giant birds. You'll know when you get there." In fact, the prayer priest himself had never been to Kunlun ruins. He had only heard Blackfeather talk about these things and secretly remembered them in his heart. But Suifeng didn't think so. Instead, he believed that the prayer priest had been to Kunlun ruins and also had the ability to communicate with the sun god. So he deeply believed it and became even more determined to follow the prayer priest. The prayer priest himself knew that he had to do something big to attract the attention of the gods in Kunlun ruins, just like this fire incident, otherwise he wouldn't be able to find Kunlun ruins at all. Now Suifeng was serving him well, but after a long time, he would have to expose himself. At that time, according to Suifeng's personality, he would definitely catch him and go back to the sun god tribe to claim credit. "Suifeng, we're not welcome in Kunlun ruins if we go like this. We must do something now." "Priest, what do you say we should do?" "Well, we don't have fire, so we can only destroy the Sun Tribe and then destroy the last temple. This way we can reach Kunlun ruins and be welcomed by those gods. If we're lucky, it's not impossible to become servants of the gods." "Priest, can the two of us destroy the Sun Tribe? Unless you ask the Sun God to possess you, it's impossible." "All right, don't say anything more about my ability to communicate with the Sun God. Otherwise, it will cause trouble. After all, we're not in the Sun Tribe anymore. If the Shadow Tribe catches us, the Sun God will be in danger." Suifeng heard this and didn't say anything more. As for what method the prayer priest used, of course, it was still poisoning. The prayer priest first poisoned several nearby tribes, and then used herbs to treat them. His method was very bad, because he didn't understand anything at all. Many people died during this period, fortunately only a few. Then, the prayer priest did something even more immoral, which was to use the miracles he showed to conquer these tribes and lead them to approach the sun god tribe. Yige was in the tribe directing everyone to reinforce their houses with mortise and tenon technology, and also selected several people with woodworking talents to make several benches and tables and chairs. As for what Yige wanted to do, it was to start a school. The aircraft in the morning had surpassed technological civilization and had even reached broken wall civilization or higher quantum civilization. If he only relied on such development, Yige felt that he would not be able to defeat Kunlun ruins at all, then he would not be able to restore the temple, and the multidimensional space channel would not be able to start. If he were in a game space like Prison Cage World or New Earth Space, Yige could wait, because Yige's lifespan was infinite, and he could witness the rise of the entire tribe. But now Yige's life was so short, so he could only force things to grow faster. Yige was directly crossing from primitive society to industrial society and then advancing to technological civilization. Perhaps only in this way would it be possible to have the strength to fight Kunlun ruins. But could this be achieved? Anyway, it sounded very magical. Yige calmed his mind. Now that things had come to this, he could only take it one step at a time. In addition, Yige also selected some women and gave them certain positions, which definitely caused dissatisfaction among the tribesmen. But Yige was someone who could perform miracles, and no one dared not listen to him. The days passed like this. One morning, when the sunlight had just filled the courtyard, a member of the Sun tribe ran in a panic. "Something bad has happened." This person couldn't even speak smoothly. Black Feather hurriedly walked out of the newly built tent and shouted, "What's the panic? Tell me what's going on slowly." The tribesman picked up a bowl of cold water and shouted, "Something bad has happened. There are many people outside. They're about to surround our tribe." "What? Which tribe within 100 miles dares to attack our Sun tribe?" Black Feather shouted. "Someone, go and scout again." Soon, Black Feather confirmed the accuracy of the news. 4 or 5 large tribes and 7 or 8 small tribes were heading this way with great momentum. "How many people are there?" "Chieftain, I can't see clearly, but there must be 100 mammoths." "Then there must be less than 10,000 people." Black Feather had already made a decision in his heart. Someone, prepare to meet the enemy. Chapter 116, Crisis Era, Subjugation. Tens of thousands of people. With a buzz, the entire tribe was in a panic. It should be known that the Sun God tribe was considered a powerful tribe in the West Continent, but only 2,000 tribesmen could participate. In the battle, it was impossible to win with 2,000 people against a team 5 times their size, no matter how you calculated it. But Black Feather did not intend to sit still and wait for death. He wanted to take the initiative to attack. "Where is Balu?" Balu responded loudly, "Here. You lead 1,500 soldiers to the flanks of the enemy. No matter how the other party attacks the tribe, do not appear. When the other party retreats, give me a fierce beating." "Understood." Balu quietly left with 1,500 warriors. Black Feather turned to look at Yige. "Yige, why don't you go to the Grand Shaman tribe to hide for a while?" "Well, it's okay. With the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of Prayer Priest, he can't do anything to me at all." "All right, you can command in this big tent later. If there's nothing to do, don't come out." Yige knew that Black Feather was both protecting himself and protecting his face, and he was very moved, but Black Feather didn't know him well enough. The current Yige must reach the time and space where Xingqian was, and now that there were tribes delivered to his door, how could he sit idly by? "Black Feather, you go busy. Leave the remaining old, weak, sick, and disabled to me to lead, and I will create another miracle for you." "Okay." After speaking, Black Feather guarded the door with those 500 warriors. The distance was dark and oppressive, like an approaching storm. It was very oppressive. Soon, this team of tens of thousands of people came to the Sun God tribe. Prayer Priest rode a mammoth and came to challenge in high spirits. "Black Feather, you didn't expect us to meet in this way, did you? Don't say that I, Prayer Priest, don't remember old times. I'll give you a choice now. Hand over Yige. Otherwise, I will destroy the Sun tribe today." "Oh, destroy my Sun tribe? Aren't you afraid of the Sun God blaming you?" "Ha ha, there is no Prayer Priest afraid of in this world." Prayer Priest changed his mind halfway through his words. His original intention was to say that there was no Sun God in this world. But wasn't this shooting himself in the foot? So he hurriedly corrected this mistake. "Black Feather, I communicated with the Sun God. He said you are not worthy to be the patriarch of the Sun God clan. I can give up being the patriarch, so will you come to be this patriarch? The Sun God clan has rules, priests are hereditary, but the patriarch is the one with ability. This also shows from the other side that Prayer Priest, and even his descendants are impossible to become patriarchs. However, there may not be the position of priest in the future. Because the only totem of the Sun tribe was himself, this was Yige's credit. Suifeng, he is the next patriarch of the Sun tribe. Black Feather, don't bother to delay time here. You will die sooner or later." "Haha, Suifeng, I give this patriarch to you. Do you dare to take it?" Suifeng didn't dare to come out at all, which gave Prayer Priest a feeling that mud couldn't support the wall. Fortunately, Suifeng was loyal and could serve people, so it wasn't too bad. Prayer Priest didn't kill Suifeng for this reason. In fact, Black Feather was trying to delay time. He knew that Yige was demolishing the house. As for what he was doing, he didn't know, but it wouldn't hurt to buy more time. "Black Feather, today is your death day." Speaking, Prayer Priest let the people from those small tribes attack the Sun God tribe. This was where Prayer Priest was smart, and where he was most defeated. Prayer Priest saw that the people of the Sun tribe were not flustered in the face of an army of more than 10,000 people, and expected that there must be fraud in it. He chose the smallest tribe to take the lead, which was also the biggest failure. This small tribe was destined to have no return. With Blackfeather's order, a large number of stones were thrown down, and these people ran away, taking the fear with them. The speed of fear transmission was even faster than that of the plague, and for a time, this assembled team began to fear the Sun Tribe. If it wasn't for Prayer Priest pressing the formation, these rabble would have dispersed soon. Go, everyone go together. Flatten the Sun Tribe. Prayer Priest was rarely brave. At first he rode a mammoth in the front, but after a few steps he came to the back of the team, with a look of being a poor dead Taoist. At this time, Yige also made simple bows and arrows and catapults. This kind of dimensional reduction weapon completely disrupted the Prayer Priest's army. Those mammoths were very afraid of fire. Now the sky was full of flames. They didn't care about that much at all, and ran away. As a result, the troops that should have been the vanguard gave their own troops a heavy blow, and soon these people were afraid of the silly Yidan and had no combat power. The human instinct is to run. The more you are afraid, the more you run. Soon, they ran into the encirclement. Balu rushed out from the left, and he led the warriors to constantly attack these remnants. Behind him, Blackfeather also led the troops to attack the Prayer Priest's main army. At this time, another mysterious team joined in. Blackfeather thought that the Shadow Tribe came out of the temple when he saw the dress. First there was surprise, but when he saw that the leader was not the person he imagined, he was only left with fright. Grand Shaman? You are. Chieftain Blackfeather, we have figured it out. From today onwards, we will also follow Lord Envoy. Let's create a better future for this West continent together. The meaning was already very obvious. The Sun Tribe and the Shaman Tribe merged. The already defeated Prayer Priest army had no fighting power at all. This battle ended quickly. In less than a morning, the Sun Tribe lifted this crisis. The troops led by Balu were quickly reunited. Behind him were also dragging a few people. Blackfeather was very familiar with these people. They were all the chiefs of the surrounding big tribes. Why are you attacking our Sun Tribe? We haven't offended you. These chiefs looked at me, and I looked at you, not knowing what to say. Fortunately, the Wild Boar tribe had a smart chief, and he told the whole story. Blackfeather understood that this was Prayer Priest's fault. The so-called miracles were just a pirated version of Yige's, but it was more than enough to deceive these tribes in West Continent. Balu pressed Prayer Priest in front of Blackfeather and kicked Prayer Priest's calf. Prayer Priest directly kneeled in front of Blackfeather. Prayer Priest? It's you again. What exactly do you want to do? Blackfeather, don't be proud. Saying this, Prayer Priest went crazy again. Chanting words, the people of the Sun Tribe were familiar with this situation. Needless to say, this was the Sun God possessing him. Sure enough, Prayer Priest started acting again. Yige was watching clearly from the side. He didn't forget to tease and laugh with Elena. Blackfeather, how dare you be so bold? Prayer Priest is my man. How dare you be disrespectful to him? Oh, so you are the Sun God? It's me. Children of the Sun Tribe, I am your greatest god, the Sun God. But these strong men of the Sun Tribe stood still indifferently. Without Blackfeather's order, they didn't move at all. This majesty was what Prayer Priest dreamed of. Since you are the Sun God, where were you when our tribe was poisoned? Since you claim to be the Sun God, where were you when we suffered and froze? Since you are still the Sun God, then resurrect the lives of our dead tribesmen. Blackfeather asked 3 questions in a row, and Prayer Priest was speechless for a moment, almost revealing the truth. Why don't you speak? Ha ha ha. Then I'll give you another chance to prove that you are the Sun God. Speaking, Blackfeather reached out his hand, and Balu handed over a stone knife. They all say that gods are invulnerable. If you can survive this knife, I will believe that you are a god. How could Prayer Priest not know Blackfeather's strength? His little life would definitely be lost with this knife. This time he really encountered a tough stubble. So, Prayer Priest grabbed a shutter. But before he could do anything, Elena stopped Prayer Priest's movement. In this way, Prayer Priest was stabbed to death by Blackfeather. He died while the Sun God was possessing him. Have you seen it? This is the god of our Sun Tribe, and he is the same as us, the same black skin, and the blood on his body is also red. They are people, not gods at all. Chieftain Blackfeather, what nonsense are you talking about? Be careful of being punished by God if the gods know. Chief of the Wild Boar tribe, do you want to eat wild boar barbecue? We have fire here, and as long as your totem appears, let's bake it and eat it together. This was extremely outrageous. But as it happened, a scent of meat came from the courtyard. The chief of the wild boar tribe cursed, but his body was honest, and his saliva was flowing as he spoke. Forget about the labor and belief. My ancestors were really blind, finding a wild boar as a totem. Today I announce that the totem of our wild boar tribe is the same as the Sun tribe, that is ourselves. Saying this, the wild boar patriarch rushed into the courtyard to snatch the plate of meat. Chieftain Blackfeather, what kind of meat is this? Wild boar meat. Damn, it smells so good. In this way, these tribes surrendered to the Sun tribe. When these patriarchs put their patriarch rings together, the entire West continent made a huge noise. Those disappeared temples actually appeared. Chapter 117, Crisis Era, the Atlantis Steel. The emergence of the temple brought a tremendous roar, and once again aircraft appeared within the Kunlun ruins atop Sacred Mountain. That sound. It's the giant birds of Kunlun ruins. Damn it, the gods are definitely not going to let me off this time. No one knew who spoke those words, but the tribes that had just sworn allegiance began scattering in all directions. The chieftain of the wild boar tribe, who had been feasting on the flesh of their totem, abandoned the delicacy. Chieftain Blackfeather, may we meet again. Watching the tribes flee in haste, Blackfeather couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't that Blackfeather feared the giant birds, but he felt that the path to unifying the West continent had just begun, and this felt like a devastating blow. At that moment, the Grand Shaman approached Blackfeather. Blackfeather assumed the Grand Shaman would also leave, but to his surprise, that wasn't the case. The Grand Shaman placed a hand on Blackfeather's shoulder. Chieftain Blackfeather, don't be discouraged. How many heroes throughout history have succeeded easily? You are a hero, and the Shaman tribe is willing to follow you. Blackfeather's eyes were filled with renewed determination. Yige also came forward. Blackfeather, cheer up. Let's go explore that temple. So, Blackfeather ordered Balu to take the Shaman tribe members into the stronghold to rest, while he followed behind Yige towards the temple. Meanwhile, the aircraft completed its mission and began its return flight towards Sacred Mountain. Yige, is that giant bird alive? No, that's an aircraft, a type of transportation. Its function is like the mammoths we ride. You mean it was made by humans? Yes, are you excited? Are you saying we can create aircraft too? Yige didn't answer. Instead, he hesitated. The destruction of the prison cage world was caused by him imparting the fire of Earth's civilization. What about the West continent? Blackfeather, there are some things I haven't thought through yet. I can impart the seeds of civilization to you, but I don't know how to control what happens afterward. What's so difficult about that? The outcome has nothing to do with the seeds of civilization. It depends on how people use them. Take fire, for example. We can use it to cook meat and keep warm, or we can use it to kill and destroy nature. It's not the fire itself that's at fault. It's our initial intention in using it. Yige glanced at Blackfeather, not immediately responding. In Yige's opinion, Blackfeather, as such a remarkable hero, was very skilled at philosophical reasoning. This time, Yige learned his lesson. He would first teach basic livelihood skills, followed by scientific calculation methods. He'd think about the rest later. Blackfeather, the temple is ahead. Same as before, should I go in alone? Blackfeather nodded. Yige, the Grand Shaman and I will guard the entrance for you. You go ahead. The Grand Shaman also had no desire to enter the temple. Yige had no choice but to walk towards the entrance of the temple with Elena. Yige wondered what surprise this pyramid would bring him. He wondered if there would be a portrait of his mother. Well, I'll know once I go in. The interior of the pyramid was very spacious, and the stone walls were clean, which gave Yige some hope. Yige touched the jade pendant on his chest, but it didn't react. Elena, do you think I'm doing the right thing? What's the right thing? Yige, just do what you think is beneficial right now. Why think so much about it? We can't control the outcome. The only thing we can control is whether we decide to do it or think about it after we've already done it. That's right, people live to explore. If we knew the outcome of everything, what would be the point of trying? Soon, Yige and Elena reached the end of the main hall of the pyramid. There was no path further ahead. Just like the pyramid guarded by the Sun tribe, there was a stone door at the end of the path. There were no signs of human activity here, which could be felt from the surrounding environment. Yige stood at the stone door, carefully examining it. The patterns on it created a powerful sense of oppression. Yige walked forward step by step, as if experiencing 10,000 years of history, feeling the mottled traces of time. This feeling filled every cell in Yige's body with excitement. Walking through the stone door, there was still a slot above it, but this slot looked more like it was for a sword. Yige, does this need a sword to open it? Yige looked at Elena and then touched the plastic sword on his body. At that moment, the cork sword seemed to sense a call, emitting a burning heat. This feeling was like when the jade pendant had called to him. It should be. While this should have been a happy occasion, Yige felt a bit disappointed because the feeling of being manipulated had returned. Yes, the jade pendant was the key to opening the Sun God and Shadow Tribe temples, which Lin Jing had arranged. Now, the cork sword was the key to opening this temple. Could it be a coincidence? Yige already had an answer in his heart. He originally wanted to leave. Yes, no one would say anything if he left, but would he still be Yige if he did that? Phew. Yige took a deep breath. He had made his decision. Yige took out the sword and placed it on the stone door. As expected, the stone door opened. Elena, let's go. Let's see who's pulling my strings this time. Soon, the two passed through the stone door and arrived at the top of the pyramid. There was also a thatch-roof temple here. Yige quickened his pace. Perhaps the information about his mother was stored inside. As Yige and Elena walked into the temple, they were deeply shocked by the scene before them. The interior of the temple was exquisitely decorated, with various mysterious patterns and symbols carved on the walls, as if telling ancient legends and stories. In the center of the temple stood a massive stele, with ancient writings and patterns etched into its surface. Yige approached, carefully observing the writings and patterns, attempting to decipher their meaning. Elena, look at this pattern. It looks like the outline of a city, and also like an eye. It's truly fascinating. Yige also looked at the stele. For some reason, the name Atlantis simultaneously appeared in his mind and on his lips. Atlantis? Elena repeated the word curiously. Who's speaking? Yige also heard those 5 words, but he hadn't said them. Yige, what's wrong? Didn't you say Atlantis? Is there someone else here? Elena drew her dagger, instinctively scanning her surroundings. But there were only the 2 of them in the temple, or rather, in the entire pyramid. Therefore, Elena became concerned about Yige's well-being. It's okay, I was just too nervous. Elena, don't be too tense either. Don't worry, there's no one else in this temple besides us. As he spoke, Yige arrived in front of the stele. This should be Atlantis. I heard a story about it from an archaeology professor at Shanghai University. It looks like an eye, as if it can see through everything. A highly advanced civilization was born there, a civilization that even surpassed our Earth's technological civilization. But later, it sank into the depths of the ocean. I didn't expect to see this map here in the temple. Yige, you know so much. Elena was a natural-born admirer. Yige nodded. It seems we need to study this stele carefully. Perhaps it can tell us more about Atlantis. The two began to carefully study the writings and patterns on the stele. After some time, they discovered that these writings and patterns seemed to be an ancient code that required a specific method to unlock. These writings should be even older than hieroglyphs, but unfortunately, I'm not good at this. Yige said, Yige, it's okay. We can take these writings out first, and when we find someone who knows them, we can learn the secrets on them. It's a pity that our phones and cameras were destroyed. Sai, what should we do now? Elena was racking her brains, but she didn't seem to come up with any good ideas. We can make rubbings, but there's nothing around here that we can use to do that. Huh? What's that? Yige looked in the direction Elena pointed. In the corner of the temple, there was actually a hidden door. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to see it. The two came to the hidden door, seeing curiosity in each other's eyes. So, the two opened the hidden door and walked in. It was a secret chamber located below the temple, surrounded by a pool of water. Stone piers were arranged on the surface of the water, barely exposed. In the center of the pool was a high platform, and on the platform was a stone table. As for what was on the stone table, Yige couldn't see it clearly because it was too far away. Yige stepped on the stone piers and walked towards the center of the pool. With each step he took, a lotus flower bloomed on the stone pier. like the electronic technology products of a civilized society. They arrived in the center of the pool, where they could finally see what was on the stone table. It was an ancient wooden box, and the box was also engraved with mysterious patterns and symbols. Yige didn't recognize these words either. Judging from their shape, they should belong to the same civilization as the words on the stele. Elena swallowed, and the look in her eyes was filled with curiosity. She even wanted to open the wooden box in place of Yige, but she restrained herself in the end. Yige, what's in this box? Chapter 118, Crisis Era, Letters and Simulation Games. Finally, Yige opened the wooden box. The wooden box indeed contained paper, which meant there was more information left by his mother. But this time, the information wasn't printed, but handwritten. Yige was too familiar with that handwriting. In the prison cage world, the paper left in Yi Xingqian's notebook was the same. How is this possible? Yige didn't believe his eyes. He handed the paper to Elena. Tell me this isn't real? What is it? Elena asked. At that moment, Yige completely broke down. Elena, do you know how messed up I feel right now? You probably don't understand this feeling. I feel like a puppet on strings, and every step I take is within Yi Xingqian's calculations. It's as if my life has been prearranged. Do you understand that feeling? Sigh, why am I telling you this? Sorry, I shouldn't infect you with these damned emotions. Elena hugged Yige tightly. Gooer, maybe this was prepared a long time ago. Perhaps he left many sheets of paper, and the one you saw just made you think in the predetermined direction. Maybe we're living truly, and no one can control our lives. Yes, this could be Yi Xingqian's conspiracy. How had he not thought of that? He should look at the contents of the letter first. So, Yige picked up the paper. It contained Yi Xingqian's words to Yige. But when Yige read the first word, he became even more confused because the words on the letter had changed. Yige was certain because he had clearly seen the opening phrase, Yige, at first glance. But now, the opening phrase had changed to, you brat. Yige braced himself and finished reading the contents of the letter, instantly losing his composure. The letter roughly said the following. You brat. Perhaps you've already seen this stele. That's right. It's a map of the city of Atlantis. I think you should have entered the temple and obtained the map of the entire West continent, and that's real too. You must be very confused about what era this is. Here, there are both the Kunlun ruins from the world of mythology and the Western legend of Atlantis. What kind of surprise would you feel if you knew that these two places are actually the same place? I came here too, and I was as confused as you. There are some things I can't tell you too much about. Only when you leave this place on your own strength will you be qualified to reach the coordinates I'm currently at. Here, we face more internal conflicts and external threats. I'm leaving these problems for you to solve. I originally left you another letter, but I suddenly realized that you were being played. Don't worry. I'll teach the person who's playing you a lesson for you. You just need to know that the printed letter wasn't left by your mother, because the letters we leave you are all handwritten. It's a kind of romance for not being there to watch you grow up. Of course, it's self-inflicted romance. You'll definitely hate me for it. You brat, you must be very confused, very lost, and maybe even a little angry right now. However, these are all part of your growth and the path you must take to mature. What I want to tell you is that your life isn't prearranged, and you're not a puppet on strings. You have your own thoughts and your own choices. Your life is your own. The clues I leave you are just to help you find your own direction and better understand this world. You ask me why I'm doing this? Because you're my son, and I want you to become a responsible, intelligent, and courageous person. This world isn't perfect. It's full of competition and challenges. Only by constantly learning and improving can you gain a foothold in this world. The West Continent is just one scene in your journey of life. There will be more challenges waiting for you in the future. I believe you'll be able to carve out your own world with your own wisdom and courage. What I want to tell you is that no matter what difficulties you encounter, don't give up. Persevere and believe in yourself. You'll definitely find your own answer. Finally, the display screen in the wooden box is a simulation game robot. You can get the ending you want based on your own ideas. As for how to choose, it's up to you. Still, don't trust anyone. The letter still had no signature, but did it really matter if those 3 words were written? Yige fell into deep thought. Perhaps Elena was right. He had just opened different clues at different times. Perhaps there would be more discoveries if he returned to the Temple of the Sun Tribe. Elena, thank you. Yige suddenly said to Elena. Thank me? Elena looked at Yige with some confusion. Yes, thank you for always being by my side, giving me support and encouragement. I think I understand what Ishingshin meant. We are living people, not puppets on anyone's strings. Elena kissed Yige. Hee, this is your reward. Yige's heart had accepted Elena from who knows when. His personality was no longer as biased, but Mu Fei was still a thorn in Yige's heart. The thing in the wooden box that looked like a display screen should be the simulation game robot Ishingshin was talking about. Yige, is that thing really that magical? Quickly look at our ending. Hearing this, Yige's heart stirred, but he wanted to know if imparting the seeds of civilization to the West Continent would cause the entire civilization to be destroyed, like in the prison cage world. However, Yige didn't expect that. So, in the simulation game robot, Yige chose yes, meaning he passed on technological civilization to the West Continent. He wanted to see how far the civilization in the West Continent would develop. On the screen of the simulation game robot, Yige pressed the confirm button, transmitting the seeds of technology to the West Continent. At that moment, he seemed to feel an invisible force crossing time and space, injecting into that ancient and mysterious land. Over time, the technology of the West Continent began to develop rapidly. Agricultural civilization achieved great breakthroughs in a short period of time. Grain production increased dramatically, and people's living standards improved significantly. Subsequently, the tide of industrial civilization swept in, accelerating the urbanization process, and modern facilities such as factories, railways, and ships emerged like mushrooms after rain. The arrival of technological civilization brought earth-shattering changes to the West Continent. The widespread application of electricity, communications, computers, and other technologies has made great progress in all aspects of West Continent society. People's lives became more convenient, and the speed of information exchange reached unprecedented heights. However, as technology continued to advance, some potential problems began to emerge. The emergence of the Broken Wall civilization made the people of West Continent realize that the world they lived in might not be the only one. Curiosity and the desire to explore the outside world drove them to constantly find ways to break through the barriers, trying to establish contact with other worlds. Finally, they successfully broke through the barriers and entered the quantum civilization era. In this era, they mastered the ability to manipulate microscopic particles, achieving communication and travel across galaxies. However, at the same time, they discovered a shocking fact. The gods they thought they knew were actually residents of Atlantis. Where they came from could not be verified, but it was certain that they were not gods but humans. In order to compete for resources and control, a fierce war broke out between the West Continent and Atlantis. Both sides used the most advanced technological weapons and launched a thrilling contest. However, in this war, both sides paid a heavy price and eventually moved towards the brink of destruction. Watching these thrilling historical pictures presented by the simulation game robot, which were similar to the events experienced in the prison cage world, Yige's heart was filled with shock and regret. Yige realized that while technological development brought progress and convenience, it also planted the seeds of destruction. Although Blackfeather spoke very nicely, he would become inflated and controlled by desire after truly mastering advanced technology, eventually leading to the destruction of civilization. Yige couldn't wait to see what the scene would be like if he didn't pass on the seeds of technology to the West Continent. So, in the simulation game robot, Yige reselected no, which meant that this time he didn't pass on the seeds of technological civilization to the West Continent. He took a deep breath, watching the screen quietly, waiting for the simulated results. On the simulation screen, the West Continent remained beautiful and peaceful. Without the impact of technological civilization, they lived in harmony with nature. In the traditional farming way, in the rhythm of nature. The cycle of seasons and the cycle of life and death were regarded by them as sacred and inviolable laws. Their social progress was slow and stable, without ups and downs. They respected nature, respected life, and faced the challenges of life with a peaceful mind. Without the interference of high technology, their hearts were purer and they could better appreciate the true meaning of life. However, as time went by, some external threats began to emerge gradually. Civilizations from outside the West continent discovered this primitive world, and they launched an attack on the West continent with advanced technology and greedy desires. Although the people of West continent resisted bravely, they were quickly conquered by external civilizations because they lacked advanced technology and weapons. Their land was occupied, their resources were plundered, and their people were enslaved. The civilization of West continent was severely damaged and almost fell into the edge of destruction. Seeing this scene, Yige felt very heavy. He realized that even without the impact of technological civilization, the West continent still faced external threats and the danger of extinction. Technology was not the only factor leading to the destruction of civilization. Greed, aggression, and war were also destructive. However, this simulation result also gave him a glimmer of hope. In the process of being enslaved, the people of West continent did not completely give up resistance. Some brave warriors and wise men began to gather. Secretly, they studied the technology of external civilizations while maintaining their own cultural traditions and beliefs. They quietly waited for an opportunity, preparing to fight for their freedom and dignity. Finally, after a long period of suffering and waiting, they finally found an opportunity. They used their knowledge of external civilizations and internal contradictions to launch a war. Although the process of the war was extremely difficult, they finally succeeded in overthrowing the rule of external civilizations and restoring their own civilization with their firm beliefs and courage. However, as the civilization of West continent rose, Atlantis still stared at this civilization. So, an unequal battle of civilizations broke out again. Under the attack of powerful civilizations, the entire West continent was eventually reduced to the dust of history, and due to the war, the entire environment suffered irreversible damage, and Atlantis also fell into the sea in a geological movement. This simulation result made Yige ponder deeply. He realized that the development of civilization was not a simple process, but full of complexity and uncertainty. Technology might be an important driving force, but it was not the only factor. Greed, aggression, and war were also destructive, while courage, belief, and wisdom were important factors for civilization to continue. He remembered his father's words in the letter. Your life is not prearranged, and you are not a puppet on strings. You have your own thoughts and your own choices. Your life is your own. He realized that no matter what difficulties and challenges he faced, he needed to firmly believe in his beliefs and have the courage to face and solve them. Elena, Yige said softly, I think I understand. Understand what? Elena asked. I understand why my father wanted to leave me these clues in the simulation game robot. He didn't want to arrange my life or predict the future, but to let me understand that the development of civilization has many possibilities. We can't just rely on technology or avoid technology to solve problems. We need more comprehensive and deeper thinking and action. Elena, have you seen it? This is the history of West Continent, and it's also our history. The development of technology has brought progress, but it has also brought disaster. We should learn from this, cherish peace, and avoid repeating the same mistakes. Elena listened quietly, believing that her man could make the right choice. Elena, I've made a decision. Yige's tone was full of determination. Chapter 119, Crisis Era. Another encounter with ancient symbols. Yige set aside the simulation game robot because there was a parchment scroll lying in the box as well. But unexpectedly, the simulation game robot scattered into points of light and disappeared from his fingertips. Yige had wanted to see his future with Mu Fei and Elena, but now those hopes were dashed. If he had known, he would have looked at those two questions first. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Yige, don't be discouraged. Some things can't be forced, Elena gently comforted. Yige knew this principle, but he still felt a little unwilling. But what use was being unwilling? He could only move forward one step at a time, and he could only console himself with that. Yige picked up the parchment scroll and opened it. This is... Elena leaned closer. Oh, Yige, this map looks familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere. This is the West Continent map. We already have a West Continent map, don't we? What's different about this one and the one your mother left you? Yige was filled with confusion. He took out the parchment scroll from his arms and finally noticed the difference. On the map left by Lin Jing, it marked Kunlun ruins, which was a high mountain. But on the map left by Yige, that location was Atlantis, a plain. This was a bit strange. Why are there two names here? Perhaps these two places should be the same place, but they have different names in different eras. Different eras? Are you saying your mother and your father weren't in the same era? Then how did you come to be? If Elena's face wasn't so innocent, Yige would have wanted to crack open her head and see if it was full of carbohydrates. Compared to Elena, Yige was more curious about the fact that that guy wasn't human. So how did he know so much? Yige, when will my belly get big? Yige almost choked on his own saliva. It gets big when you eat too much? You're lying. They clearly said that if a man and woman sleep together, their belly will get big. We've slept together, so why hasn't my belly gotten big? Where did you hear that? From the women in the village. They're so pitiful. Yige knew what Elena meant. In primitive societies, the role of women was to reproduce. As for many ethical codes and norms, those probably didn't exist until feudal society. Alright, let's not talk about this topic. I think this paper is what Yige left us to make rubbings of the symbols on the steel. Saying that, Yige took out the paper, and they came to the steel. They carefully made rubbings of the characters on the stone statue. After completing this, Yige left the temple. This time, it was possible that the mountain had discovered the anomaly, as the aircraft was still circling in the sky. Yige knew that. The time to meet with those people would be shorter and shorter, and the time left for him to develop would also be shorter and shorter. Blackfeather and the Grand Shaman were waiting for Yige. How did it go? Yige, are you alright? Haha. With the two of you guarding the gate for me, how could anything happen? Blackfeather, I have something to tell you, which is that I've decided to spread the seeds of civilization in the West Continent. But you have to promise me one thing. Okay, I promise you. You're really good at being perfunctory. You promised me without even knowing what it is? What if I asked you to die? Die? I'd still promise. Why? Because I believe you'll definitely lead the West Continent to glory. That's what the Grand Shaman said. Blackfeather didn't forget to look at the Grand Shaman. Right? That's what you said, right? Yes, the envoy will definitely be able to lead our West Continent to create our own civilization, instead of living under the legends of the gods. Saying that, the two of them actually jumped up in excitement. Yige and Elena looked at each other, which made things less awkward. Alright, let's go back to the tribe first. I think those people from the sacred mountain will definitely come here to investigate. In the following days, Yige selected some tribesmen in the village and chose certain knowledge to impart based on their specialties. More of it was teaching them how to think. As for what level the West Continent developed to, Yige was no longer worried because, in any case, this civilization would head towards destruction. Yige suddenly remembered a sentence in the letter. Whether this world is real, you just need to look back at the road you came from. Games can be saved, but life can only move forward. So, Yige bid farewell to Blackfeather and the Grand Shaman. He and Elena wanted to enter the Sun Tribe's temple again. Perhaps there would be some discoveries there. Okay, I just want to see Sister Yige. I think the Shadow Tribe has already made a decision. Saying this, Yige and Elena once again stepped into the Sun Tribe's temple. As soon as they entered the temple, ancient, oppressive auras continued to come. The entire pyramid seemed empty, and the places on the walls that had once been filled with mysterious stone paintings were now bare. Hee, now I can be sure that the world we are in is a real world. I'm not a puppet on anyone's strings. It's all an illusion. Yige had an answer in his heart. It seemed that the information left on the second temple was correct. There might be secrets here that he didn't know yet. Sister Yige, are you there? In this era of communicating by shouting, Elena used the most primitive method to summon Yige. Elena shouted several times, but there was no reply. Helpless, she could only follow behind Yige and continue walking towards the inside of the pyramid. Yige walked slowly along the corridor, and the sound of footsteps echoed around the corridor. Perhaps this time was the real world, while last time was just what others wanted him to see. Soon, they arrived at the depths of the stone door. Through the light, Yige discovered that this stone door was abnormally cold. It was just a stone door, bare and without the texture of the first time they came, and the jade pendant in his heart was no longer hot. How could this be? Elena exclaimed, her voice sounding unusually clear in the empty temple. Yige didn't answer. His heart was filled with doubt. They had once discovered many important clues here, but now everything had disappeared. Yige pushed open the stone door and walked in. Going up from here would be the temple. Yige remembered very clearly, but this time when he climbed to the top of the pyramid, there was only an empty thatched hut. It seems someone has been here before us and taken everything away, Yige said in a deep voice. Who could it be? Elena asked. Why would they do that? Yige shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. He began to carefully check every corner of the temple, trying to find some clues. However, there were no other sounds in the temple except for the sound of their footsteps and breathing. Just when they were about to give up, Yige suddenly discovered an anomaly. In a corner of the temple, there was a stone slab that was slightly different in color from the surrounding stone walls. He walked over and found that there seemed to be some words engraved on the stone slab. Elena, come and take a look, Yige shouted. Elena came over at the sound of the words, and they studied the words on the stone slab together. After a moment of identification, they found that these words were in ancient West Continent writing, recording some history and legends about the temple. This writing again? Yes, we never saw this writing the first time we came. So, the information left by Yi Xingqian is correct? We can't say that either. We can only say that when Yi Xingqian came to the West Continent, this was the civilization of the Atlantis era. While when Lin Jing came to the West Continent, it became the Kunlun ruined civilization. But that's impossible. Why? Intuition. Yige still chose to believe Elena. Then your meaning is that this West Continent should be two different time spaces. Yes, Yige. Think about why Dr. Zhao Encheng, as well as Lin Feng, entered the Devil's Eye wormhole, but none of them are in the same time space as us. Have you ever thought about why this is? Yige fell into deep thought. It seems this stone slab is the only clue, Yige said. We need to find someone who understands this writing to help us interpret this information. Yige carefully examined the stone slab and found that there were no secret caves here. He had no choice but to make rubbings of the words on the stone slab. All right, let's go back to the Sun Tribe. It's time to say goodbye to Black Feather and them. Where are we going? The West Continent is so big. There must be some ancient races. Maybe they'll recognize these words. After Yige left, Yige walked out of the shadows. Sister, why didn't we come out? Do you still remember that traveler who looked a lot like Yige? Yuesheng nodded. Suddenly his pupils widened. Sister, are you saying that this person is a descendant of that great traveler? Accurately speaking, he's the traveler's son, Yige said. All right, I understand. Sister, what should we do next? Didn't the tribe make a decision? We should reconcile with the Sun Tribe and welcome the arrival of the great civilization era of the West Continent together. When Yige returned to the village, Yige and others had already arrived at the village. Sister Yige, why are you here? Yige and I went to the temple to find you, but we didn't find any trace of you. And the temple is so dilapidated now. What's going on? We've been in the temple all the time. Why didn't we find you? Yige, after all, had lived for nearly 1,000 years, so she had these tricks for lying. Fortunately, Elena was pure, so she pulled Yige aside to look at the needlework she had done in the past few days. Yige didn't want to dwell on this issue. Blackfeather, I'm here today to officially say goodbye. I must leave the Sun Tribe. Why? Isn't this your home? Yige shook his head. He took out the rubbings from the temple. This era didn't have paper yet. These were all left to Yige by Yi Xingqian. Of course, this aroused Blackfeather's curiosity. Yige, what is this white soft thing? Paper. Blackfeather, what I mean is, do you recognize the symbols on this? Blackfeather stared for a long time, but couldn't see anything. This symbol is too old. It doesn't look like the characters we use now. Maybe the gods on the sacred mountain can understand it. Or, I'll let the Grand Shaman take a look. But the Grand Shaman couldn't understand it either, but the Grand Shaman gave a message, which was that at the end of the mysterious river there was an ancient race, and there might be people there who could read these words. Chapter 120, Crisis Era, Divine Kingdom. Yige finally left. Blackfeather stood on the tower of the village, watching the disappearing figure, reluctant to part for a long time. The Grand Shaman patted Blackfeather on the shoulder. Chieftain Blackfeather, Envoy Yige said that there is no banquet in the world that doesn't end. Next, our task is still very heavy. which is how to allow the seeds of civilization left by the envoy to take root and sprout. Grand Shaman, what are your thoughts? Do you still remember our cave? The envoy's father once said that if we found the envoy, and the envoy passed on the seeds of civilization to us, we would go to that big cave. Only there will we be safe, because the sacred mountain does not allow us to breed civilization. They just want to keep us like pigs. Yige's father? Who is he? You can ask the Shadow Tribe about this question. Many of the misunderstandings of the past should be resolved, don't you think? Let's talk about it. It was obvious that there were a lot of misunderstandings between Blackfeather and Yige. The Grand Shaman also wanted to help, but at this time he, as an outsider, shouldn't interfere. The day after Yige left, the three major tribes migrated to the Shaman tribe's cave. There, their civilization developed greatly. When Yige met them again, he would be very surprised. On the other side, Yige and Elena got lost in the dense forest, mainly because the towering trees here blocked the sunlight. Yige, is this direction right? Probably. Yige and Elena rode on mammoths, and since they didn't know where to go, they let the mammoths do their own thing. On the contrary, they felt that the dialogue they just had was superfluous. Suddenly, the mammoth seemed to be frightened by something and began to become irritable. Elena pulled out the dagger in her hand and nervously observed her surroundings. There were bursts of strange noises around them, which made the originally suppressed atmosphere even more anxious. Who's there? Come out, I saw you. Elena casually threw the fruit in her hand over, and that was where the sound was coming from. A burst of footsteps came, and soon a group of strong men holding iron knives appeared in front of Yige. The leading strong man snapped his fingers, and these people surrounded Yige and Elena. We're going to get rich this time. Yige thought to himself, get rich? What are we getting rich from? I don't look like a rich man at all. Then the man shouted, take them both back to the Divine Kingdom. This time we can finally advance to the second-class Divine Kingdom. The king said that whoever can help the Divine Kingdom advance, he will marry the princess to them. When the time comes, this commander will marry the princess of the Divine Kingdom, and you will follow me to enjoy the blessings. The surrounding strong men shouted louder than the last. It could be seen that they were very excited. From their mouths, Yige knew that they were from the Divine Kingdom. This Divine Kingdom was graded. Obviously, these people were from a third-class Divine Kingdom. Above them was a second-class Divine Kingdom, and then deduced that the smaller the number, the larger the Divine Kingdom grade. Your Divine Kingdom wants to arrest us? Yige asked. No, the Sacred Mountain wants to arrest you. I just didn't expect that we'd be lucky enough to run into you. It's our fate to get rich. Haha. That commander was very arrogant. Obviously, he had already taken Yige and the two of them as his own. Yige also understood. It was the Sacred Mountain that issued an arrest warrant for him, which made these divine kingdoms flock to him. It seems that the Sacred Mountain had noticed, and he didn't know what had happened to Blackfeather and them. Oh, the Sacred Mountain. Do you know why they're arresting me? Obviously, the commander in front of him wasn't anyone important, or the Sacred Mountain didn't say why they were arresting him at all. Yige's mind turned and he said, haha, let me tell you. My true identity is the young master of the Sacred Mountain, and she is the princess of Atlantis. You know that the Sacred Mountain has always been at odds with Atlantis, but we are in love. But the Sacred Mountain will never allow this to happen, so the two of us eloped. Yige was actually making it up. Since the person in front of him was a nobody, how would he know where the Sacred Mountain was, let alone that mysterious Atlantis? Commander, what should we do? I don't know. No matter what, take them back first. Remember not to hurt them. Yige saw that he hadn't bluffed the other party, so he could only use force. Elena, I'll leave it to you. Elena's hands were itching, and these little minions were no match for her at all. Soon the battle was over. Did you smelt these iron tools yourselves? Are you really the young master of the Sacred Mountain? You actually recognize iron tools. That's right, these things are just farming tools in the second-class Divine Kingdom. They've started using firearms. Young master, please spare me. I can spare you, but this young master has to examine your loyalty to the Sacred Mountain. Tell me everything you know. Yes, young master. I will definitely tell you everything I know, and I will say everything I know without holding back. The commander was like he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and hurriedly poured out everything he knew. It turned out that the third-class divine kingdom was at the bottom of the sacred mountains ranking system. They were regarded as labor by the upper-level divine kingdom, and they mined resources and produced items for them. They didn't have the right to think for themselves, they were just passive executors. All orders and instructions came from the upper-level divine kingdom, and they could only obey. Then do you know where the upper-level divine kingdom is? Yige asked. We don't know about this. In the divine kingdom, our third-class divine kingdoms are not allowed to go to the second-class divine kingdoms. Even our king can only enter the second-class divine kingdoms to visit and learn on Solar Day. I heard the ministers say that the life of a groom in the second-class divine kingdom is better than the life of a high-ranking official in the third-class divine kingdom. It's a place to look forward to. Young master, have mercy on me and let me go to the second-class divine kingdom. Even if I go to empty the chamber pots, it'll be worth it in this lifetime. Yige couldn't see a trace of heroism from this commander. He was completely knee-jerk. Since he couldn't ask anything else, he could only let him keep the secret forever. After dealing with these people, Elena smiled sweetly. Young master, where are you going to take this princess? To the third-class divine kingdom. Yige searched the compass from these people. This was a product of agricultural civilization, and it was also a symbol of ancient Oriental civilization. He didn't expect that these third-class divine kingdoms would have it. A few days later, Yige and Elena finally found the location of the third-class divine kingdom. This place wasn't as primitive as the tribal villages of the West Continent. It looked like a town in later generations, with a bit of a shadow of modern civilization. People here could use iron tools. Behind the capital of the third-class divine kingdom was a mine. People in the country were driving carriages and donkey carts to transport the black iron ore from the mountains. Of course, there were also some merchants who came to play. Most of them walked, and few drove carriages. Yige and Elena were like wild people from the deep mountains and forests at the moment. If they entered the city like this, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Fortunately, there was a tea pavilion not far away. Yige and Elena exchanged a look and had an idea. The two tiptoed to the back of the tea pavilion. Elena did a somersault and rolled into the house. She quickly found two suitable clothes. After changing, the two strode to the tea pavilion. The tea pavilion couple saw that Yige looked familiar, but they couldn't remember where they had seen him. Why are you being unfaithful? You already have a husband. Why are you staring at my husband? You two, don't manage your wife. If one day he runs away with someone else, I'll see where you go to cry. The woman was very wronged. She just wanted to say that the clothes they were wearing looked familiar, but she didn't expect to stir up a hornet's nest. Didn't you see that my husband is thirsty? Hurry up and give my husband the best tea. Forget it, I have no appetite. Let's go. Yige threw down a gemstone and pulled Elena away. After walking away for a while, the two laughed out loud. Looking back at the tea pavilion, the husband and wife quarreled. Later, they went into the house and realized that the two people just now were thieves who had stolen their clothes. But the gemstones left by Yige were enough to buy hundreds and thousands of clothes, which made the couple even more confused. Yige and Elena entered the town with the caravan. They found an inn to stay in and began to inquire about information. They soon discovered that the people here didn't know much about the sacred mountain. Most people only knew their duties and tasks and didn't care about other things. However, they also met some interesting people. For example, a middle-aged man who claimed to be a fugitive told them that he used to be a nobleman in the second-class divine kingdom, but he was demoted here for violating the law. He knew a lot about the inside story of the sacred mountain and even knew some secrets of the high-level divine kingdoms.